get flag football up and running in the state of Michigan. And every year they add 20, 30, 40 schools to the women's, girls, whatever you want to call it, flag football leagues. There's a number of different leagues, and they ultimately have a championship.
So is that an MHSAA decision whether to add it or not?
Yes, I mean, the High School Athletic Association has to add a high school sport as a varsity sport.
We should
right
call,
now.
Remember we had Mark Ewell, I believe.
Yeah, Mark Ewell.
Yeah,
Yes.
Call him. Say, hey, come on, let's go.
It is about
I'm
time.
John Jansen. I have a plaque at Canton. I broke my Achilles.
Yes. Yeah. Outside, right next to the outhouse.
Yeah.
That's why they call them down there the Johns. I have one in my name.
Yeah, that's good. That's one thing. That's the one thing I have on you. I'd rather have a device that you talk into named after me.
A mic?
Yes,
yeah, then somewhere someone takes a crap named after me.
Yes, exactly.
hey, we all have our stations in life.
Exactly. No doubt about it. All right, did watch a lot of baseball, most of it crappy, but at least they got a win yesterday.
Yeah.
It was funny. I was at Lions camp yesterday. I told Birchie, I said, tonight could be the biggest start in regular season start in Scooble's career. And he goes, no, what are you talking about? There was a big games down the stretch last year in September. I said, yeah, you're probably right. But when they're on a 6-game losing streak, he's pitching, and the next game, which is tonight, you probably, statistically, you might not win because Skeens is pitching tonight against them in Pittsburgh.
Statistically might not win. When he pitches,
I know.
They are 4-8. So statistically, they should win. They may not score a lot of runs. They may not get a lot of hits, but Pittsburgh blows.
Yeah, no, they got really blown out this weekend. Anyway, I wasn't looking forward to a 7-game losing streak and then having to face Paul Skeens.
I get that.
Okay, so anyway, so Scooble did his part.
Yes.
It was just him on Sunday Night Baseball. It's incredible. He's been amazing. And yesterday, 105 pitches, 4 hits, 11 strikeouts, and no walks. And look, he was taken out, but we'll get to that in a second. But the offense still not doing much on the series. I mean, what did they have, like 17 hits, 3 runs and 16 hits for the weekend?
Yeah, and
not going to get it done.
No, but let's go back to Scooble for just a moment. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine getting up to the plate and knowing that the only way you're going to get on base is if you earn it, and not because Scooble is going to throw you 4 balls in however many pitches it takes to end that at bat?
Yeah.
You're going to have to swing the damn bat, make contact, and get it to fall.
How about this? In the 20 starts that he's had this year, he has 164 strikeouts, 16 walks. That's incredible. He's with those.
That's my point.
With those stats, he's the second pitcher since 1901 to deliver something like that. The other also pitched yesterday, Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah.
You said 164 strikeouts and 16 walks?
That's what it says.
God, that's 16-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I mean,
strikes to ball.
Yeah. It's strikeouts to walks.
Right.
It is remarkable. That's why when you get there and you're up at bat, I don't think any of these guys are afraid, but I think they
Corey
are.
Seager certainly isn't.
No, but I think when you get up there, it's, you're going to have to swing the bat. Mm-hmm. And you're going to have to do it early, because it's not like, there's a couple of times where he goes down 2-0. Rarely do you get the 3-0. And even at that point, you might be more nervous at that point, because what's coming next is probably going to be a strike, but you might not even be able to touch it.
Right. When the changeup is going, that's what made last Friday such an anomaly. The game that they got killed, he didn't pitch well, but you're not going to.
You're going to have
be
that
perfect every game. I mean, guys lose games, and last night he was great. And look, the offense struggled, but Veerling, as we played in the update, with the key hit, and he hit the ball hard all 3 times he was up there. Langford made a nice catch on one of them. Veerling made a really nice catch the other way on a big play in the outfield as well. And Vierling was struggling, and hopefully this will get him going because, and I've always said, no, he's not a star and all that stuff. But you know what? Good baseball teams need guys like Matt Vierling on their team. It's like a different type of version, a right-handed hitting Zach McKinstry, basically.
Yeah, and I mean, I know Gov has used this landmark moment. It's 100 at-bats. He's only got 46 at-bats at major league level. This is not spring training, which he didn't have much of that.
Right.
I know he had AAA, but we always talk about the difference between AAA and Major League Baseball. It's 10 times different. He's an experienced at-bat, but you're going to need reps to get to major league speed. And he is, in essence, about halfway there.
Right.
So hopefully this is, you don't want to wait another, 8, 10, 12 games.
No.
He needs to get there now.
I hope that was a moment for him last night.
Yeah.
I kind of just felt it. You'll see. I mean, he had hard hit balls. He saved Skubal with the catch in center, by the way.
Yeah.
That ball I mean, Meadows probably would have got that too, but that
Yeah.
ball gets down against some people. That was a huge. I mean, they would probably lose that game if that ball lands. So,
Probably.
like, hopefully this is just a blip.
Mm-hmm.
But I know at 6:35 we're gonna. Is it something more than a slump?
Yeah. And look, they pulled Skubal last night. I don't know. I said, it was 105 pitches. I put on social media that, I think they should have given him one more at bat. And AJ said that they decided to let him pitch to the guy before the Heim switch hitter, and he got a hit to make it first and third or whatever. Got him out, but it was a long at bat, and he decided to pull him. And to me, it made no sense because you brought in another lefty. You brought in Holton. And look, you saw what happened. It was a wild pitch. I mean, Dingler tried to do a really nice job. It just took a bad ricochet. He's really good at blocking pitches. And I don't know. To me, and I'm not sitting there, I don't know if he was gassed or not. He didn't say he was gassed. But I don't know. Give him one more. I don't know. Would they still have given up a run? Who knows what he would have done? Percentages, I don't think he would have given up a hit in that situation. And they would have got out of the inning, and then that would have been it. So, look, the bottom line is they won the game, and that's the most important thing.
I don't know that I'm going to nitpick how A.J. Hinch works his pitching staff. I mean, we could talk about the guys that they have available in the bullpen, and we will.
Yeah.
But in regards to Skubal, and I know it was a month ago, right, where they pulled him at like 85 pitches or 90 pitches or whatever, and I got all up in arms about, let him go another inning, and if you're going to pay him this much and the contract, all that stuff. This is how business is done in today's baseball. And 105 pitches is what it is. But I'm not going to sit there. They won the game. That's all that really matters. And he is going to be ready to go. There was no risk of injury. I don't know if it was just the game or they didn't want to wear out his arm. As long as he is ready and at full strength come August, September, October, do whatever you want right now.
They felt he was losing it a little bit, so I'm going to leave it at that. But, yeah, if they would have lost the game, people would have been going crazy.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Like John mentioned, we'll discuss whether this is a slump or something else. Also, Lions, first day of workouts yesterday. We'll get to their big news coming up as well. Coming up next, it's the Costa and Jansen program with Heather on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
And the Tigers win it 2-1. They'll take on the Buccos in Pittsburgh, first of 3, because it's that big Tigers-Pirates rivalry that they need to play them twice a year, as you know.
Yes.
Paul Skeens will be pitching for the Pirates. I was hoping that Skubal would get to pitch another Sunday night when they're on a week from, or 2 weeks from yesterday when they play in Philly, but I don't think it lines up where he'll pitch on Sunday. I think he'll pitch in that series.
Sunday,
maybe.
August the 3rd?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, Lions camp opened yesterday. It was good being out
we
there.
Go.
Yeah, you know.
I woke up yesterday morning, and I knew they were going to start and all this stuff, but I wasn't paying close enough attention. And I know that Dan Campbell speaks, every morning to the media.
8 a.m.
Update, all this stuff. And if there's anything important said today at 8 o'clock, we'll have it,
Yes.
probably in the 9 o'clock hour or as soon as we can get to it. But I turned on the TV, and then I got the notification on my phone that Dan Campbell's having a live press conference. Oh, I thought, okay. So I'm having a smart TV and an unsmart user. It took me a little while to get it on the big screen, but I eventually did just in time.
Oh, the Lions YouTube channel? Is that what it was on?
Yeah. Just in time to hear one Mike Stone ask a question. And I thought, here we go. Just it's a perfect way for me to set up this week, since you and I will be working together all week, that I get to wake up on a Sunday morning listening to Mike Stone ask Dan Campbell questions.
Yes. And of course, somebody said, what are you doing here? It's a Sunday. I said, well, I'm working all week. I won't be here to go to camp next week, this week. So whatever. Anyway, so obviously the biggest news was that Onwuzurike is out for the year. And we found out this way from Dan Campbell. So, I mean, we talked about this on Friday when it was announced that he was on the PUP list. And look, John, I'll give you credit. You were pretty much aghast that not only did they draft him when they drafted him in the second round, but there was talk that they tried to, from Brad Holmes himself, that he tried to trade up back into the first round to get him. You were not a big fan of his.
No.
And I get it. I thought he played well last year.
Well,
not
by simply playing, he played better than he had in the previous 3 years because he was injured.
He was
was
good
fine.
to above average last year. Above average to good. Okay, so fine. And I'm not saying he's a Pro Bowl player and all, but because of the McNeil situation, I think him being down is very difficult for them to not overcome, but it's a big deal. And now he's out for the year, so they'll get somebody else.
No question. I think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
And here's where I'm disappointed is it was a contract. Last year was a contract year for him. And what was it? His best year to this point.
Right.
They gave him a 1 year, $5.5 million and more incentives. And I thought this year, because Aleem McNeil was not going to be available until, I don't know, late October, November, who knows when.
And who knows what you're going to get from DJ Reader. He's getting older.
Right, DJ and rookie Tyreek Williams.
Exactly.
So I thought this was going to be, I always, if those that are listening and have listened to me since I've been on with you.
Yeah.
It's when somebody goes down, I always talk about the opportunity someone else has to fill those shoes, to fill that void. And I thought this was going to be the opportunity for Levi Onwuzurike to fill that void and have a big year. Not going to happen because, as we learned last week, it was 4 games that he was going to be out. And then as we learned yesterday, now it's the entire year.
Right. And then there was a situation where I thought it was going to be a lot worse, and maybe we'll find out. Rakestraw on like a crossing route from somebody, he goes down and he pounded his hand on the thing. And
on the ground?
Yeah, and it's the field. Yeah, and he needed help getting there. And it looked to me like it was a shoulder. Like, oh, guys, great. Separated his shoulder. We were all guessing because we had no idea. Maybe it was a pec. God forbid you tear your pec, you're done for the year as well.
Unless your name
is
Spielman.
Yeah,
Spielman or Frank Ragnow.
Yeah. So, but they said it's just a chest contusion. Maybe we'll find out more from Dan Campbell at 8 o'clock. Right now, we're going to find out more from Heather Park.
Good morning, you guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, the news that sent shockwaves around the internet, around the world over the weekend. I've got an update for you. The tech company CEO that obviously went viral at the Coldplay concert, he has now resigned from his job. So not only has he lost his wife, I'm guessing, I don't know their relationship status,
Right.
he has also lost his job. According to a statement posted on LinkedIn by the company on Saturday, Andy Byron resigned as CEO of Astronomer. And the move actually comes a day after the company had already placed him on leave, and the board of directors had launched this formal investigation into the whole Jumbotron incident. So he himself has still not actually released a statement. This is just coming from the company.
What a slimy dude.
God. But I'm kind of done with it. Like, it was fun for the weekend, all the memes, all the jokes, and now it's like, okay, on to the next. But anyway, when it comes to Coldplay's role in the destruction of a relationship and obviously this man's reputation, the band is now warning fans before the kiss cam to make sure that it doesn't happen again at the concerts. So during their show Saturday night in Madison, Wisconsin, Chris Martin actually warned the audience before they did the kiss cam. Just a little warning, and it sounds like fans that were there say
They started laughing.
they did, but they didn't actually show any couples. Like they avoided it altogether. That was the first show since the incident took place.
I love the Philly Fanatics one.
Oh my,
my
goodness.
gosh,
The
everyone.
memes have been unbelievable. They've
So
just
much
been,
fun.
it's can't get enough of those.
I know, but now I'm kind of done with it.
Yeah, I am too.
Like, it was
it
a
good
nice
for
weekend
a
of it.
yeah.
Now let's.
Yeah.
Were you
Next
glad you
scandal.
weren't here last week when that came up?
I was 100% indifferent. It was an eye roll, and I just knew it would be a part of news. Obviously, it's
Yeah.
newsworthy.
Everyone was talking about it.
Yeah,
Everyone.
but a lot of people would argue it's not newsworthy because this guy's a dirtbag.
But it was funny. It's the reaction, John. It wasn't necessarily the situation. That's,
I know.
It's how he reacted.
What's your
and she
favorite
reacted.
meme that you've seen? Like, because we always see these couples, like odd couples, and I saw one of Trump and Hillary, which I thought was hilarious.
I didn't see that
I
one.
saw one, obviously, with the algorithm put this one on my feed. It was Sharon Moore and Ryan Day.
Oh my
Which
gosh.
I couldn't stop laughing.
That's great. You guys, it's a year of reckoning for the Lions, according to David Montgomery. So on Saturday, he spoke to the media saying that the Lions are tired of being close to winning a Super Bowl.
I agree.
There you go.
Hopefully it'll work out.
Yes. It doesn't seem to be a lot of hope in your voice.
To win the Super Bowl, no. But
Okay.
they still should be good.
Yeah.
They should be really good.
Well, we'll find out how good
Yes.
here.
Yes, we will. Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. The Detroit Tigers. They won last night, but they have not been playing very good baseball, especially in the bullpen, the offensive side of the ball. Is it a slump? How concerned are you? That's next. 97 The Ticket. They needed that. Not so much, I don't think, for the division, but maybe for their psyche.
Yeah.
Because
their mental health.
hypothetically, if they lost today, that would be, 8 in a row, and then, people start thinking. Now, look, a lot of good. The Dodgers, I believe, are 2-10 since July 1st or something crazy number like that. So, look, baseball, really good teams go on these bad benders, so to speak.
Lost 3 in a row. The
Yes.
Dodgers are 2-8 in the last 10.
Yeah. So they win. They maintain their 11-game lead over the Guardians. By the way, John, Costa, and I endorsed it, but Costa buried the Guardians after the Tigers disposed of them. Since then, they're 8-2. The Guardians, I believe. Yes.
Yes.
So they lead the Cleveland by 11.
Now, let me ask you this. Since he buried the Guardians, they're 8-2. He's also has come out and said that the division is over.
Well,
it's in the bag.
right,
And I know Gov jumped on board for that as well. Did you?
I agree with that, too.
Okay, so we got 3
Yeah.
that have said it's in the bag.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that you are party to that.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
But right now they lead the Blue Jays by a game and a half, who are here this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. And then they play, and they're at 2.5 games ahead of Houston, because you want to get at least one of the top 2 seeds in the American League for the playoffs, so you don't avoid a first round matchup.
They should be more than that above the Blue Jays. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, I was looking at the Yankees. Yes,
Yeah.
you are correct. Yes.
Yeah, the Blue Jays are in first place.
Yes. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong numbers.
That's okay.
My bad.
So, look, the Tigers have not played good baseball in this stretch, which obviously, if you have the record, speaks for itself. Trading deadline is a week from Thursday. We know that what they need. They need a bat. They need bullpen arms, I believe. So, what's your biggest concern right now? 248-539-9797. That's the ticket text as well.
My biggest concern is still the bullpen. I think it's very obvious that they need help at the plate and in the bullpen, but if Scott Harris said, I can only make one trade, which we know that's not true, but if he said, I can only make one trade, I believe that they need bullpen help. Now, the argument is, somebody in the lineup is somebody that can help you every single day. And I get that. But the way that Canely has been pitching for about 5 weeks now is not been great.
No.
And a long reliever would be very helpful. And I know you get into the postseason, Montero can be a long reliever. He's not going to be a starter in the postseason. You can do a lot of things like that.
Correct.
But they need more swing and miss in the bullpen.
Right. No doubt about it. And I have no idea if Cleveland keeps it up, whether they would, trade Clase or Chad Smith.
Yeah.
But look, the Tigers, there are tons of teams that need bullpen help. So, and there are tons of teams that are in on Eugenio Suarez as well. So they're going to have to come up with something
you see his last
get one
2
of
games?
those. Yeah.
Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah.
2 home runs in 2 games. That would help.
Yeah, a little bit. So they have to do something to, sweeten the pot or whatever. And if you believe all the ranking services and things like that, the Tigers should have more ammunition than anybody else. Will they trade Clark or McGonigal? No, I don't think so. And I really don't think they should unless you're going to get a prime player. And I'm not going to trade one of those two for a rental.
No. And so, yes, it's really going to be a matter of, for Scott Harris, are we all chips in? Is this an all in? Or is he going to go in enough to give them, if these guys all play great, we can win a World Series. Mm-hmm. If they don't, hey, we're going to have a window of 2 or 3 years. Is he playing the window game, or is he playing we're going to be in, we're competitive, this is our year?
The question is, it's not the window game for the team per se. It's the Skubal window game, I think.
It's the Skubal window. It's the window before whatever happens in 27 with their CBA.
Right.
And so, yeah, you got 2 years. And that happens to be the Skubal window.
Correct.
Because I'm a believer in looking at what the owners want, looking at what the players are. I don't know how much baseball is going to be played in 27.
Right. What's going to happen first? The Tigers can win the World Series, or Tony Clark's going to shave his beard? You see, you remember when he played for the Tigers, and you look at him now, it's like a completely different human being. Anyway, 248-539-9797. We have some ticket texts. Mark in Goshen says 0% concern. Get this slump over with and get ready for August and September. It doesn't matter what the Tigers do. They're not going to beat the Dodgers, Phillies, or Padres, or Mets, or Brewers in the World Series. And don't forget the Cubs, too. Okay. I don't necessarily disagree, but you have no idea what's going to happen in a 7-game series. On paper, because the National League is so much better, you are correct. But, yes, the Dodgers, early in the season, swept the Tigers. The Tigers did beat the Padres in a series.
And the Giants.
And the Giants. Well, he doesn't list the Giants. Milwaukee, I think, won 2 out of 3 against the Tigers.
Yeah.
But the Tigers won 2 out of 3 of the Cubs. They haven't played the Phillies or the Mets yet.
Right.
I would, without having the exact data, they're basically about 500 against the teams that have around or better than 500 record and a positive run differential.
Yeah.
Texas is one of those teams. They're 500, but their run differential is actually exceeding what their record should probably be a little bit better.
Right. The Tigers are, 2-4 against Texas?
Yeah, and Seattle, they went 2-4. You know, those teams hit them up a little bit more. I mean, after this weekend, they've got to add to this lineup.
Yes.
They might be able to get through a 5-game series, but after that, you've got to out-hit a little bit because your pitching gets stretched out in 7-game series. I just think it's without a doubt they need another bat, another right-handed bat, because they scored 3 runs this weekend. And they did okay offensively against the Mariners, but some of those were cheap runs.
I was
because
late at the game. They were getting killed.
They were
Right.
getting blown out, so the Mariners were using relievers they typically wouldn't use in that situation.
Not
but
only-
I'll go back to the Cleveland series that they swept. The bats were cold. Now, when they scored those 7 runs in the last game,
Right.
All those were all those extra innings when the barrage kind of.
Right.
I mean, I just don't think you can trust his hitting right now.
No.
Well, it's interesting because over the course of an entire season, you're going to have moments where the bats go dry. You're going to have moments where pitching isn't your strong suit. Relievers are struggling. I mean, going into the All-Star break, the conversation was they have to add somebody in the bullpen because that's what we saw. You know, mainly when we were watching that Seattle series, but it was for 4 or 5 weeks leading up to that. But it came to a head at that point. Now, you know, for 3 games out of the All-Star break, the bats have been cold. And we're sitting here saying, well, they need to add a bat. I think they need to address both.
Yes.
At what level do they do that? I don't know. And I don't like waiting until you mentioned it's a week from Thursday. So we are 10 days out from the trade deadline. I want to know how many people trust Scott Harris at the trade deadline to be able to get it done.
Well, he's had 2 deadlines. One, he failed with
Erod.
the Erod thing, and last year he did pretty well.
Yeah.
And
Flaherty
two,
trade.
the proximity of the deadline kind of hurts him a little bit with the bats because maybe Verlaine does come around. He was a 2.9 WAR player last year. He's a guy you need on a team that's 5th or 6th best in your lineup, but he's not doing that right now. Hopefully, he can turn the corner after last night. Do you guys? So it's 1A and 1B now.
Yes.
with bat
There's
and
no
bullpen.
doubt.
See,
Yeah.
I think that was different before this weekend with the fan base. I think there were people out there who thought just bullpen.
Because they weren't
Well,
they
but
weren't going
it
up
was-
they weren't going up against like Evaldi didn't even pitch this weekend.
Right, but before the Seattle series, and it was Costa where it was you got to add a bat. And I think, Tom, you were
I'm that
of
way, too.
mindset. And then after that series, it was, well, we got to have a reliever. My point is, through the course of an entire season, there's going to be ups and downs, and it's going to show what your weaknesses are. And I am glad that it is front and center right now, that it is a bullpen arm and it's a bat.
And it's not just us. Buster Olney said during the broadcast last night, it was a blessing in disguise, which I said the other day, last week as well when I was in. We've been talking about it for a while, And you know that Scott Harris and their staff, they see it too. They know more
They've been
about
talking
baseball
about it
than-
longer than we
Yes,
have.
So they're working on it. I'm confident they can get it done. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. For the last 25 years, no Detroit eye surgeon has performed more life-changing procedures than the amazing Dr. Yaldo, and I'm one of his 50,000 plus patients who have benefited from his custom LASIK or bifocal lens implants. Glasses, contact lenses, reading glasses, they're doing an okay job. But you know the problems that go with them? Your prescription changes, your lenses get scratched, your contacts are an annoyance every day, and, especially in my case, you can have 10 pairs of reading glasses and still not find one when you need it. I mean, I got bifocal lens implants from Dr. Yaldo 6 years ago, and my 20/20 vision, up close and far away, will remain unchanged for the rest of my life. Let Dr. Yaldo set you free from glasses, contacts, and readers, those old, poorly performing technologies, and instead enjoy better eyesight without them you ever had with them. It's easy. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com and sign up for a free evaluation. Tigers win 2-1. I'm seeing a lot of stuff on Twitter that some Tiger fans were a little upset with Buster Olney last night during the broadcast.
Why is that?
Because Buster Olney said, quote, Tarik Skubal is set to land $400 million after the 2026 season. The question is whether it will come from the Yankees, Dodgers, or Mets. And a Mets beat writer pointed out, Skubal grew up an A's fan and idolized Eric Chavez. Eric Chavez just happens to be the Mets' current hitting coach. Now, I don't think that would have anything to do. I think it's all about the green that Scott Boras can get and where Skubal wants to be.
It's zeros and commas.
Yeah.
It's probably what it comes down to. The only, I just mentioned 27 and whether there's baseball or not. The only wild card, I have no idea what players are thinking, what ownership and management are thinking, and obviously that's going to shape what agents are thinking. What happens in 27?
Yeah, right.
What happens coming out of 27? Is there a salary cap? I don't think so. But
I don't think there'll be one because it's the most powerful union in sports, but who knows?
Must be nice to have a good one.
Yeah. Boy, how about that? What's going on with that? The guy that they hired to take Damari Smith's place, he's got let go, and then the head of the actual player, JC Treader, is that who it is?
Yes,
he resigned. So anyway, some more ticket texts. First team to 60 wins. LOL. That's from Roy. All right. I don't think anybody said the first team to 60 wins. I think he's maybe mentioning the fact that people are making a big deal about it. It's great to get those close wins, but this type of offense won't work in the playoffs, which is exactly what we are saying. A genius move would get Verlander and bring him back here, and he would be pumped to try to win it here. It would be cheap. Just saying. And Stoney, you do rule. Thank you very much. However, I got a text from my brother-in-law who's a huge San Francisco Giant fan, and he says Verlander is cooked. Why the hell did we ever sign him?
He is 0-8, 5 ERA, 1.51 WHIP.
Yeah. Now, he might be a one-inning reliever guy, maybe. I don't think he would do it, but whatever. No, I think it's time for him to say goodbye to baseball, yeah. I think the 300 wins that he was probably shooting for ain't going to happen. It was ridiculous the amount of conversation they were having about question why Skubal was taken out. 104 pitches, and this is July, not October. Very simple reasons. I just thought you'd get him one more batter. Fear Javier swinging at balls 18 inches off the plate again. Yeah, he was chasing again. He was taken out of the game, and AJ said afterward, Javi told him, something's not right now. So I don't know if it's something mental, something physical, whatever. But yeah, last night in particular, he swung at some really bad pitches.
The one in the left-handed batter's box.
Yes.
I was beside myself.
Yeah.
That's the worst pitch I think I've ever seen a professional hitter swing at.
Oh, I'm not sure that's the worst one that he swung at. Maybe the worst one this year. Yeah. But I
said professional hitter.
Well, okay, yeah, maybe last year he wasn't a professional hitter, but I mean, there's been some bad ones. But this is a time where, whether it's players, coaches, you gotta refocus and get back to what made Javi Javier,
right,
and what made all of these guys what they are, what made this team what it was going into the All-Star break, and save the last 4 games, but. This has been a very consistent team. I expect them to still be consistent.
You can't have Zach McKinstry being your second best offensive player.
It stood out to me last night that the Tigers lineup, it seemed like obviously you've got your better performers at the top, but for the most part it seemed like everybody's starting to float around a 750 OPS, which is average. 8 to 10 homers, 30 some RBI, 250 to 270. They're coming down. The guys that have been carrying this team to this, where they were exceeding.
Yes, absolutely. Well, the other thing they have to do, and it was obviously shown this weekend in particular. Well, particularly last night. They got to be able to get more base hits when it matters with guys in running or scoring position. They left too many guys on base last night. If anyone thinks adding one good bat to this offense is going to stabilize it or improve it, they're crazy. Teams will pitch around a good bat. Yeah, but you add one good bat, then you have Riley. I mean, you have
You have some good bats, you have decent
Right.
bats, and you can make this line. If you add a good bat, it's going to make the lineup better.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd say that too. That wins you a game like Saturday night because the Rangers won the game with a 3-run homer.
Right.
It's just that one swing from the other side of the plate that can change it. And the perfect guy is Suarez. I don't care about the defensive stuff or anything.
No.
He'd be perfect for this team to put into the middle of the lineup as a right-handed bat.
Step one is leave Pittsburgh with Bednar. Yes, he's having a great season. He was not very good last year, but it's got to be. But you want to see also. There's no guarantee because some guys, when they're in a situation of playing really important baseball, you have no idea they're going to react because David Bednar has never had to pitch important baseball.
No, but
In the major leagues.
So this could be the month where, hey, you go to Pittsburgh and you do come back with Bednar.
Yeah.
Arizona comes here and Eugenio just stays.
Yes, we kidnap him.
Yes, hold him for ransom.
Yes.
I mean, that's the definition of a trade.
Yeah.
What are you willing to give up for said commodity?
248-539-9797. Toronto's the one that really worries me about as far as passing the Tigers.
Well, they got 4 head-to-head in Detroit.
Yes. Have they played them in Toronto yet? I don't
Yeah, they
remember.
played earlier in the
Yeah, okay.
season. Yeah. And did the Tigers win that series?
I think
can't
they
remember.
did, or they might have split.
I'm going to go look real quick because, yeah, they did play Toronto. That was at Toronto. They won 2 of 3. They lost the middle game. Okay. So Flaherty pitched in that first one. Job pitched in the third one.
Who's
Jackson
that?
Job.
Who's that?
He was 4-0 at the time.
Wow. Look, the next 10 days are going to be very, very important. And I believe, and you can call me a homer or whatever you want, that I believe that Scott Harris and this front office, they know what their deficiencies are. And I think they'll convince Chris Ilitch if they have to spend more money, they'll spend more money.
I think they've been put in a position where I think Scott Harris is going to be challenged in terms of I might have to give up more from my farm system than I thought I would when I entered this season if this all played out
Correct.
positively. And I think they need to entertain to maybe help alleviate, giving up too much in the farm is shopping Meadows.
Yeah, we said that last week when we did the what was it, the Fact or Fiction for the second half of the season. Will Parker Meadows be on this roster when the postseason arrives? And I said no. And whether it's he goes down to Toledo, can't find his mojo, can't find a way to get the ball on bat, that's one possibility. I also think that he would be a guy that you could part ways with and bring in somebody else.
Yeah, because people have control of him,
Yeah.
number one. So if you can't get Suarez, you could probably get somebody who's not a rental, who
Yeah.
can be here for a few years.
And some of it is, okay, yes, we know they need help in the bullpen. We know they need help in the lineup. If they're able to go do that, what does it do? And I know everybody said, well, you don't want to mess with the, what's going on in the locker room or, in the clubhouse. Those guys also know if they're not getting the job done, you're always, not that they're going to trade from the active lineup. Maybe Meadows is one of those guys, but that somebody may go down. They're going to bring somebody in. How many of those guys are just looking, hey, we need some reinforcement. We need a little juice in the lineup, whether it's in we just need some juice on the roster. Hey, we're 100 games in. We've got 62 to go. Give us a little bit of help. How much of it are the players looking towards the front office and ownership and say, hey, we've put us in position. Now get us what we need to win a World Series.
That's his job. That's the mandate. 248-53. It might have happened a year or two earlier than Scott Harris thought, but got to
Hey,
get
now.
it done.
You're here now.
248-539-9797.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions began training camp yesterday, and unfortunately the injury news already started flowing. The biggest blow being defensive lineman Levi Onwuzurike. He'll be out for the year with an ACL injury. This on top of the back injuries he's dealt with his whole pro career to this point. Dan Campbell provided updates on a pair of others, including offensive lineman Taylor Decker. During practice, corner Ennis Rakestraw left with a chest contusion. He simply posted on Instagram, "I'm good, chill." The Tigers snapped a 6-game losing streak, their longest of the year, thanks to a 2-1 win over the Rangers. Detroit jumped out with the game's first run in the second, thanks to a Zach McKinstry single. That scored Perez. Adolis Garcia tied it in the 7th off a Tyler Holton wild pitch. Matt Vierling would knock in the game's eventual game winner in the 8th with another RBI single. Derek Skubal started throwing 6 2/3 innings of 1 earned run ball. He struck out 11. Javi Baez also exited the game with shoulder soreness in the 6th. Scotty Scheffler won the British Open as well. He's 1 win away from the career Grand Slam. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Lions training camp, we'll get to that coming up at 7:35. Some bad news we received yesterday, and we'll see what happens. But yesterday was, for those who follow golf, and actually for some of those who don't but like the majors, and like watching sports when they get up, because it started, the leaders teed off around, 9:30 yesterday morning, was the final round of, it's the British Open. I don't care if they call it the Open. I'm calling it the British Open. Okay?
You're a rebel.
That's right. Well, I know.
Yes, you're right on the
Yes,
edge.
exactly. Anyway.
Hope you don't get canceled.
So Scotty Scheffler, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, wins it again by 4 shots, and he is a machine right now.
He's so consistent at what he does.
It's incredible. So now he's won 29. Excuse me, he's 29 years old. He's won 4 majors. Tiger Woods has same. When he won his first major when he was 24, and they both had the same amount of distance time in between first and fourth major.
It's a remarkable stat. What was it, like 1,197 days in between when they won their first and fourth, the exact number. The biggest difference is Tiger did that between the ages of 20 and 24.
Yeah,
24
his first one was at 24. And Scheffler's...
No, his fourth one was at 24.
And Scheffler's is 29.
Right, yeah. So there's 5 years difference there. So will he ever catch Tiger Woods at 15 majors?
I doubt it.
I doubt it, too. Because of that 5 years.
Yeah.
That's 5 years in Tiger's prime.
Correct. Now, in Scheffler's defense, I don't see... Now, some of Tiger's problems were... physical. Well, before we get to that, the back injury and things like that you can't account for. What I don't see, and you never know, but I don't see Scheffler being addicted to sex like Tiger was, or addicted to adultery, whatever words you want to use.
Right.
And obviously that kind of screwed him up a little bit. Literally and figuratively.
Yeah, I'm still not necessarily buying into that. It seems to me like that was more of we got to come up with a reason, and because I know he was ducking the driver from his girlfriend. That was his wife, his girlfriend, whatever.
That was his girlfriend.
Yeah. Aside from that, it seems like Scotty is more methodical at what he does. And Jack asked me this, and I'm no expert on golf. Trust me. I am one of those guys that follows more of the majors. I do follow Scottie Scheffler just because I think I know he's not exciting, but to me he's fun to watch because he's so consistent. And Jack asked me, like, what is it that makes him so good? And I told him, I'm like, he doesn't make mistakes.
For the most part, yes.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, nobody's perfect, so they're going to have it. But his mistakes are further in between. He is just, it's like that slow drip of water. He is just always there.
His ball striking is impeccable. He's for the most part, especially his iron plays, they're all straight.
Yeah.
And when he's putting, like he was putting this year and this week, you can't beat him.
Well, he changed his putting stroke.
Yeah.
And they were talking about that on Golf Channel on the weekend. He's obsessed with competition, even though it may not show. He's one of those guys just absolutely just.
Right.
So that's going to fuel him to continue moving forward. I think he's got the demeanor to maybe be to get the Tigers Grand Slam or to win that many. I think that's crazy talk right now. I do think he could approach 10.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which
I think he could get the double digits.
Which would supersede anything we've seen besides, Woods and Nicklaus. And
right.
We're throwing out the guys from,
I know.
Pre-war guys and all that stuff. It's a different game, but I think he could go down as the third best ever, and who knows what the ceiling is beyond that.
So I've got a stat for you. You mentioned his putting. Mm-hmm. This weekend, inside of 10 feet, he was 59 of 63. I mean, and that's where when you don't make mistakes, and hey, you got a chance, you're 5 feet away for par, and you nail it every time, or if you have a birdie opportunity and you nail it every time, that's where he just doesn't dig himself a hole. He's not always the leader out of the first round,
right?
But he's always right there. And through 4 days, when you don't make mistakes, and I'll a little bit put Oakmont in its own category because that's a whole different animal,
right?
But that to me is that's his superpower, is the fact that he is just so consistent and he doesn't have a whole lot of self-inflicted wounds.
Right. By the way, you brought up Oakmont. That's the one he hasn't won yet. Will the U.S. Open be to him like it was to Phil for so long?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, the cool thing is about that, Stone, is actually where I want to go with this. So that's the last one for the Grand Slam for him.
Mm-hmm.
The Sunday of the U.S. Open next year falls on his birthday, his 30th birthday. I mean, it's sitting on a tee to happen.
Write the script now. Start the movie credits.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. On Father's Day.
Father's
Day,
wow.
birthday, completes Grand Slam.
It's at Shinnecock.
Shinnecock.
Yeah.
They start the tears now.
So he reminds me of Tiger in this way, is that I said to Evan walking out of here on Friday, I said, it's time for Scotty to go out and post a 63 and own this thing. He didn't quite get a 63, but I just kind of felt like he's going to vault up, get a decent lead,
and then just hold it.
And then you got to come get him.
Yeah.
Tiger was a great front runner.
Oh,
he was
right.
unbelievable with 54-hole lead. I'm like, this thing's over on
yes,
absolutely. He won't falter. So the other guy's
No.
got to shoot 66 or better to get him. And that group of people's like 3 because the rest of them are so far behind.
And
Right.
they know it.
Yeah.
So they're pressing.
Yeah.
And
Right.
when you press, and again, I'm no expert in golf, but I know when I try and do something, it's usually not happening.
Right. And the guys who shot the really low scores, they were down like Wyndham Clark. Thankfully he didn't beat up. He didn't,
It's like
damage the locker
back in the
room.
Tiger era, though, and Wojel called them the country club softies.
Right.
It was the Wyndham Clarks who had no pressure on them, and Bryson DeChambeau who went from 144 into the top 10
Yes.
because there was no pressure. Where was Rory with posting a 64?
Yes.
That doesn't happen. It didn't happen to Tiger.
By the way, that Rory shot on Saturday where the ball came up, that was one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen in my life. That ball that he was standing under or wherever it came from, that could have been embedded there for like 5-6 years. You have no idea.
Right.
That was crazy. 248-539-9797. So
I'd like to know from our golf elite. Mm-hmm. Tiger was 24 when he hit his 4th major. Scottie Scheffler's 29. And it doesn't look like he's showing any signs of slowing down. He's been so consistent. Can Scottie Scheffler get to double digits? Can he get to 10 majors? could he possibly push to get to where Tiger was? Or do you see him on the same level right now with the way he's playing? Now, maybe it's just that he can't hold that same level for as long as Tiger did.
Right.
That might be the easy answer.
Well, Tiger's last one was, what, about 11-year difference? 11 years in between his 14th and his 15th?
Yeah, he
I
got
think.
his 14th in 08.
Yeah.
And then it was the Masters, like, right before COVID, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, is he there? Can he be there?
Right. And the other thing I want to know is, you mentioned, Scotty's not the most exciting human being on the planet. I mean, the biggest thing personality-wise was his little kid yesterday going up the hill and falling down. That was great. That was precious. That was beautiful. So he's kind of dull, but I don't hold it against him. It might hold him back as far as endorsements and things like that. However, there's nothing wrong with being really good at your job, being a great athlete, and being dull. Who's your favorite dull athlete?
That's a tough question because the definition of a dull athlete is, hey, they might be great, but you just don't really know a lot about them.
Right.
Or you don't know what they're doing or what they're accomplishing.
I won't say he's my favorite or whatever, but I'll tell you who fits this role perfectly. Not current. Tim Duncan.
Yeah, I was just going to say Tim Duncan. He's probably the greatest dull athlete of all time.
Akeem wasn't exactly Mr. Exuberant either.
Yeah, there's a slight more flair to him, but that is
Yeah.
who I was going to say. I love him. I think he's one of the most underrated
Who,
players.
Duncan? Oh, yeah.
No, not.
Oh, Akeem.
No, Olajuwon. Yeah. What about Federer?
Yeah.
Was there much spice to him ever? Usually it
No.
was more Nadal kind of carried that torch, and
Right.
obviously Djokovic once he came on.
Yeah. I mean, Federer towards the end showed a little bit more personality, but not much.
Detroit Stafford.
But yeah, exactly. But he's, Federer's, he's from Switzerland. He's neutral. So no, he's not going to offend he's not going to offend anybody, How about, who, Connor McDavid's not exactly a ball on fire. He's like the greatest hockey player in the world. I wouldn't call him dull per se, but
He's he's in Canada.
That's true.
And I do know he's marketed up there.
yeah, a little bit. All right, 248-539-9797.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, and unfortunately we've heard about some of them recently, it is personal, and the same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you're going to need an attorney who makes it personal, and that someone is David Femininio. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. Well, to him, it's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797. We're discussing Scotty Scheffler. And not exactly the most exuberant personality, but who cares? He's a great golfer. So we're asking you to, lack of a better word, who's your favorite dull athlete? And we dull mostly personality, but also on the court. Are they or on the field or on the ice? Are they dull that way too? Like Tim Duncan was as great as he was. He was a dull player too. I mean, he had to turn around bank shot and all, and he was great. A big fundamental. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's do some ticket text, then we'll go to the phones. Somebody says Cade Cunningham. I think it's a little early for that, but that doesn't show a lot of personality.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he's getting better. You don't see a lot of commercials. He did that thing for the.
So when I think of dull, I think of guys that aren't there. They're like not huge self-promoters.
Right.
Their antics after they do something spectacular on the whatever their playing surface is, they don't. It's not a me type of performance.
Right. We've got tons for two locals. Barry Sanders.
Sure, I think he might be the definite. Now, what he did on the field, everything was spectacular about that.
There's nothing dull about him.
No,
there was nothing dull about me. And Nicholas Lidstrom.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he just
showed up.
Just showed up and was the best defenseman in the National Hockey League for years and years and years. Somebody wants to know that Scotty can't be considered a dull athlete because he's a golfer, and golfers are not athletes. Golf is not a sport. Okay,
I'm not going to get into
okay,
that.
Woj.
Yes,
okay, Wojo.
Yes, you and your athletes.
Mm-hmm.
How many hot dogs can you eat?
Kawhi Leonard. That's
Kawhi. Yeah. I would put Kawhi in that category.
And his most exciting thing he ever did was the laugh at that press conference. Even that was dull, but it was funny. Justin Herbert, your boy.
Yeah, I might even say more Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
At that, because obviously, if we're still talking about him as, is he a top 10 quarterback, but he's won a Super Bowl, been to another.
Yeah, and was great in the other one. Too.
Yeah. And the fact that, like the tush push. Like there's really only a handful, not even a handful. There's like three quarterbacks. You think you could even do that? He's got an entire play named after what he can do special on the football field. Yet people aren't necessarily sold on him. He doesn't have the I'm going to celebrate and do the the belt that like Aaron Rodgers does, or the Superman like Cam Newton did.
I don't know if I can't put Hurts there. I view him differently. I feel like there's a smoothness to him, and the way he's bounced back from critical moments throughout his career in college and pro.
Right.
Versus Justin Herbert, it's just like, hey, I show up, I don't win big games, but I win against bad teams. I got a good arm. It's very Stafford-ish, and I don't know who he is.
Yeah.
And he's on a lost franchise as far as I'm concerned, LA Chargers.
Yeah. That's part of it is, he's of the lesser of the two franchises in a city that, unless they're winning, they don't really care about their football teams.
Right. Let's go to Chris. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Stoney. How you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. Thanks for taking my call. You guys kind of stole my thunder. So Barry Sanders, the most obvious electric, best football running back ever, but every time he would do anything spectacular, score, get an 80-yard run, whatever it was, never showed it on the field, man. Would walk the ball up to the ref, maybe toss it to him, go right back in the huddle. Nothing dull about his game at all, but you never seen him go over the top, and celebrate with anything that he did, really. So that would be my pick for sure. Definitely electric on the field, but he was just all about his business, guys. And I really respected that, watching him do that, because football, it's kind of gotten to big celebrations, so on and so forth, and some of it's okay, some of it's over the top, but
he was definitely the best. Let's take one more. Dave in Clinton Township.
Hey, I'm going to go old school quarterback, Roger Staubach.
He was dull. He was dull and good, but he served our country.
Yep.
Damn it!
Yeah, and hey, you can say the same thing about your boy's running mate. The Admiral was kind of dull too.
Yeah.
David Robinson.
David Robinson, yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of flash there.
Oh, they learned that at the Naval Academy. Yeah, that's right.
Don't we cut the list off at people that were on black and white TV?
No, there was color for that.
Yeah.
I've seen black and white film of Roger Staubach from his college.
Oh,
yes.
college, yes.
Yeah.
All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, a baby is safe and sound after going on a high-speed joyride that ended in a crash. So it all started at a Port Huron gas station. Frantic mother called police saying that her car had just been stolen with her baby sleeping in the back seat. Well, it turns out a teen had stolen the car, not knowing that the kid was there in the car seat in the back. Took it for a joyride, right? Police started to chase it. The kid was going about 100 miles per hour
my goodness.
before it crashed into multiple parked vehicles. Thankfully, though, baby, blissfully unaware of what was going on, not injured at all, mother reunited. The 16-year-old has been arrested, but cops are also using this as an opportunity to remind everyone, hey, don't leave your car running and unattended to, because that's what the mom did. To me, you never leave your babies alone. I don't, but I've been tempted to. Like, I just got to run in here real quick.
One thing,
and
I don't
want
to wake them up.
I don't want to get them
I'm
on
going to
the
leave it going because I want the AC still going. Yeah,
I mean, it goes through your mind, and
Sure
we've
it
all
does.
thought about it. But she says she's learned her lesson, and that will never happen again. That baby will be with her always. But also, if you don't have kids, just don't leave your car running unattended because this could happen. Oh, a mother and son duo just began chasing their dream of becoming Detroit police officers together. This
cool
is pretty
story.
cool. Yeah. The mom, who currently works for the Detroit Police Department as a civilian in the tech unit, attended the department's one-day hiring event on Saturday with her son. She brought him along. The mom says working at the department really motivated her to make the jump into becoming a sworn officer. She's really excited to work her way up, and the son is excited to do it as well and says that joining his mom means a lot to him. So
that's cool.
pretty excited. It sounds like there was a lot of people who went to this event
Took
on
advantage of
Saturday.
it, sure.
Yeah. Like hundreds of applicants showed up. So pretty cool. So good for them. I like that story. Everybody, including those in the world of sports, had fun recreating the whole viral Coldplay Kiss Cam scandal. Several MLB mascots got in on the fun, including the Philadelphia Phillies mascot, which they recreated the viral moment. And it's exactly what the moment was. I didn't realize there was a girl fanatic.
Oh,
I didn't realize there was either.
I didn't either, but
Oh.
yeah, I thought that was the best one
Yes.
because the Philly Fanatic goes diving down,
Yes.
and then every once in a while you'd see it peek up again, and it would dive back down.
It was great. Arizona Diamondbacks also got in on the fun. They had their mascot like canoodling with a Cardinals fan, and that was kind of different. That they also hid behind the camera, right? But then they got back up and went in for the big passionate
smooch.
smooch.
Ooh.
Yeah. Savannah Bananas got in on the fun with their mascot. I did hear the I didn't see Paws. It wasn't home.
Right.
But I heard on the broadcast they made reference. Everyone was talking
course.
about this.
Pause has been sneaky good at
I
trolling
know.
this year.
Very
Yes.
good.
There's
Much
been
better.
some good moments for
I think
Pause
so
this
as
year.
well. So ahead of the 2025 WNBA All-Star Game on Saturday, players made a statement as they warmed up. You might have seen the players were wearing T-shirts. They were not their official league issued
Warm-ups. Yeah.
No, these were T-shirts that said "Pay us what you owe us," and this is, of course, as the
The
women,
owners should award no shirts.
what the this.
You
What
run
was
a $40 million deficit. You do the numbers on that, and I saw it this morning. Every player would owe the owner $277,000.
But their franchise values have went way up. So
Sure.
I
For
get
sure.
it.
So this is as the Women's National Basketball Players Association negotiates some new collective bargaining agreements with the league. And they did have a meeting with several players and the WNBPA. And they said they agreed on a lot of things like family planning, retirement benefits, those things they agreed on. But there was a lot of things, a lot of issues that they were still very far apart on, including revenue sharing and salary.
Yeah.
So
Well, they should do revenue sharing because they're not getting as much revenue as obviously the NBA. So, you know what? Get revenue sharing. There won't be that much money there for you.
Right. Yeah. It is. I mean, they are fighting for what they believe in. That's great. Nothing else.
There's if somebody wants,
If they go on strike, who's going to care?
exactly.
If this thing really does take off for the long term and the WNBA becomes something big,
Great.
These are the ones that are laying the foundation, just
Yeah.
like every other single sport. We mentioned Roger Staubach.
Right.
He'd have been a $50 million player in today's age.
Oh, sure.
Pay me what you owe me.
Right.
No, you got screwed in your career, John. Think about if you were playing today. Sorry. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
throwing salt in the wound, but seriously, it's just the way it is. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
you got to have your pioneers. Get it
Go.
in marketing. Get it in advertising.
Yes, that's right. They should wear shirts that say "Thank you, Caitlin."
You know, is there?
Right,
I'm ignorant
yeah.
on this. Is there a WNBA 2K video game? I have no idea.
I don't know.
I think there is one. Isn't Angel Reese supposed to be on the cover of it?
I have no
I'm
idea.
not sure. I'm just like, but that's how you make your money. I don't know what to say. I mean,
Yeah. If it,
You got
if it,
the
is it-
numbers.
yeah, but is
They're
anybody going to
losing
play
money.
it? Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Our telephone number 248-539-9797. Some Lions training camp news from yesterday, and it's not all good. 97 the tick.
Hey, you guys, if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
No, he's not talking to himself. He's talking to Dan Petrie. 248-539-9797. Tigers win 2-1. Scooble. Oh, ho-hum. 105 pitches, 4 hits, 11 strikeouts, no walks. Nice to see that they got a win after the 6-game losing streak. Back in action tonight in Pittsburgh against Paul Skeens and the struggling Pittsburgh Pirates. But I don't know, the under might look good in that game. They try to take as many pitches as you can to get his pitch count up and get to their other parts of their team. Although, their bullpen is pretty good because the Tigers won at least one of them, you would think.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I did, by the way, Jack Flaherty pitching for the Tigers. Quick, some more texts to get to on your favorite dull athlete, because Scotty Scheffler, he's unbelievable, but he's not exactly Mr. Excitement. Scott in Carlton says Kirk Cousins is his favorite dull athlete. I don't even know if he's dull. He's just quirky. He's weird.
Yeah, he's a little more weird, but yeah, I mean, we've seen him shirtless. We've seen him with the Jane. We've seen him with,
And if you watch quarterback, he's,
Yeah.
Grant Hill. I never thought he was dull. He didn't say anything controversial. Favorite dull athlete, Joe Dumars. That's from Nick and Macomb.
He fits the bill.
Scotty Scheffler is my dull athlete. Yes, exactly. Dirk Nowitzki. I think early Dirk, yes. I think as he got older, he did some funny stuff.
He opened up once he
Yes.
got caught with the Steve Nash pictures when he was partying. They were wasted. Remember that?
Yeah, and I was thinking about Jokic because he's been MVP, but I think actually his dullness or lack of excitement for what he's so good at actually kind of works in reverse.
Yeah, and he gets so excited when one of his horses does well or whatever overseas.
On Dumars, I'd like to defend him a little bit in that I thought he fit into the role that he was supposed to fit
Absolutely.
into. Isaiah was a type A.
He was alpha. Yes.
And Lambeer was a very strong personality, and when Mahorn too. That I think Joe I always felt like Joe had a little bit more personality let out because he just he hid in the shadows the way he was supposed to.
I mean, come on, the guy knows every episode and has tape of every Sanford and Son ever made. I mean, Joe had a good sense of humor. Riley Green. I don't think Riley.
Riley Green definitely fits the bill.
Riley Green they had him mic'd up yesterday and they were talking to him. He was pretty good.
Yeah, but he's dull. Okay. Like there's no bat flip, which that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not excited about what you do. I think he gets very excited about what he does, but he is, I think, on the duller side.
Yzerman was probably my favorite dull player of all time. Not my favorite dull GM at this point, though.
I've had some people text me personally saying Steve Yzerman as a player.
Mm-hmm. Mike Trout.
Yeah. I mean, the most. I was looking at some different websites, and one of the things that somebody had said was the most exciting thing about him is his contract. But as a player, there's not. He's not a vocal guy.
No. And finally, my favorite dull athlete of all time, John Jansen.
Maybe that's why I like Scotty Scheffler. Just shows up and does his work.
Yeah.
That's why you got under Strahan's skin so much.
Yeah.
You just showed up and did your job. Couldn't let him do what he wanted to do most.
It was funny because I took the baseball team over to the Hall of Fame and the families. We all went over there, and obviously we looked at the bus, and then I had to break out the line. The kids were like, "Oh, you played against this guy." I'm like, "Yeah, see that gap in his teeth?" I gave it to him.
248-539-9797. Speaking of football, Lions opened up camp yesterday. I know you and Jim will be out there next week.
Yep.
When the fans start to show up. Dan Campbell opened the press conference with some bad news concerning one of the Lions. And I think that's a big loss. Look, he's not a Pro Bowl player, but because of the McNeil situation, You have a rookie who's going to be starting. DJ Reader did not have a good year. Now maybe it takes a year for him to come back from his injury that he had 2 years ago. So you have to hopefully he'll improve. But that position, and Levi Onwuzurike, you say whatever you want about him, he did play pretty well last year.
Well, he played.
Okay, yeah, but when
He was a quality backup.
Right, exactly, and they need that.
Where I was disappointed in hearing that news, first of all, when we heard it was a minimum of 4 games.
Yeah.
Then we found out yesterday it was going to be the entire season. He was going to get an unbelievable opportunity. Lee McNeil not back for for the near future, and he was going to be the guy that was most likely starting along with DJ Reader. They start to find a way to work Tyleik Williams more into the mix. He was going to have an opportunity in a contract year. A 1-year deal is what he signed. And I thought if anybody was going to show up, this was going to be the year that he was finally going to be able to show up. And I'm the questions I have, and I'm surprised it wasn't asked as a follow-up. How did he hurt his knee?
Yeah.
When did he hurt his knee? And I mean, it just, none of those matter right now.
Right.
Just would have been for context.
Right. If any of the media is listening right now on your way to Allen Park, because Dan's going to speak at 8 o'clock, maybe ask him that.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm guilty. I could have asked him that too. But I asked him something else.
Yes. You had other things on your mind.
Yeah, the question I asked Dan Campbell yesterday, and amazingly you watched it live, is, unless it's something intangible, what's the biggest concern you have going into this season? Now, I think Decker will be back after the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, Dan mentioned that. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. But right now, you look at the depth chart, and although Ratledge started at center yesterday.
Ratledge, Glasgow, Mahogany. And what's going to be the best 5 that go out there? It's probably going to include those 3. But where are they? Is Ratledge going to be at center? You mentioned it. He was with the ones yesterday at center. That seems to be likely, but Glasgow obviously has the experience.
Yeah.
And so between 2 guys that have no experience or very little experience, Christian Mahogany on one side, Ratledge on the other, do you want to put a veteran in the middle until you're confident that Tate Ratledge has the calls? He's got a little bit of experience. So, yeah, it's going to be shuffling those guys around and finding which combination is best to start the season.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Would you recommend Ratledge playing in the Hall of Fame game?
No.
Because if he gets, I mean.
No, I wouldn't. And the reason I wouldn't is because you still have 3 games.
Right.
You still have, the full complement of what they have now in terms of 3 games of a preseason. So I expect that we'll see him at some point, maybe in parts of all 3 of those future games, but I would give him a little bit more time. I would take that opportunity to look at everybody else.
Okay. 248-539-9797. There may be somebody else on the offensive line that could do something, and he might fit something we're going to ask about Brad Holmes coming up next. That's 97-1 The Ticket.
About a year before my
They take it on Pittsburgh tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch is, I believe it's a 6:40 game tonight. All right. Levi Onwuzurike out for the season. He was Brad Holmes' first second-round pick. John Jansen hated the pick at the time, and you turned out to be prophetic. A lot of it was injury-related, but still.
Well, it was effort-related in what he did in Washington.
What you saw on film, right. All right, so they have problems with the offensive line right now because of Decker, Ragnow retiring, and Zeitler, going to Tennessee via free agency. So there's another name on that list on the depth chart that has a chance to go down in Brad Holmes' resume as a bad draft pick, and that'd be Giovanni Manu. I mean, they traded up to get this guy out of University of British Columbia. He's right now third on the depth chart at that position as far as at left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask this, 248-539-9797. Who's Brad Holmes' worst draft pick? And you can either play the app game, or I wish they would have taken this guy instead, or somebody who just bombed out. Because for the most part, we agree that Brad Holmes has pretty much hit a lot of home runs.
Oh, yeah, he's really good at the draft.
He's had some whiffs. So what's your least favorite Brad Holmes draft pick? And you know what mine is, John? And I wasn't sure until yesterday. And yesterday means nothing, probably.
Right.
Because he's still on
your experience of watching
a little bit of
practice?
A little bit of watching, but not even just. It was the sequence.
Okay.
Now, he's still listed on the depth chart as the number 2. But the second quarterback who took snaps yesterday was Kyle Allen, ahead of Hendon Hooker. So I'm going to say that Hendon Hooker in the third round, and nothing against Hendon Hooker. I hope we never see him because I hope Jared Goff never gets hurt.
Right.
Hendon Hooker at that pick in that position is going to be the worst draft pick that Brad Holmes made.
So I'll just take this in context a little bit in regards to Hendon Hooker. A lot of people going into that draft, if Hendon Hooker hadn't been hurt, thought that he was going to be a higher pick than a third-round pick, and he probably would have been. I was okay with the gamble of Hendon Hooker if he, it hasn't panned out, but taking a shot on a guy at that time that had the season he had at Tennessee, because if, everybody says, he was a one-read guy. Well, coming out of college, so was Jared Goff. Jared Goff he had to learn the progressions in the NFL, and he has remade himself these in Detroit at this stop. I'm not saying Hendon Hooker ever is able to do that, but I think the gamble of taking a quarterback in the third round, you're not paying him a lot. You could see if he develops. The first year was a wash because he wasn't even going to be able to be out there with the ACL, recovering from the ACL injury. So that's not my guy. And I am not ready to say Giovanni Manu because he was a fourth-round pick, and they admitted at the time this is a huge developmental pick, and it may be the biggest bust that they've had. I don't know. I want to see what he looks like when they put the pads on this year. I want to see if he is able to work his way up the depth chart.
It's the trading up for him, in my opinion, unnecessarily. Now, who the hell knows? Somebody might have taken him. I don't know.
So the guy that I outside of Levi Onwuzurike, because I didn't like it at the time, the other one, and we had Brad Holmes on, and I asked him the question because I had concerns about watching him on film after they drafted. I didn't watch it before that, but they took him as Broderick Martin. That's the guy where, and I asked Brad Holmes, hey, when I see this guy, he plays high. And you and I talked at the time. That to me isn't something that you can just coach out of a guy. That if you don't play with good pad level, especially at the pro level, you're going to get beat up. You're not going to be able to find a way onto the field. And Broderick Martin has not been able to find his way onto the field. That is the guy that I think he swung on and missed. And Broderick Martin even mentioned it at the time. I was getting ready, and Broderick Martin was getting ready to be a day 3 pick. And then all of a sudden the phone rang. And they were setting up him and his mom for the draft party the next day when he was drafted. And now I love a guy that knows where he should be drafted. It's not on him. But I just think that was a big-time reach for a guy that I don't think ever sees the field in any meaningful way for the Detroit Lions. And he was a third-round pick.
Right.
But it was a fourth-round pick. So I think that's the biggest swing and miss.
That's very valid. 248-539-9797. Gov, who's yours?
I think the only defense of owns Enrique is that was the draft coming off of COVID. And so the GMs were just a little bit more in the dark. You know, the front of the draft was loaded. I mean, that draft,
Right.
I don't know how many Hall of Famers are in the top 10 of that draft. It's going to be unbelievable. But to me, it's owns Enrique. And it's like, I think the only reason he's still here is because Brad drafted him with a second-round pick. I don't think they should have re-signed him. Like, I'm baffled by how enamored they are with this guy to continue to keep giving him chances. And he had some back issues in college, right?
Yeah, had some back issue, had some effort issues. And he's a guy, I said at the time of the draft, he was a guy that, when he wanted to and he turned it on, he was good.
I mean, I just look at the foundation. That's his first draft, and he got Sewell, an absolute anchor, potential Hall of Famer. And you sit who was going in the second round just a little bit later, guys like Nick Bolton and Creed Humphrey. Creed Humphrey could have played guard coming out of college and then moved to center with Frank Stowe. It's like, man, this team is looking a lot different if you have one of those two guys. And doing it, look, he's not going to get everything right.
Right.
But
Right. And hindsight's always 20/20.
Creed Humphrey was practically an automatic 10-year player when he entered as a prospect. He got devalued because they had they had three guys that were foundation pieces. It doesn't mean you couldn't, think about how good that sounds if you start off your first draft with Sewell and Humphrey.
Oh, it would have been unbelievable.
Yeah.
And that's it. But going back to Owens Enrique, the question I had wasn't the great moments. Was when you watch the film, there would be series, there would be quarters where he would just disappear, and he was still on the field, but he would come off the ball lethargic, and this is not this isn't a play where I'm going to make anything happen, so I'm not going to go hard. Those are the issues that it to me, knowing how Brad Holmes has drafted the guys that he has drafted, the personalities, the culture fits. To me, Levi is just one of those guys that doesn't fit into that mold.
He didn't live up to his conference call that day. Remember that? He was saying he's going to F people up or whatever.
Yeah. A lot of words. Yeah.
All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The beginning of Lions training camp was met with excitement, yet some disappointment. That's defensive lineman Levi Onwuzurike, of course, who's coming off a career high in starts last season. Both Taylor Decker and Josh Paschal had cleanup surgeries in the offseason. Decker could return after the second preseason game, while they're targeting Labor Day for Paschal. Alex Anzalone reported, but is still not practicing. Dan Campbell was asked if he thought that was part of a contract hold, and he said, quote, "No way, right? I refuse to believe that," end quote. It was a very low-scoring finale between the Rangers and Tigers. This was the eventual game-winning run. That would help snap a season-long 6-game losing streak. Tarek Skubal's 6+ inning, 1 run, no walk, and 11 strikeout performance didn't hurt either. Michigan football landed 2027 offensive lineman Luis Esposito, the son of D-line coach Lou Esposito. The 3-star currently attends Saline High School. World number 1 golfer Scottie Scheffler won the British Open yesterday by shooting a 68 en route to a 4-stroke triumph. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Good morning. It is the Costa and Jansen program. I'm Stoney, in for Jim all week, who's in a foreign land, Canada. The beautiful town of Banff.
Yes. Jealous he got there before I did. That's a bucket list.
All right, we have some ticket text still on what's been Brad Holmes' worst draft pick thus far. We say this because Levi Onwuzurike is out for the season, and I would think it's safe to say he's done playing for the Detroit Lions again, but you never know. Brad might love him and say, yeah, you know what, I'll bring him back again. But he did. I'll give you this, Gov, in your defense. If he was that good, did he only sign a 1-year deal for like $4 million? Why wasn't there any other teams around?
It's the band together thing that people have accused them of doing.
No, but I mean, why wasn't there other teams? If he's good, why weren't other teams involved in getting him? Is my question.
Right? Yeah. Why wasn't there a bidding war? Why wasn't he offered a 4-year deal somewhere else?
Right. So I'm giving.
I just don't get it.
All right, here we go. Broderick Martin for sure. That's from Gary at work. It's a tie between the second-round defensive tackle who can't stay healthy and the third-round quarterback who's playing with the third strings. Hooker was a quarterback backup. I agree with Jansen. Medium risk, high reward. I thought it was like around maybe too high if you want to look back. But other than that, Broderick Martin, third-round trade-up, has not played a minute. He's played more than a minute, but he hasn't done crap when he's been there. Aaron in a car, Hendon Hooker. Hands down, Broderick Martin. Plus, they traded up to get him. Terrible pick, Jeff and Pontiac. That's the thing that is mystifying. The trade-ups.
Yeah, it's what you're giving to move up. And again,
it's the
I
same
know
thing
that
with Manu.
Well, yeah, they gave a future third to move up in the fourth to get Giovanni Manu. And this is his second year, so I'm not going to sit there and say that I'm ready to say that was a bad pick. We need to see marked improvement over where he was last year in training camp. And, Costa and I will be out there Monday and Tuesday. Hopefully they're in full pads. We'll get a chance to see what he looks like in full pads against this defensive front.
Statistically, it's got to be Levi. He just hasn't produced for being a second-round pick. That's Mike from Rochester. Somebody says, what you're forgetting about Hooker is that Goff hadn't been great to that point, and they hadn't made up their mind about his future here.
Right. So they were taking a shot on a guy that had a good year at Tennessee that could possibly develop, and maybe they got him as a steal in the third round. Now it's not playing out that way. Mm-hmm. But it was the context of when they took him, how they took him, and what he was going into that draft, or what he was before he got hurt.
248-539-9797. Matt Vierling was hurt for most of the season. Came back and basically struggled in his, 46 at-bats he's had. But yesterday, for the first time, he hit the ball hard 3 times, and he came through in the clutch when they needed it the most. And they held on. Will Vest looked like a great closer last night, which was very important. But Vierling, look, I'm not going to sit there and say he's going to be a game changer per se, but I've always said you need guys like that on your team. You just don't want it to be – you can't have a team of all Matt Vierlings and all Trey McKinstry's.
Right, and Vierling is a guy that is – he's getting up to speed. Didn't have spring training, was out, came back, had to get a little bit more time of rehab. And he's had, 46 at-bats at the major league level. Maybe last night got that confidence, a big moment for him, and maybe now is when he starts to really hit his stride for what he is. And it's a utility player.
Yeah, exactly. They got, Skubal was pulled last night.
Yeah.
After 105 pitches.
You didn't like that, did you?
No, I thought he could have given him one more batter. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, and I first guessed it on social media too. So first guessing here while they made the change, I would have given him one more batter. And Holton comes in, throws the wild pitch, game tied. And I know if they would have lost the game, people would have been a lot more upset. But there's a case for taking him out. He, as good as he looked, if you're at the game, and I saw somebody tweeted, I was at this, you could see that he was losing it a little bit of, not this velocity, but his location a little bit, obviously on the double by Garcia. So they understood. I just thought with a lefty, if you're taking him out for a righty, I could understand it because you had a righty guy in there, and he came in with another lefty, which was Holton. Well, just give him one more batter. I didn't think it was going to be the end of the world if they did that. So.
Yeah, but they didn't lose. They ended up winning it. They started. They stopped the losing streak, and hopefully going to Pittsburgh. I know Skeens is going to be on the mound, but hopefully it's one of those where, hey, they got their mojo back, they got a little confidence back, and it's going to be tough to hit against Skeens.
Yes.
But other teams have found ways to win against the Pittsburgh Pirates when Skeens has been pitching.
Yeah, and the Pirates have been playing terrible lately too.
So the Yankee Skubal, the guy that was up, but the last batter he faced really grinded out along at bat,
right,
and drove Skubal's pitches up to 105.
So switch hitting.
I kind of felt in real time watching it, this is probably it because of that. The downside, or the case against doing it just for this one time, because I think you'd see guys get pulled in that situation more than not right now in baseball. So
any other pitcher, yeah.
I think AJ did the norm. Maybe it was like a 55-45 decision in favor of it. But the problem with that last night was that was that guy's, the next batter, his very first game in Major League Baseball, Freeman.
Yeah.
Don't you let Tarik Skubal pitch against him?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, but I don't think they're making that decision on who that next guy is, which I think it should have played a part in it. I think they were looking at pitch count. They didn't like the fact that he struggled with that last batter. And I say struggle. It took a long time to get him out.
Yeah.
So I wasn't surprised at it in the moment.
Maybe it was the foul-offs in that last at bat.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, okay, they're seeing his pitches. They're on the changeup.
Right.
Maybe if the offense, too, would have scored a couple more runs earlier in the game,
they would have had a little bit more.
And that's so frustrating if the runners left on base last night. At least they had guys on base.
Yes. What was their runners in scoring position last night? Like one for 8 or something?
I got to look, but it wasn't good.
Yeah, no. There were times, there was one situation where it was second and third, and I don't know if it was no outs or 1 out, where all you wanted to do was get a sacrifice fly. I think that was the at-bat where Javi swung the ball at
they were 2 of 11.
In left-handed batting box.
2 of 11 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
Yeah, Javier, man, that one he swung at, that was in the other batter's box.
Yeah.
Yes, that was taking us back to what Javi was the last 3 years.
The announcers were having a little fun with it, too, just saying, whoa, Javi's, we got aggressive Javi tonight.
Well, it's funny because, not funny, who knows, but Javi, they took him out because Javi AJ said Javi told him he wasn't right. And I don't know if that was mental, physically, whatever, but he was chasing like old Javi. Maybe that has something to do with it. I have no idea.
We know Javi has a flair for the dramatic, and he's been big this year. Obviously, there's no question about that. But when you have guys that are trying to be that guy that pulls the team out of a 6-game slump, or pulls when guys are struggling at the plate, you're going to get aggressive Javi, and I don't think you want aggressive Javi. Not in that situation, not at that time, because he's going to swing at things like that.
Right. Sometimes you just play smart baseball. Javi's good enough where he can get the ball out of the infield, you would think.
Well, but
they did a lot of double plays last night too, it seemed. Always
Green did twice.
Yeah.
But that seems to have been the magic of AJ Hinch, is getting guys to not worry about the moment and not worry about a lot of things that are going on, but just focus on, this matchup or this moment. And I think I've got faith that coaching staff, whether it's Federer with the bullpen, Federer with the starters, AJ Hinch with the lineup, that he's going to put guys in position to be successful in matchups. And I think getting that win last night will be a great step in the right direction of just getting that confidence back. Sometimes it could be an ugly win. Just has to be a win.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I thought it was so important for them to win yesterday. And like I said, I was facetiously, but I was somewhat serious. I said could be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, regular season start in Scooble's career. And Birchie corrected me. He said, well, he had some big starts in the regular season down the stretch last year.
Well, yeah, since he was their only starter.
Right.
He did. This is at least the second time he did this year. They had lost 3 to the Guardians at home, and he stopped the bleeding.
Yep.
I mean, that's what that horse does.
You damn right. And by the way, we were just talking about Scubo's got a really good personality that he's really starting to show more and more of, and people seem to really love him nationally. I mean,
I heard somebody say, I think during the broadcast, or maybe it was pregame, that how ratings were up when he was on Sunday night.
Well, the Sunday night ratings were crazy. They were really good the last day. Well, a lot of people
people want to see him pitch.
Yeah. And, and that's why one of them said, God, I hope we can get him when we're back on in 2 weeks when we have the Tigers again in Philly. All right, 248-539-9797.
A few years ago, my wife and I, we just said, hey, we're going to start thinking about selling our home. One of the things we knew we had to do was put a new roof on, and we decided to hire Rapid Roofing to install our new roof. It was in the fall. Wanted it done before the winter started, and Rapid Roofing came in, and they fulfilled every single promise. They're the only GAF certified shingle manufacturer, 3-star President's Club award winner in the state of Michigan. They offer extensive manufacturer-backed warranty options. And here's the thing that really sold us on them. It's no-pressure sales approach. They're not going to come to you and say, hey, well, the price is this, but if you sign today, we're going to give you this amount off. No, it was a fixed price. There wasn't a high pressure. They let my wife and I think about it the appropriate amount of time, called them back and said, hey, we want to go with you guys. And they did everything that they promised. They showed up in one day, ripped the old roof off, made the repairs, put the new roof back on, cleaned everything up, and it was great. It was a great experience. It's going to increase your home value, and when we did sell our house, it was one of the great selling points that we had. Call Rapid Roofing right now at 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF. They get most jobs, like I said, mine, done in one day. You can also check them out online at rapidroofing.com.
The year of the reckoning. How quick till the T-shirts come out? 248, that's David Montgomery. 248-539-9797. All right, Dan Campbell just got off the podium. A few things on the Onwuzurike knee injury. Mm-hmm. He said it crept up after the season, maybe a month and a half after he signed. They checked him out and were monitoring, and they decided the best thing for him is surgery, and he completely shut down the possibility of him returning in the postseason. So that's done. And it's Rakestraw's injury from yesterday that they called a chest contusion. It looked serious at the time. He says it's nothing. He'll miss a few days. And Alex Anzalone will not practice today, hamstring.
Okay. Yeah.
Is he doing a sit out? I know Dan kind of missed. He kind of like it didn't go there yesterday. He's like, I couldn't see that.
I don't think Dan would say that because of things that we've heard him talk about and that we've heard his players talk about. The communication between player and coach. I think it's there, especially with Alex Anzalone. He was the one guy that he brought up from New Orleans, one of the first guys that they signed when Dan Campbell was brought in as head coach. I think the communication between coach and player is it can be similar in other teams, but I don't think there's any place better in the NFL where a coach talks to his players and knows what is going on. So I don't think Dan would say what he said yesterday without having some reassurances from Alex Anzalone. I'm sure Alex wants a new contract. There's no question
he's
about
hinted
it.
at it even on social media. I mean, he's up after this year. He's in his low 30s, right?
Yeah.
And
I'm not giving him an extension right now.
You know, he from his point of view, yeah, of course, I want the security, or I'm jeopardizing myself here. To get a contract next year somewhere else if I get hurt or something like that.
Yeah.
It's costing me a bunch of money. I'm very suspicious that this is a sit out. That they're okay. So he conditioned yesterday and he passed the test, and now he's got a hammy. Did he do that yesterday? Like the team could kind of be working with him here as they discuss matters.
Yeah, but Dan's always been very straightforward, and I don't think that he is going to back himself into a corner and say, no, it's not a contract issue if it's not.
He
could
didn't.
Have said,
the way he said that yesterday, there's a little wiggle room in my mind. No, you got to be kidding me, kind of like, Alex.
They're not going to give him an extension.
I wouldn't expect one coming in. And, I mean, every player, it's at some point in your career, you get to the point where you're like, this business really sucks. But you also come to the realization that, hey, at a certain age, it's the risk that you have to accept. Because it's not like he's ever been a perennial all-pro.
Oh, I know, but an important cog to this,
sure.
Yeah. And a culture guy and help set the tone. And, don't I get a little bit of loyalty back for that? They extended Montgomery, a similar. Alex could be saying here, look at you, your feature back
Montgomery's
is Jameer.
Younger.
I know.
But so that's my point.
Are we negotiating on the air?
Yes, you get to a certain point of your career where it's age, and I know it was a broken forearm last year, but injuries start to mount, and you just have. There's some things that you have to accept later in your career that you're going to have a lot of teams that aren't going to be willing to give him, whether it's the Lions this year or anybody else next year. He's probably living in the world of a lot of 1-year contracts coming, moving forward.
Absolutely. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, President Trump wants the Washington Commanders to change their name back to the Redskins and is now threatening to restrict the team from building a new stadium on the old RFK Stadium site. He also said that the Washington football team would be much more valuable if it did restore its old name. He also does want the Cleveland Guardians to go back to the Indians as well. But both of those teams who have had their current names since the 2022 season said, hey, you know what? We have no plans to change them back.
Yeah, I don't think they will either.
No.
If you had to pick between one of the two, which one would you rather have go back to their original name?
Wow. See, Redskins is more of a racist kind of a term,
sure,
in my opinion. So I don't care.
But that's not what John was asking.
Being-
Just if
no,
you could
yeah.
have either name back,
Being in that
which would you
city,
pick?
being in that city for as long as I was, and that fight song, and actually knowing somebody who actually played for them,
Yeah.
bring back the Redskins. That would be my choice. I don't think either one.
No,
will.
no, I don't think either
they
one
will
are
either.
going to. Yeah.
And well, never mind. Stop there.
Hey, if it does come back, are you going to wear the blazer the day it happens during the show?
Because I was a Redskin.
Yeah.
I wear that. It's on my chair now. I wear it whenever I want.
The owner of a New York City pawn shop has pleaded guilty to buying and selling luxury items stolen by a national burglary crew whose victims include Joe Burrow. So this guy admitted to knowingly purchasing these stolen property, including like high-end jewelry, right? Watches, handbags, things like that. He's facing a maximum of 5 years in prison and restitution of about $2.5 million. Also forfeiture of the items, right? He also faces federal charges and the possibility of deportation because he is not from here. The guy's partner or co-owner in the shop also pleaded guilty to the exact same charge back in June.
So did they pay
Send the crew?
somebody to steal the stuff, or they knew it was? I mean,
I think they knew it was stolen,
Okay.
and they knew who it was stolen from, but they still decided to sell it.
okay.
That's how I took it.
Yeah.
I could be wrong on that, but I don't think that they.
I don't think they hired the crew
I don't
and said,
either.
"Hey,
I think they
he's
just
out of
knew the
town."
crew and were like, "Hey,
Yeah.
show us what
take
you
it.
got. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll take it. We'll buy it from you." A woman's body was discovered in a Shelby Township apartment on Saturday morning, and now police are investigating her death as a murder. Officials say that officers were actually originally dispatched to this woman's apartment after somebody called 911 and then hung up. So that's why they were there. No further details were released about the circumstances leading to her death, but a man has been arrested. They also haven't said what the relationship between this man and this woman was, if any, but police do say there is no threat to the public. This is interesting. A stampede broke out at the Atlanta train station last week as fans were leaving a Beyonce concert. 11 people injured. Some had to go to the hospital. I think 7 people had to go to the hospital. And it was all because somebody freaked out when they saw a bug.
A bug.
And this would totally be me.
Oh.
I would freak out. I don't think
Your freak out wouldn't cause a stampede, though, would it?
I wouldn't try, but if I saw like a cockroach or something, I would probably start screaming. I would scream, and maybe people would get scared by my scream. I don't know. But anyway, a person began screaming and running. I don't know. Well, I probably would run. I'd run far away from that bug. And it caused a stampede on the escalator, caused it to temporarily speed up and then suddenly stop.
Oh, boy.
So all these people,
Yeah.
imagine that. No major injuries. Somebody did break their ankle, and they say the type of bug was never identified.
Oh. Come on. It's
But
a
it
bug.
would be me.
It's not going to get you.
I hate bugs. However, the other day I did. Not with my.
Scream at a bug?
Oh no, that happens all
Daily?
the time. No, I took a tissue and smashed the bug.
Well, good for you.
And
Step in the right
flushed it
direction.
down the toilet.
Flushed it down.
That's what it should do.
Yes.
It rare.
Now you
Stoney,
have to
that's
worry
a,
about
it's a
it.
milestone for
Believe me, I understand.
Yeah, but now
look-
you have to worry about it actually, not being dead and crawling back up the pipes and taking a
I do
a
have.
bite.
I have worried about that.
I have daughters who want me to kill, or there's a spider, there's a bug. Dad, get it, but put it outside so it can live. Don't kill it.
I'm okay with killing bugs.
Me too.
But I want somebody else to do it. It's normally not me. Like normally I take a shoe and I'll like throw the shoe and scream at the same time. Like I don't want to be anywhere near
How
it.
often do you hit the mark with the shoe?
Pretty I do get close enough
Oh,
to
you're
hit it,
good.
but then I
Okay.
release it.
Stoney,
Anyway,
you're catch and release, eh?
Yes.
Catch and release guy?
I want to be catching flush guy, but that doesn't happen.
anyway.
All right. Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Heather.
you're welcome.
All right. 248-539-9797. All right. Tigers, they won yesterday, but is it a slump that they're in? More than a slump? And what's your biggest concern right now? Plus, a few little tidbits from the Big Ten meetings. 97 won the tip.
Okay, guys, it's time to step up to the plate against hair loss. Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of turning back time for thousands of men across Southeast Michigan, helping them regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, during the month of July, you can get up to 30% off all hair transplants and natural hair rejuvenation packages. And here's the catch, though. It's limited to just 30 clients, so don't wait. And Dr. B, he's a true pioneer, one of the first in the world to use your own hair to fortify new growth. This medical therapy once seemed like science fiction, right? But now it's a reality right here at Michigan Hair Restoration. So forget those old school hair procedures. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing linear scars. Just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that get better and better every year, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Don't wait till you're out of innings. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com to book now. Mention 97.1 and take advantage of these exclusive July offers before they're gone.
That's for sure. I mean, Scuba was great. Holton, he gave up the wild pitch to run, but he got the other guy out. And Will Vest comes in and does a terrific job. I mean, he looked like a dominant closer for one game. I mean, he's been pretty good all season, but I still don't think he's that guy. I know AJ hates using the term closer, but he was really good last night.
Yeah.
And they need a couple more, or do they? I think it's pretty obvious that they do. So 248-539-9797. You had a series against the Texas Rangers where they went 1-2. And over that series, they scored a total of 3 runs and had 16 hits over the weekend. Not going to win you very many games. And they were fortunate they were even able to come up with 1 win when you have those pathetic offensive statistics. But like I said, they got a good pitching performance. Actually, Reese Olson pitched pretty good on Friday as well. But, and Montero gave up the 3-run homer on Saturday on a 3-0 pitch. But so where are you at with this? I mean, is bullpen your number one priority, or after seeing what you saw this weekend when the Arizona Diamondbacks come in here and right before the trading deadline, do you want to kidnap Eugenio Suarez?
I think there are a lot of people that would say yes to that.
Yeah.
If there's a way to legally do that and make him a Detroit Tiger moving forward. I'm still of the mindset, I think the biggest need is in the bullpen. Mm-hmm. That is a guy that I think that they have to find. And if they are able to do it, and they don't have to use Tommy Kahnle as often or in certain situations, it could make him more effective as well. And so I think bullpen is one, and it's probably 1A, 1B. I've always been, for the past 2 months, to me the biggest need has been bullpen. Want them to add an arm, if not a couple of arms in the bullpen. And a bat was always kind of a distant second. I think could they use both? Certainly. No matter who they add, is their lineup, is their team going to be as good as the Dodgers, who many people think that they will be facing in the World Series if the Tigers make it there? Probably not. But doesn't mean you can't win.
Right.
Doesn't mean you can't beat them.
No, look.
But you got to give yourself the best chance to, one, get there, but also perform at a winning level once you're there.
The best team does not always win the World Series, okay? You can be a team that's really good and not be a great team and win the World Series. Mm-hmm. We saw that in 2006 and to a lesser extent the 2015 Kansas City Royals, who actually went to back-to-back World Series, I think, even though they won one of them. But yeah, 248-539-9797.
I'd also like to know the level of concern that our listeners have for the Tigers right now. Obviously, you get a schoolable start, it stops the bleeding. Now they've got Pittsburgh, who's a bad team. They're going to face Skeens in game number 1. But even with Skeens on the mound, Pittsburgh hasn't been great.
Right.
Twice as many losses as wins when Skeens is on the mound. This is a team that they should, it's a get-right series. Even if they only win 2 out of the 3, it's a get-right series. Because following that, you got 4 against Toronto, who you are in competition with right now for one of those 1 or 2 seeds getting into the postseason. Then you got Arizona. You mentioned that. That takes you up to the trade deadline. And why do we have to wait till the 31st to add?
I would assume that you'd want to add as soon as possible, but I think the sellers are going to wait and hang out because they think they can get more the closer to the deadline. I think it's that simple.
I think that it's a huge seller's market.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be able to get – the sellers are going to be able to get more than they usually do from the buyers because there's just more desperation for some teams. I mean – I'm still big on a bat, and I know they have to add bullpen. I'm not saying they don't,
right.
But you're not winning a World Series with this lineup.
No.
You've got to put some power into the right side.
Yeah, you do.
Torque can't be your number 1 power option from the right. He needs to be your number 2. I don't know. I think Scott Harris is being put into a situation that maybe he didn't expect entering the season.
Just because it's earlier than he thought?
Yeah, that they're ahead of schedule, and he has to consider trading a piece maybe he wasn't prepared to when he entered the season. That's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
I think there's a
kinda-
lot of other GMs who'd love to be in this spot.
I know, but we have another GM in town who's loyal to his guys and gives them chances, and then they tear ACLs and they don't even get on the field. So you can't be too loyal to your guys either. I just think, I think Suarez is absolute perfect fit, and I would overpay for him. I would set the market. I think a team has a chance right now to do something. Sometimes when you buy first, you get out in front, and you might set the tone for teams to do other stupid stuff, and you can win in more ways than one when you do that.
Right.
The Diamondbacks did it when they got JD Martinez from us.
Right, that was a week before the deadline.
July 18th. I
Yeah.
vividly remember the date, and it's like they saw who they wanted, they went and got him.
What was it about that day that made you remember that? Just the
It was the end. That was the end. It was officially over.
Yeah, come on. They got Lugo. That was, but you know
Seth
what?
Lugo?
No, what was it? Dowell Lugo or something like that? Wasn't that his name?
I don't know. We're not gonna go down
making
this.
up a name
Yeah,
again?
good Al. Thanks, Al.
Yeah.
And all you Al lovers out there.
Yeah.
What do we get for Verlander?
At the time, everybody in baseball thought it was a good return. That wasn't just a
You didn't hold out
Detroit
for
thing.
Tucker.
No, they didn't.
Don't make the deal then.
Well,
You wouldn't have won a World Series, Houston.
I think what Scott Harris
Maybe.
is fully aware of the needs of this team. I don't think that whatever happened before the break, what's happened since the break, and fans can go back and forth. Well, is it a reliever? Is it some people even said a starter? Is it a bat? Like, we could debate that, but I think for Scott Harris, he knows exactly what they need. They need both. But I think, to your point, he's a year and a half probably ahead of where he thought they would be. What's he willing to give up now? And what's he willing to give up to go after it this year? Is he sitting there going, well, we've got Skubal for 2 years. What's his plan with Skubal? That might dictate what he wants to do even this early in his sped up plan.
right, because the window changes because of Skubal.
Okay, so if you hear in hindsight, the Yankees got Suarez because the Tigers weren't willing to part with blank, what would make you mad? If it was Clark or McGonigal, I wouldn't be mad.
No.
I think Rayner, I would. I don't know if teams want to trade for Rayner right now because he's injured.
Right. I wouldn't be mad.
Briseño,
Briseño, I would. Lorenzo, I wouldn't be mad at. I'd say, you know what? They have, because he can catch, Briseño can catch. You got Dingler. You
Yeah.
drafted a catcher. So, yeah, he'd be fine with me.
Lorenzo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and you know, it goes back to what did you get for Jack Flaherty last year? You get Sweeney, Lorenzo, and now you got, you know, a Flaherty back. So why not flip some of those assets to help you again this year? I mean, you just keep winning that trade.
And I do think it's intriguing, just as this all develops, is Parker Meadows is still so young yet that there's got to be teams out there, and I think including the Tigers, who still think he's a major league player. But it's right in that weird room right now. Kind of, I know I've been making this comparison the last week. It's kind of like Jacoby Jones was when the Tigers got him from Pittsburgh. There was value. There's value in Parker Meadows, but Parker Meadows could be Jacoby Jones.
Right.
And you just got to find out who is that team that thinks, they look at him and say, we can make him
Right.
a threat at the plate.
Because if Meadows is movable and you can get one of the assets they need in return, that helps you not deplete your farm system.
Right.
What you want to do is somehow make a trade where you can get both. And where you can give up two decent prospects and get a pitcher and
A bat.
A bat, yeah. That would be ideal.
Sure.
248-539-9797.
Hey, Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. Their focus has always been on using the highest quality ingredients, and you can count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. And tell me if any of these events ring true for your life. We've got some tailgates coming up here in the fall. You want to have an all-day IPA ready for that. grilling right now, hitting the beach, kicking back. Maybe you're heading out on the boat. There are so many great moments that you could use a Founders All Day IPA. It's smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. So look for All Day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
248-539-9797. We have some ticket texts. They need to find better bats than Jones, Sweeney, Meadows. Meadow needs to be sent down. Doesn't matter any other two.
Well,
I don't know. Well,
I
it's
mean,
funny
do they
'cause-
follow the blueprint that they had last year where they sent him down and he finds
Maybe.
a little bit of something and then
Yes.
comes up and is more productive? I mean,
Yes.
you got 62 games left of the regular season. If that's going to happen, you should think about doing it now.
We got a text from somebody that we all know who played softball for your team at the Jamie charity thing.
Oh, yeah?
Buddy Jason texted me in Mojo, death not an option. You need a base hit. Trey Sweeney or me. Maybe him.
So, I don't think Jason can do what Trey Sweeney did in Cleveland a few weeks ago.
No, I know. He's like, but there are times where he just looks completely lost at the plate, too. Yeah. It's crazy. The D-backs are in Detroit July 28th through July 30th. Could save the cost of airfare by trading for Suarez while he's in town. Yeah, that's what they're waiting for.
Well,
exactly.
same thing with Bednar this week.
That's
You
right.
can just leave with the Tigers.
Exactly.
Yeah. Come back with the team.
Diamondbacks want pitching prospect. Yankees and Mariners both have better pitching prospects to offer. Well, that's interesting. So if that's the case, then you blame Scott Harris for not having better pitching prospects? I don't know. Unfortunately, Matt Manning and guys like Ty Madden just have not developed right now. This week is huge. It could be a full-blown panic attack next Sunday, or we feel we should win the American League. There's no in-between. Well, the panic's going to be at after the deadline.
Right.
If you don't get what you want.
That's what the other teams are doing, too.
Right.
It's like the caller pointed out, the Yankees have the assets that get Suarez.
Right.
I mean, but the Tigers need that so much. They need that. They need him more than the Yankees do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's no question.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any debate about that.
Pretty much given up on a World Series now at this point. Harris won't do dip. That's from Jerry. I disagree. I think he will do something. Well, no, will it be what you want or I want, or do they have enough to get what we want? I don't know.
Well, he told Costa and I when he was
know.
on, hey, we are planning to make this team better.
Yeah.
There is definitely mounting external pressure on Harris to do something.
Yes.
Everybody's saying it. Buster Olney was saying it last night. Had a quick visit with my brother-in-law on Saturday, and he's like, it's becoming painfully obvious they got to add. The expectation is for him to add. If he doesn't add,
it's a failure.
He's going to get some big-time flack.
Yes, he will. Absolutely. Can someone explain to me why we got to see Jahmai Jones and not Malloy at this point? Malloy has proven it at AAA. No reason he shouldn't be brought up. Well, I would suggest Jay Hen over Meadows right now.
Yeah, I mean
and Jones, yes, I think that ship has sailed. Tigers need 2 to 3 bullpen arms, a starting arm, and 1 to 2 bats, one of which being a power righty. This team is mediocre. Okay, they're not mediocre, okay? And I'm not going to say, just because they have the best record in baseball, they're a great team. No, I don't think they're great. However, you need 2 to 3 bullpens arm, a starter, and 1 to 2 bats. What is this? Come on, you can't get all that. Be realistic.
It's Costa on one of his fantasy apps.
Yes. It's not going into
lineup,
You're not going into Costco and saying, give me one of these, give me one of these, give me one of these.
Yeah, the roster after the trade deadline has 6 new players on it. That's just not realistic.
No. And I don't think they need another starter for the playoffs, personally, unless Mize goes downhill.
I think there's enough of a track record this year for what Casey Mize is.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think he's good enough to be a starter.
Yeah, he had one bad start.
Yeah. So you've got, again, starting pitching is not my concern. My concern is originally it was how do you get from that 5th or 6th inning to Will Vest? Mm-hmm. And at the time it was, Canely. Now you could say, well, yeah, if Montero goes to the bullpen, he could be a guy that gets you a number of innings there. They've got a couple of guys that can get you. But when you need to get guys out, when you need to get swing and miss, you can't go to Vest 7 out of 7 games.
I was a starting pitching guy early in the year because I wasn't buying Mize.
Right.
I was being stubborn and stupid over it.
Right.
You got to trust them at this point. They're short leash guys. I mean, remember, this is an organization that went to a World Series with Bonderman and Nate Robertson in the starting rotation.
Right.
Your starters, you trust your starters with what you have, and considering the other needs are more important, you just trust it, and they got short leashes, and then the bullpen you just added to,
Exactly.
you go to them. I mean, I remember when they were making runs with the Pfister team. He went like 4 2/3 in a start, and they had to get him, but they won the game.
Yeah.
That's how it works in the postseason.
I mean, look, we know what Scooble is. Flaherty, right now, to me, Mize is my number 2, but Flaherty's been better the last 3 or 4 starts. I mean, he's given up a lot of solo home runs, but he's given up 3 runs a game. You should be able to win in baseball by scoring 4. If you get 4 runs with the starting pitching that they have, they should win. It's whether the bullpen's good enough to hold off on that 4-run lead or the 4 runs that you score. That's the key.
Can I ask you guys an unplanned question?
Yes.
There's definitely a tone out there this morning on ticket text and everything. The Tigers are 60-40. That's winning 3 out of every 5 games. 600 baseball is usually a place I think most people consider you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
You're only 600 team baseball in the league. Are the Tigers what their record is?
Well, I mean, yeah, you are what your record says you are
Then you're the best team in baseball.
to this point.
See, I don't think that.
I mean, you could argue it, right?
No.
It's
because because the American League is the weaker of the 2 leagues by far.
Are they best team in the American League?
No, I don't think so. Because I think they're.
So then you don't think they are what their record is?
No, you're right. I don't. I don't think they're a great team. I think they're a really good team.
I knew this was going to be a good question.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
So let me ask you this question: do you think there's a great team in the American League?
No.
Okay, so if they're bunched in with a bunch
Are
of
they
good
the
teams,
goodest?
are they the goodest?
Yeah. And look,
They're gooder.
push comes to shove. Right now, and look, everything changed. The goalpost move. Who knows what happens at the deadline? Right now, in a 7-game series between them and Houston or Toronto, I would probably favor one of those 2 teams.
Well, Toronto is definitely playing better baseball
Well, we're talking. That's what we said right now.
right now than they did it when they matched up earlier in the year. Because we were talking about Bo Bichette being available.
Right.
There's no chance that's
No
happening now
way.
because they're in the mix, and not just in the mix, but they're in the mix for one of those top 2 seeds. But you look at the Tigers, and I'm not going to sit here and say part of the problem that we've faced is, okay, there was that 3-day break, and yeah, there wasn't a great performance by the Tigers in the All-Star game. I don't
That
care
meant
about
nothing.
that. It didn't mean anything. No, but it was, you had to sit there for 3 days on a 4-game losing streak, which was the longest streak that this team had been on to that point this year. And then they come out and they lose 2. It's 6 games. Up until this point, they had only lost 3 in a row.
Right.
And so, yeah, I think we're sitting here going, well, are they going back to, did they just flip the script from last year where last year they ended hot, this year they started hot, are they going to end cold like they started last year? I don't think so. I think this is still a good team. Bats went dry for a little bit. I don't know when they come back. I wouldn't expect them to come back against Paul Skeens, but I do think that having Pittsburgh on the schedule right now might be what the doctor ordered.
Yeah. Look, right now Houston's slumping, even though they're 57-42. They've only won 3 out of the last 10 games because the buried Cleveland Guardians swept them. Seattle's playing really good baseball, as we saw last week. So, if they got in a series with none of those teams, anything can happen. Could they win? Of course. I mean, look at the freaking Red Sox.
Yeah.
What they're doing. And, chances are, even though they got a wacky front office, they might do something and just add at the deadline as well.
They're right there at the cut line.
Yes. All right, 248-539-9797.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. Dan Campbell announced yesterday that defensive lineman Levi Onzwerke would miss the entire season with an ACL injury. Provided further context today. He was also asked about corner Ennis Rakestraw, who left practice early yesterday with a chest injury. Said everything came back negative, but he's really sore and will be out a few days. The Tigers beat the Rangers 2-1 in Arlington. Matt Vierling delivered the go-ahead base hit in the 8th. Tarek Skubal was dominant again, throwing 6+ innings while allowing just a single run and striking out 11. Javi Baez left the game in the 6th with shoulder soreness. He admitted after the game that his shoulder got stuck on a slide against the Reds over a month ago, and the team has been treating it. Could the Washington Commanders be in for another name change? President Donald Trump says that if they don't change their name back to the Redskins, he, quote, won't make a deal for them to build a stadium in Washington, end quote. He also mentioned there was a big clamoring for the Guardians to switch back to the Indians. Scotty Scheffler won the British Open as well. He's one win away from the career Grand Slam. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. 248-539-9797. Some ticket texts. Are the Tigers for real or are they cute? Is that what Gov's asking Josh and Warren? Yeah, pretty much.
Just in different words.
Yeah, different words. I think they're good, but I don't think they're the best team in baseball and they're the best team in the American League, but they're good.
So we just got this text in. We got Stoney spinning in circles.
I'm not really spinning in circles. I've pretty much said for a long time, they are not a great team. But you don't have to be a great team to win the World Series.
You going to bury them?
No, I'm not going to bury them. I probably should because I don't guarantee them to win the World Series.
So we tried to get Costa to do.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Twins?
The Guardians.
No, the Guardians, yes.
Speaking of which I did endorse, by the way, so I can't completely remove myself from that. Can we still get Bregman? That's from Jay Costa in Banff.
It's an international program, but thank you for listening up in north of the border.
Remember the 84 team played 500 ball after the All-Star break. And yes, we know that the 84 team also went 35-5 and got swept by the Seattle Mariners like the Tigers.
Right, yes. History will repeat itself, right?
I think that team's a little better. Meadows is a trade piece at this point. That's from Josh. The Tigers do have a great pitching prospect in Toledo, Troy Melton. He's a starter that throws 100 and has 101 strikeouts in less than 80 innings. We will see him out of the Tigers bullpen this season. That'd be interesting. I did hear about him. Somebody says, Bednar is not a savior. Look at his history. His history, he was really good. Then he had one awful season last year, correct? Was that the only bad season he had?
Yes.
And this year he's back to being what he was before?
Yeah, and I still think Chris Federer has a little bit of magic.
Who?
Chris Federer.
Oh, I thought you said Chris Federer.
Oh, well, I probably did. I don't know. Chris Federer. But I think this is still a good staff, and you can get
starting staff.
Yeah, starting staff. Yes, but I'm talking about the coaching staff.
Oh, okay.
Yes, a lot of staffs.
Yeah,
but yeah, the coaching staff. And we saw the magic that he had last year of bringing guys up that had 9 ERAs at Toledo, and then they come up and they're aces, or they come in and they close out games. I still think that's there. But he just needs a little bit more to work with.
Yeah. By the way, some little nuggets. The Big Ten Media Days are this week, and some things are
in Vegas, the Big Ten town.
And it
annoys the hell out of me.
It's unbelievable, but whatever.
It should still be in Chicago.
It should, or at least move it around different
Big Ten cities.
Yes,
yeah.
I mean if
Detroit.
it was in LA, I wouldn't have an objection to it.
Right, because you got UCLA, USC.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put it in
I wish they were
Eugene.
here just once so Stoney could go show up for his favorite team in the Big Ten besides Michigan, Indiana.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Iowa.
Indiana? Why would Indiana be my favorite?
You always thought they were a threat. Finally happened last year a little bit.
No, I thought they were interesting, basically. All right. They do have
most
the
interesting team in the Big Ten.
The preseason media poll is out.
Okay.
Where do you think Michigan State is ranked?
Out of the 18 teams, I'm guessing they're 13?
Correct.
Oh, thank you.
Correct.
Yes, thank you. Turn the mic on.
Tied with Rutgers at 13th.
Oh, Piscataway.
Where do you think the Michigan Wolverines are ranked?
I'm going to guess 5.
Correct.
I do not have the list in front of me.
Very good.
I don't even know what list you're
From
looking
from the bottom up, Purdue, Northwestern. I think Michigan plays both of them, right?
at. Do we play? Yes, we do play. Actually play Northwestern at Wrigley.
Wrigley Field,
Yeah,
I know.
can't wait for that one.
Maryland,
Okay, yeah.
UCLA, Rutgers, and Michigan State at tie. Wisconsin at 12.
Yeah, Wisconsin they need to get something done with Luke Fickell.
Minnesota at 11. Washington at 10. USC at 9. Nebraska at 8. Iowa 7th. Indiana 6th. Michigan 5th. Illinois 4th.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that really think a lot of Illinois and the quarterback, his name escapes me now, but it's his second year. He's a transfer.
Right. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oregon is 3rd. Ohio State 2 and Penn State 1. How will James Franklin deal with being the top dog?
All that pressure on him.
All that pressure.
All those big games.
Yeah. And the other story.
Luke Altmaier.
Okay.
I knew it would come to me.
The other story coming out of the Big Ten is Dan Wetzel wrote that Tony Petitti, the Big Ten commissioner, has sent a letter to the NCAA advocating no additional penalties for Michigan football as it relates to the Connor Stallions sign stealing investigation.
Oh, that's interesting. I wonder why he would say no additional. I mean, does he think the one that he handed down was
Yes.
he's the law?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to happen. I have no idea. My gut is there will be added sanctions.
Oh, I think there will be as well. Maybe that letter moves it from they're wanting 4 games to 2 of a suspension for the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it moves the needle enough to say, yeah, we're good. I don't see that happening.
No, I don't think so either. Something will happen. Sharon will get a few more games.
When do you think it happens? When does the NCAA come out? Because it's going to have to happen probably in the next 3 weeks.
You would think. I figured it might. When's actually media days actually start tomorrow? I think because there's 3 days now, or maybe Wednesday.
Yeah.
They might do it there, knowing the NCAA. Or what I really want them to do,
The 30th.
the 30th, announce it, and because the Michigan media, not the University of Michigan, but the Detroit local media will be in Canton, Ohio. And there's a certain coach of a team that the Lions will be playing at the Hall of Fame game, and a defensive coordinator and a defensive back coach, that those two probably won't be available, but the head coach will be available.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see him asked about the sanctions or what else went down, or maybe just.
How do you think he answers those questions?
I'm here to play football. I don't care about the. Those are.
They're going to add a few more years of show cause for him?
Yesterday's breakfast.
What about on the flight to Oklahoma? They've done it before.
Oh, sure. Yeah, instead of going to State College, you could do it on the flight to Oklahoma. Yeah,
That's right.
yeah. Then whoever the interim coach is will just stop running the ball in the middle of the second quarter, and they'll win.
Yeah, exactly. Although I don't think that this offensive line is going to be as good as that one, though.
No. Still needs some development, and we'll see what happens there.
Friday night at 7:30, it's going to be dropped. That's from Santa and Ward. And of course, that's not
Ward.
Santa Claus.
Yeah. No, Ward and A2 and Santa, but we don't know where he's at.
I know.
Maybe it is the NP.
I mean, Santa will hear. Santa will hear about the whatever the sanctions are, and he'll just say, "Oh no." That's a bad dad joke.
Thank you, Stoney.
You think Santa has a little buyer's remorse or leaving remorse?
I think with a lot of the BS he was putting up with, probably not. Of leaving Michigan?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Let me ask you guys a question. So, with the Connor Stallion stuff and the decision coming and the lingering stuff with Harbaugh and all that, my personal feeling is, look, I'm to a point I don't really care what penalty they give him. I don't know enough what went on. My biggest thing right now, just with Michigan, I think their biggest concern is this Matt Weiss stuff. Like, I think long-term damage to Michigan, the most exists in that. I do.
I think it's more damage, not just to the football. I think for the whole university.
Yeah, I got a bad feeling about that one. And it's tied up way up in the courts, but I just feel like there's going to be some pretty damning testimony comes out of that.
I mean, and him, well, he should be. I mean, he was when at the owners' meeting, because I was sitting at the table when Dave Burkett asked him that question.
Dave Burkett.
Tony Dorsett, it's the same thing.
I'm trying to figure out.
Chris Federer and Dave Burkett. It's Monday, guys.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Not going good.
Yeah. Pull out the pterodactyl.
I just like to know. Well, Jim,
Bird, is that?
Jim, did you really not know before the TCU game?
I think that's going to be because at some point they'll be able to. I would think they'll be able to prove when he knew or not, and if he knew before, that's where I think there's major issues.
Oh yeah.
Well, not. I don't think that is a major issue.
Right. So, but the problem is though, since he's no longer there, he can't be. It's not
subpoenaed.
I don't think so. For illegal. Now, is that considered against the law? Knowing that there's a possible
predator.
Yeah.
I'm not going to act like a lawyer,
right?
Because I don't know the answer to that question.
Right.
But I got to imagine that there's got to be a certain sense or like responsibility that is on you if you knew that information.
Yeah, absolutely.
To deal with it correctly.
Yeah, I have no idea if it's legal. Look, they got a national championship, and that's great as a fan. They'll never take that away from me. I saw it. I don't care if they even would try to take it away. It doesn't make a difference. Just like Louisville fans know that they won the national championship when they beat Michigan in basketball. I don't give a rat's ass. But the problem is that there's going to be nothing to happen to Jim Harbaugh. Nothing.
Well, Pitino's the perfect example,
right?
With that, I mean,
yes,
he's got two natties. That's what he's remembered for, and restoring St. John's. And yeah, people make a Pitino joke or a restaurant joke about him once in a while,
That's
but beyond that,
yeah, I don't care.
So if Harbaugh goes on and wins the Super Bowl, it's a so what?
Right, exactly. All right, 248-539-9797.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, that's exactly where I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, which they did, and my personal and financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. They'll do the same for you. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. It's where they live and work. And we all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
248-539-9797 over the weekend. Scotty Scheffler wins the British Open, ladies and gentlemen. And he is a machine right now. He's just locked in. He doesn't usually make huge mistakes. I think the biggest mistake he made yesterday was out of the bunker that he hit he couldn't get out of the bunker on one shot. When he got into trouble, he got out of trouble. He navigated the fescue or whatever the hell you call their rough over there.
The second cut.
And
cut.
and he is he's putting like crazy. I mean, his putting has been unbelievable. What'd you tell me? He missed like 3 putts within 5.
4 putts.
4 putts within 5 feet all week.
No, 10 feet. So the numbers, he finished the week with hitting 59 of 63 putts inside of 10 feet. That's ridiculous.
It's absurd how good that is. So he's always been a great ball striker, especially with the irons. But if you get the putting involved, man, he's unbelievable. So let me ask a couple of questions here about Mr. Scheffler, who everybody seems to really like right now, and they should. Is he just one of these guys that's going to be here for a while, and then the next thing you know, he's just a regular golfer, nothing special? Or is he going to flirt with double-digit majors? I'm not even going to say Tiger's at 15. Will he pass all-time guys like Rory, Rory has 5 right now, Faldo and Phil? I think he'll get past those 3.
Yeah. Faldo and Mickelson have 6 apiece?
Yeah.
And Rory's got 5. He's got the career slam because he got all 4.
Right.
We heard that one earlier in the year because of the Masters.
Right. Scheffler needs the U.S. Open for the career slam.
Yeah.
Which is next year. The Sunday of the U.S. Open next year is on Scheffler's 30th birthday, which is also Father's Day. It's like the script is written.
Yeah.
To complete the slam.
I think he will eventually get the career slam. I have no idea if it happens next year or year after, whatever. It would seem poetic. It would happen on Father's Day. It would happen on his birthday. But the difference between him trying to catch Tiger is the fact that he got his 4th at the age of 29. Tiger got his 4th 5 years earlier,
right,
at the age of 24. So it's just happening a little bit later for him. And so I don't know that he actually gets to 15, but I think it's more like in Tom, you brought this up earlier. Does he get the double digits? Does he get to 10? I think that's something that's 100% attainable for him.
I think so. And if he did that, he's the 3rd best golfer of all time, which is just behind Jack and Tiger.
Right.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that at all.
Right. And we're not talking about Hogan, and so we're not going back that far. But yeah.
So you mentioned the age difference.
Yeah.
I just found this out, courtesy of ESPN. Tiger's the total amount of days between his first major championship and his last was 1,197 days.
Yeah. The exact same.
It's the exact same.
I know.
That's crazy.
I know.
Yeah,
You're talking about days, okay?
Right.
There's a lot of those, 365, sometimes 366.
That's right.
There could have been 2 leap years. They had the same amount of leap years between.
Yeah, that's a bizarre number. It's 100% bizarre that from first to fourth for Tiger and for Scotty Scheffler is the exact same number of days.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Here's Heather with the news.
Well, quick little reminder, you might want to get outside today or tomorrow before the big heat wave comes.
I know.
It's
I heard,
on its
yeah.
way, this midweek warm-up. So we're going to have temps slightly below average today, highs around 80s. Tomorrow, low humidity, which is great, right? All good. So get out there. It's going to be great. But on Wednesday through Friday, we'll be in the 90s and high humidity as well. May reach 100 on Thursday, so it's going to get hot again. Of course, there'll be some showers, possible thunderstorms as well. So They say for the weekend, the highs will still be above average in the upper 80s. So today and tomorrow, your best bet to get outside. Get some
Wardrobe
things done.
choices. Make
Yep.
sure you got some extra shirts in the car.
Yes, if you need them, yes. President Trump is threatening to derail the Washington Commanders' plan to build a new stadium unless the team changes its name back to the Redskins. So he made this big post on Truth Social and said that one of the things he said was the Washington whatevers should immediately change their name back to the Redskins. Noting that there's a big clamoring for this, that everyone wants this. Also, Trump is calling for the Cleveland Guardians to change their name back to the Indians. But
I know that there's
like
been a push
the two-
recently
yeah.
with some of the Native American associations that want the Redskins to go back to be, or the Commanders to go back to being the Redskins. I don't think it'll ever happen.
It doesn't seem like it will, but I guess.
So what's going on with some of this stuff? Is this uncanceling?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it
Sure,
seems like.
an
Yeah.
attempt to uncancel the
Some of the
cancel.
names, yeah.
Canceling went too far.
Yeah.
Sergio Garcia played most of his final round at the Open Championship on Sunday without his driver after he smashed it into the ground in frustration and split it in half. Yeah, can't do that. Yeah. Well, you can do it, but you can't get another club. So he broke his club after his tee shot on the second hole, and per the rules, you are not allowed to go get a new club. You can't replace the club if you broke it in anger during a round.
You'll feel shame.
So if you broke it in accident, you'd be fine. But if you broke it in anger, not so fine at all. A prominent sports memorabilia dealer was found dead after police carried out a search warrant into his alleged fraudulent operation. Well, this dealer, Brett Lemieux, he's the founder of Mr. Man Cave. He went on social media, I think it was on Facebook, and posted this long post about how he sold more than 4 million counterfeit items and surpassed $350 million in sales. And he basically said how he ran this whole large-scale counterfeit scheme, right? Like admitted how he was faking holograms and like authentication stickers and stuff. And he admitted that he released 80,000 pieces of memorabilia after Kobe Bryant's death. And all of it
was fake.
Fake, right? I mean, it's a sad story because police did say that he took his own life. But man, it shocked the world of sports memorabilia, at least.
It's wild.
It is.
To think that somebody could do something like that on that large of a scale.
Yeah. Some couples are going into debt for their pets, particularly couples like Jim and his wife, Kelsey. They have no kids, right? Dual incomes. They're called dinks.
Dinks.
Yes. They're dink. They are dinks.
That is how I am going to address him every morning.
They are.
I have been looking for the word. You know that.
That's it.
Good morning,
Dink. That's perfect.
Turn your mic on.
Dual
it's I know I tried to cough before, so I turned it off and forgot to turn it on. Double income, no kids.
Yes,
right?
or dual incomes.
Dual income.
Whatever. The same thing.
Yeah. Same letter.
So these dinks are willing to make major sacrifices for their pets more than the couple who have children.
Yes.
Actual
of course, yes, because
children.
your children actually are live human beings.
Yes, they are. I will still go pretty far for my pets, but I will go further for
your
my own
kids.
children.
Yes.
So some of these couples are willing to, pick up a second income or get another job to pay for their pets' needs. Some are willing to skip their own medical care to provide for their pets. They're like putting money into savings, particularly for their pets.
That's
right?
so bizarre.
Oh, Jim picked up the cash a ticket job strictly to pay off the catio.
For the catio. Yeah, you're right. And that special, I did ask Jim what kind of food the cat eats because our cat passed away. So we have this bag of cat food that we forgot to
does he give them the actual like refrigerated food?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's refrigerated, but it's like a special wet
Wet
food. No solid, which it's fine. A lot of people do that. But I was like, I got this whole bag of cat food I'm trying to give you, but no. Didn't want it.
Oh,
He's a
dink.
dink.
That
That
dink.
I can't wait. No, that's perfect. I knew something would come up where I'd be able to address him in the morning.
Finally, quick, did you hear the TSA just announced they're adding a new security checkout line, particularly for families? The family line.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Oh, that's
brand new.
perfect. Yeah.
They're only available now at certain airports, so not every airport is going to have a family line, but like in Orlando will have one. There's one in Hawaii, in California. They're starting this.
Orlando definitely needs
Yes.
one. Everybody
Yeah,
going down
they're
there
going
for the
there for
amusement
Disney,
parks or
right? Yeah.
Disney.
Is there an age requirement for the family?
I'm
Like
sure
if-
there's
if
a whole
you're-
bunch of rules. Let's
If
see.
your children are 25, is that considered family?
Yes. So
When we
you have to
travel
carry
together?
them through if that's the case, as long as they're carryable.
I think it's not for that. I think
Okay.
it's for families that have younger kids. 'Cause
Good.
it sounds like they're trying to mitigate the unique challenges families face, right? You got strollers, you got carriers,
yeah.
you got all this stuff that comes along with having young kids.
Yes.
Is what I'm picturing. But I'm sure you could try, Stoney. See what they say.
Nah, I'm good.
You just got to carry it. Oh, can you carry one of them?
Yeah.
I'm sure you could. Yeah. Just
The
carry them
backpack
too.
carrier.
It's-
Put one in the stroller, one in the backpack.
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. All the news coming from the Lions is not good. 97.1. Yes, indeed. Not only Scooble, but Will Vest as well. 248-539-9797. We were talking about Scheffler, and I just saw this tweet from Brandel Chambly of the Golf Channel, who's been adamant pro PGA Tour, anti-live. So he, on Instagram, said, just a reminder that PGA Tour players won all 5. He has Players Championship as a major. Majors this year, as opposed to those who play for a dictatorial,
You're getting stuck on that first part of that word, aren't you?
Play a dictator who's a murderer. How about that?
Keep trying. Hey, at first you don't succeed, try again. Give one more shot.
You pronounce it. D-I-C.
I don't have it.
D-I-C.
Okay, hold on. Let me write it down.
It's dictator with an I-A-L at the end.
Dictatorial.
I didn't ask you. I asked John. I know you could do it.
Yeah, dictatorial.
Oh, you would have had trouble.
Well, I didn't even get a chance to write it down.
I know. Well, Hargrave's the smart one out of the three of us. Anyway.
You can pull that, Greg?
Yes. Chop it up just a little bit. Yeah. Plenty of opportunity there.
Number 1 seed?
Yeah, I
Maybe.
started off for next year.
Maybe.
Put that in the archive.
Yeah, maybe.
Stoney could win it 2 years in a row.
That's right. Exactly. All right. The Lions announced yesterday that the Levi Onwuzurike is out for the year with an ACL. Dan Campbell went today. He elaborated a little bit more on what it was. It said something crept up right after he signed, and they monitor it, and they found out that surgery was the best way to take care of it. And he was adamant in saying that no postseason whatsoever.
Right, yeah. He's not going to rehab it and hope to be back.
Right.
Like we were hoping for Aiden Hutchinson last year. Now, the impact would not be quite the same.
No.
And the want for him to come back at that time is really not the same.
Correct.
But what does it do to this defensive front?
That's what bothers me the most. Is it's not that I think Levi's this great player. I thought last season, whether you want to say he didn't play as well when after Hutch got hurt, whatever. I thought he had his best season because he wasn't banged up. He played in a lot of games, and he was pretty good. And if you believe Pro Football Focus, whatever you do, sometimes people use Pro Football Focus to support their arguments or negate somebody else's argument one way or the other. Okay, but he led the team in pressures last year. Mm-hmm. So you lose that, and you take away the fact that McNeil might not be there. I don't know, Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving-ish is I think what we're going with.
Right. Plus DJ Reader coming off a season which was certainly not his best. Now, he was coming off an injury last year, so you have to think maybe this year will be better, but he is a year older as well. And you're going to start a rookie, you hope he shows enough in camp and in the preseason games, the few snaps he'll probably get, that he should start. So you're going to be starting a rookie at that position.
Right. So you'll have DJ Reader, Tyleek Williams will most likely be your starters. And then the guys that are coming in, when they need a breather, Miles Adam, Roy Lopez, Broderick Martin. I mean, that's right. The depth that you have.
That's why I think the Onwuzurike injury is important.
Right. And Josh Paschal is out right now as well. Now, they think he'll be back sometime around Labor Day.
By the way, speaking of which, I mean, you could put him in with the Brad Holmes second-round draft pick things of drafting injured players because he didn't play right away when he was hurt in Kentucky, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
When they drafted him, right?
Yes.
And he hasn't really done squat, has he? I think he's done actually less than Onwuzurike.
I don't know. I mean, so let's see. Onwuzurike has. I was just trying to see if I saw games played. I don't think the list that I'm looking at right now doesn't have games played. Onwuzurike has. We're splitting hairs no matter how we talk about those two guys.
Both have been disappointing.
Yes, and the one thing that we heard about Pascal was, he was a team captain. He's going to come in. He's going to be. Nobody expected him to have an Aiden Hutchinson impact, but that he would be a guy, might be a 3-down guy. Maybe he's not a pass rush specialist, but he would be effective in a lot of different situations. And he really hasn't lived up to that. We kind of continued to look at him as a guy that we expect more out of that we haven't gotten.
Right. All right. So Onwuzurike, his rookie year, played in every game. There were 16 back then, right? Yeah. He had, one sack, but the following year he did not play in 2022 because of the back. 2023 played in 10 games, and last year he played in 16 games, started 10 of them.
Right. Josh Pascal has 5 sacks. Levi Onwuzurike has 3.5. Again, you're splitting hairs.
Right.
But
Pascal plays in a position where he's
supposed to get sacks. Yeah.
But he was drafted a year after. It's like
Right.
I kind of feel like this is it with Pascal. Do something.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? I would just say, look,
They both have played 3 years, really, because Levi missed a year.
Right, but Pascal, he gets one more year just because he was drafted. But I think this is it.
Right.
I mean, play to play, eye test. For me, I thought there's at least times where Pascal held his own.
Mm-hmm.
He's not making impact plays, but he's not giving up impact plays.
Right. Which is kind of like Levi.
Right. Which I think it reignites the conversation about what's going on with Zadarius Smith.
Yeah,
because Pascal is, if he's not available until Labor Day, which, okay, it's still not the regular season.
Right.
But are you going into it with Marcus Davenport, Alquadin Mohammed, Mitch Agude, and how do you say the new guy's name? Hassanain?
I certainly aren't going to. I'm not going to try to pronounce it.
But that's the point, is the defensive line, much like last year, has already suffered injuries and guys that are going to be out. Now, they did obviously go get Tyleik Williams in the first round of the draft. I expect him to be a major contributor. Do I expect him to be Aleem McNeil? No. Aleem McNeil wasn't what we know Aleem McNeil to be until halfway through his second year.
Right.
And with Aiden Hutchinson on the other side, you got Marcus Davenport. Does anybody believe that he's going to be available for 17 games? Does anybody believe he's going to be available for 7? Probably not. He's been a China doll since he's been here, and even when he was in New Orleans. That's why I think, and I know that they came out and said Taylor Decker, he'll probably be off the injured list after the Hall of Fame game. There's a lot of guys that'll probably be able to come back after the Hall of Fame game. The reason they do that is so they can get an extra roster spot, take a look at some young guys. If somebody hits, great. If not, hey, no time lost, because you still have those 3 preseason games.
Right.
But it's the opportunity for some of those guys to stick around for a little bit longer. But Zadarius Smith is a guy that I think they have to go out and get to make that defensive line viable. And it's not just, hey, we're expecting Aiden Hutchinson to get 25 sacks.
Correct. Yeah. It's funny, we mentioned earlier in the show who the Lions could have drafted instead of Onwuzurike. You mentioned Nick Bolton, and who was the other one? Creed Humphrey.
Creed Humphrey. And look, that's an unfair game to play to a degree.
Right.
That was coming off COVID, so the draft was very, especially for guys down the list, a crapshoot. It was a great draft in the beginning. I mean, there's going to be multiple Hall of Famers that were taken in that draft.
But because I love playing your game, here's who they could have taken if they didn't draft Josh Pascal. George Pickens.
Yeah.
Cam Jurgens. There you go.
Here's my beef with the one that I will pick is Creed Humphrey. He was such a safe prospect, especially in the COVID environment.
Trey McBride too, but they don't need a tight end.
And I know you're saying, oh well, you had 3 offensive linemen already. Think about it. He could have went Sewell, Humphrey, and you had Humphrey could have played guard,
right?
And then with the problems you had with Frank, what would this all look like?
And you wouldn't have to spend money on bringing Glasgow back as a free agent when they got him back, right? Not that it was a lot of
And my
money.
frustration a little bit is when you had such a safe prospect sitting there, and you could argue the need was there for guard at the time. Why did you take a chance on a guy with back injuries?
I know. I agree. And then and still Pascal a year later coming off injury.
Right.
All
In
right.
Brad Holmes' defense, he's been really good at drafting.
Oh,
and
yes.
You're not. There is no GM that bats 1,000%.
No, I know. Look, Howie Roseman took Rager instead of Jefferson.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens. So the problem that with Brad Holmes, the guys that he's missed on seem to be guys that you traded up for that you didn't have to, allegedly. And we'll find out if Tesla is the same one. And guys that are coming off injuries.
But you got to look like I hated the Hooker pick, and Tank Dell went a pick later.
Right.
I mean, you were always looking for a number 3. We had Josh Reynolds. Now you got Tim Patrick. You just took Tesla. Compounding moves.
Yeah.
If you just wouldn't have taken a chance on a one-read quarterback. Yeah.
All right, here's some ticket texts. If Tyreek Williams,
Jamar hates you right now.
if Tyreek Williams hits the ground running and is a solid player, we'll forget about Levi. The depth will be thin. But Lopez and I think Wingo could really help out as the backups early if they stay healthy. The DT group could be really good when Aleem is back. See, Wingo, I know they list him as a defensive tackle. He's small. He's more of a end, in my opinion. But
He's a guy that can use across the front.
Yes. All right, 248-539-9797.
I've been sharing my weight loss journey with everybody for the past three and a half years. And I'm down 70 pounds. I've been able to do that. And I've been able to keep it off and actually lose more weight because I work with Ideal You. Maybe you woke up this morning and you didn't really feel good in the clothes you were wearing. You've avoided pictures this summer. Maybe you didn't want to get into the bathing suit or go swimming because you just don't feel good about yourself. Ideal You can help. I know this program works because I lost 50 pounds in the first 40 days. You can lose up to 40 in those 40 days with Ideal You. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. They'll assign you a weight loss coach. You'll take all the numbers that you get from that body composition analysis, and they'll construct a plan that works for you. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking pictures, getting into that swimsuit, or just going out and having a good time. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis, $150 value, absolutely free.
That's pretty apropos because Jack Flaherty's pitching tonight. How do you like that?
There you go.
Mr. T's man. All right, we got some more ticket texts. This comes from Sammy and Jared in New Jersey. Why did we give Levi a contract assuming we knew he was dealing with some knee issues? Well, they didn't know until after the contract was signed.
Right.
Said.
And I'm curious if, I don't know how deep anybody's going to dig into it, but clearly there was something going on with his knee. Is it a partial tear that just wasn't going to hold up through the course of the season? They figured, well, let's fix it now. I don't know.
Brad's defensive line evaluation needs to be better. Year after year, he continues to get it wrong. That's from Rich.
Well, I mean, he did draft Lee McNeil.
Yeah.
Got that one right.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Aiden Hutchinson was a pretty good pick.
It was a pretty no-brainer, though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 1-1.
Yeah, exactly. Pascal being banged up would make it even more mind-blowing if Zadarius Smith isn't a Lion in the next 2 to 3 weeks. That's from Pudge.
Yeah, and I think he will be. I mean, I've said this all along. I think he will be a Detroit Lion. I think he's probably – they may even have a deal worked out, but he said, I'm going to wait and sign it until after the Hall of Fame game or after the first regular, preseason game because he doesn't want to be in camp for very long. I understand that. The risk you run is kind of everybody's working on, well, I'll trust you, you trust us sort of deal, because if somebody else goes down with an injury on another team, now all of a sudden the price tag might go up and he might say, hey, I could go over here and be the guy.
Yeah.
So, but he has publicly said as well that Detroit's where I want to be.
Correct.
So
those are his girlfriends from here, right? Isn't that the whole part of the deal?
I don't know. Let's go to our relationship coordinator, Heather.
I have no idea.
I think she's like a rapper or something. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
But I do want to read this tweet from Emily Walden, who does a great job covering Tigers minor league stuff.
She does a terrific job.
She tweeted out, the West Michigan Whitecaps are one of only 2 teams in minor league baseball with 60 or more wins. The Tigers are the only team in Major League Baseball with 60 wins. 3 of the 4 Tiger affiliates have a postseason berth already clinched. West Michigan and Lakeland are currently leading their divisions with the best record in the second half as well. So if you think that the minor leagues corresponds to what's definitely going to come in
the future,
that's good.
Yeah. I mean, we've
but
always
you got to
said
give up some of that within the next 10 days.
Well, the beautiful thing is you don't have to give it all up.
No.
There's plenty of prospects there, so you
Yes.
can use some of that capital that you've built up, that value that you've built up to go get yourself a reliever, maybe 2, a bat, whatever it is, whatever combination ends up being in another 10 days.
Yep. Mark Ryan is in for Carson Anderson, and he's here with us. How
you doing, Mark?
Good to see you, Mark.
Hey, guys. Good to see you guys. Hope everyone's having an awesome summer. The Levi Onwuzurike thing, there are shades of Alex Cobb here, aren't there? It's like something was lurking beneath the surface, and who knew and who didn't, and now the Lions are screwed.
Well, you would think, I mean, the difference is Alex Cobb is coming from somewhere else, and they didn't know as much about him,
Right.
where they should have known everything about Levi Onwuzurike.
Yeah, 100%. Emily Walden, Stoney, 3 years cancer-free.
Yes.
Absolutely. She is fantastic, does an awesome job.
Yes, she does. I wanted to ask you something because I know you get very upset when people mention the possibility of trading Scooble. Were you upset at all last night during the broadcast when nationally Buster Olney basically said they got to pay him $400 million and he's going to go to either the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Mets?
You know, Stoney, my opening line, the opening segment, and it's a tease, but you're going to know exactly what this is. For once, could they let us have some peace? No, huh? No peace. No, none whatsoever. Yeah. It's unbelievable how they did that. You know, it's the Tigers' day to shine, and what they're doing is they're raining on your parade.
All right. Mark Ryan coming up next. We will see you tomorrow. Have a
Yes.
wonderful day, everybody. Later.
Great to have you guys with us. Mark Ryan here, Karsh and Anderson on a Monday. Rolling on the show and thrilled to be here with you guys as we go from 10A to 2P today. And absolutely, positively jam-packed over the next 4 hours. Could not be more happy to be here with you guys. Mark Ryan, listen to you. I love rocking it out with you guys on the weekend, each and every Saturday and Sunday. And now here getting to fill in on Karsh and Anderson, a show that is probably the one that I listen to the most often. Just lines up the most perfectly with my day here on 97.1 The Ticket. Coming up over the next 4 hours. For once, could they let us have some peace? No, huh? No peace. No justice, no peace. How about that? The changes made to MLB have been lauded, but what changes next? We will hand out the Scott Harris deadline grades, and we will do so before they happen. We will hear from insiders on the Tigers at the deadline and Lions training camp. And in dishonor of America's most public affair, when has your team cheated on you? That and so much more coming your way between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. today. So, I'm watching last night, Sunday Night Baseball, a brand that used to be far more powerful than it is today. Used to be, remember that, like, how long ago was that? John Miller, Joe Morgan, 15 years ago. And it used to be like a Sunday night ritual. It's lost a little bit. Part of that isn't their fault. Part of it is. There were some good moments last night, some moments that I appreciated and enjoyed. Carl Ravitch asked Riley Green if he missed being away from his guys during the All-Star break, and Riley Green, paraphrasing, said, "You have no idea. We got a really special group here. I love these guys, man." I'll tell you what, I loved hearing that. I absolutely loved hearing that. I mean, I thought that was awesome. But then in the middle innings, without fail, I don't know if you guys took this in the way I took this in, but it's like it's your moment. The Detroit Tigers are on national TV. This has been a team that the networks avoided for forever and a day. And here they are. They're having their moment. And what do? Is it going to be the Dodgers or the Yankees? We got to bring up the Dodgers and the Yankees. And here we go. And what's it going to be? And who's going to be going there? And it's just like, dear God, can you let us have our moment without raining on our parade? Don't pee on my shoulder and tell me it's raining. Could they not let us be for just a day? Could we have a day without the worry that the most important person to his team in Detroit sports is going to get away? Now, I don't know about you guys, but my feeling is that Tarik Skubal just might be different. That there just might be something about him that is different from what we've seen. And I'm not sure how you guys feel about this. You know, like I understand that, you know, this whole Tarik Skubal conversation is going to be one that exhausts us over the years until he's a free agent. And I understand that Scott Boras has this track record of never letting any of his guys sign beforehand because they want to know what the offer is going to be, how big the offer is going to be. I understand all that. But did you take in the letter from Tarik Skubal to you guys before the season? You know, the letter where he's talking about the renaissance of the city and that it's an honor to him to be part of the growth of this city. That's an uncommon thing, man. That's not something that most people do. That's not a common thing to do. That's not a common thing to say. That's something that came from him, and that's something that came from the heart. What Tarik Skubal said to you, what Tarik Skubal wrote to you. I mean, thank goodness gracious he's on the mound last night, and thank goodness gracious the losing streak came to an end. You heard A.J. Hinch say on the broadcast that in 2019, his Astros that won 107 games had not one, not two, but 3 6-game losing streaks. And they were great. Also true is the fact that 2 of the last 3 World Series winners, including the last 2, the Dodgers last year, the Rangers in 2023, had 5-game losing streaks. The Rangers had an 8-game losing streak in August and still won the World Series. And it's possible, but I continue to come back to the fact that this guy is the most important person to any athlete, to their team here in Detroit. Is that something you agree or disagree with? Tarik Skubal is more important to the Tigers than any other athlete is to their team right here. I was thinking about this, and like the top 3 to me are pretty easy. Cade Cunningham is up there. Jared Goff is up there. But Jared Goff is up there primarily because the Lions don't seem to ever have a viable option at backup quarterback. I don't know, man. I believe in insurance policies. Do you? They don't seem to believe in insurance policies all that much. I don't know why. But it seems like Goff's value is enhanced because you realize the train wreck that would happen if anything ever happened to him. But Tarik Skubal last night was the tourniquet for this team. The bleeding was getting out of control. And that's just what he does. He's on the bump. The offense still struggling to put runs on the board. The last few games, the 40-year-old virgin has scored more. And Tarik Skubal comes out there and does what he does and gets you the victory. And yet we still have to be subjected to, free agency's coming up. Is it going to be the Dodgers or the Yankees? Well, maybe, just maybe, ESPN. Maybe, just maybe, this guy is different. Maybe this is a different thing. Maybe this is a different vibe. Maybe this is a different feel. Maybe this is our own Hollywood story where he understands this is a business, but his heart, his blood, sweat, and tears are ingrained in this city. And I put that question out there to you. Could the Tarik Skubal situation be different? Could this be different than just a typical star goes to highest bidder, medium-sized baseball market loses their star yet again? Could this be different? I think it very well could be. Let's start it off with Hugh in Canton, who is up first. Hugh, good to talk to you, man. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing today?
I'm fantastic, man. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, what a big win last night for the guys.
Massive. Massive.
And, I wanted to talk a little bit about a rule that's seldom used, which is when a reliever comes in and he's ineffective. And Holton has been pitching well for him lately, one of the few guys. But the official scorekeeper can give the W to another reliever. But my question is, why don't they amend that rule when Skubal pitched the gem that he did and Holton gives up the wild pitch and they score a run in the bottom of the inning? If you're going to have that one rule, why not let the official scorekeeper give it to the starting pitcher, who was awesome the whole game?
Yeah, like one thing, Hugh, that Rob Manfred hasn't gotten to yet, and he's done a fantastic job with the sport, is he hasn't gotten to fixing the records. What you just said is Exhibit A as to why no one pays any attention to pitching wins and losses. Guess what, Hugh? You have a home run king who's not in the Hall of Fame. You have a hit king that's not in the Hall of Fame. And those might be the right decisions, but if they're not in the Hall of Fame, they also probably shouldn't have the records. So until baseball gets its records keeping right, gets its house in order, there's going to be things like that people don't have any respect for. Let me get this right. If I was an evil-minded pitcher, I could construct a situation, Hugh, where I don't like Tarik Skubal, let's imagine. Let's imagine I'm Tyler Holton. I don't like Tarik Skubal. I can cost him the victory, and then I can get the victory. That makes no sense.
No, and we're sure that wasn't the case. But,
right.
But no, it was just a big hit by Verling. I was so happy for him. He'd been hitting the ball hard lately. And of course, we got to face Pittsburgh at home with Skeens, and just a great win for him. But I just thought, you know what? I don't know if anyone's even thought of this. I knew they wouldn't give the win to Vest because you can't get the win and the save, right?
Right. That's true.
But, yeah, I just wondered about your view, if you think that was a decent amendment to the rule, though.
100%. 100%. But baseball isn't known for doing things that make common sense, I mean, that's what they've been. But I am a big believer in what Rob Manfred is doing. That's our jumping off point for today, ladies and gentlemen. You know, they can't even give us some peace on the broadcast. They can't even give us a night without worrying about the Tarek Skubal impending free agency. But given the bond between Tarek and this city, Tarek and you guys, could this situation be different? Might this have a Hollywood ending? And I argue that Tarek Skubal is more important to his team than any other athlete in this city is to theirs. Buy or sell that take. Mark Ryan in for Carson Anderson, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Great to have you guys with us. Mark Ryan, 97.1 The Ticket in for Karsch Anderson every Monday. Champ or Chump is brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet of Sterling Heights. Mark Ryan in today, so no Champ or Chump today. But next time I'm filling in, maybe, just maybe. Let's do just that. Opening up last night, thank goodness gracious, man. I felt like it was awesome to have the most All-Stars of any team. And the number of All-Stars, the 6 plus the 7th, the awesome Bat Boy, you deserve that level of hype, that level of recognition. But let's be honest, the All-Star game didn't go as hoped. One could make a point that maybe the American League lost the All-Star game because of the performance of the Tigers. We haven't had that great moment on the big stage for this team this season. And then, last night, we got it. And Tarik Skubal gets the train back on the tracks. My argument is that he is the most important athlete to his team in this city. And maybe, just maybe, this could be different than what we all expect. That, star athlete goes to the highest bidder. There's now an evil umpire in the American League and the National League, the Los Angeles Dodgers. I don't know, man. Tarik Skubal seems like a different dude to me. Seems like he's cut from a different cloth. Seems like he has some old school values that have been lost today. Maybe, just maybe, this could be different. What do you think? Let's get to Jason in Royal Oak, who is up next on the show. Jason, good to talk to you here on Karsch Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Mark, it's great to hear you on this time slot, or in this time slot.
Thank you, bud.
What was I going to say? Skubal. Remember when it came out, his speech, what he said about the city and everything like that? You had a bunch of callers on the station, as well as a bunch of the people who work on the station, saying that they didn't, show us, basically show us that Skubal is this kind of person. I believe Skubal is the kind of person who loves the city, and I believe he is going to potentially buck the Boras system, and like you said, I do think he's the most important person to the Tigers, the Tigers organization right now, and he only pitches once every 5 days. But in addition to that, he's such a great motivator. You see him when he's on the mound, and his team loves him. The Tigers, his team loves him, and he's great at motivating them, in my opinion. On top of that, what was I going to say? The second most important person on the Tigers organization is Riley Green.
Well, I think, Jason, that Tarik Skubal is the most important athlete to any team in this city. I mean, that's
team in this city.
Yes, that is my belief. I believe he's more important to the Tigers than anybody is to any team here.
I might have to agree with you, man. I love J-Mo,
right?
But he's not the most important person to the Lions.
Jared Goff, Cade Cunningham, and Jared Goff are right there. They're right there. But I think Tarik Skubal, when you consider his importance to this team, it really is saying something. And you mentioned the letter that he penned to the city, where he says, even though I'm from a small town in Arizona, we, meaning he and you, have a lot more in common than you might think. As I've learned more about our city, it's clear that Detroit has faced its fair share of adversity, which has at times put its future in question. But he only had one offer to play D1 baseball, and he's overcome setbacks just like this city. And he says this city is resilient and this team is resilient. He was responsible for putting that letter out before the start of the season. And I know, man, some might say that's cheesy and corny, but that kind of thing means something to me. The speaking from the heart means something to me. And you might say, well, Scott Boras is never going to let him do this, do that. In the end, who is the boss? In the end, if he leaves, who is responsible? He is. I just happen to believe that this very well could be different. And watching him last night, I don't ever want to hear the garbage argument that he's not as important as a guy who plays every day. Because when he does play, he's lights out. The Tigers have won 13 out of the last 15 times he's towed the bump. I mean, think about that winning percentage rate in a sport where the best team wins only 60% of the time. In most seasons, the worst team wins 40% of the time. That guy's dropping a win percentage of 13 out of 15, 87% when he's on the mound. Don't tell me that Jared Goff is more important to the Lions than Tarek Skubal is to this team. So I have some research in front of me right now. I got some Mark Ryan proprietary research, and I wanted to try to find out if you actually need an ace to win a World Series. You know, like do you have to have a Tarek Skubal to win the World Series? And you know as well as I do that when you sit down to do the research, you want it to say a certain something. You want the research to affirm your belief. In this case, it did the opposite. Do you need an ace to win the World Series? Well, first we have to define what an ace is. Would you believe there's not a standard definition of anything that meets the criteria for an ace? Like this there isn't a known thing. It's just this name that we throw out there that doesn't really have any meaning because there's nothing quantifiable that's attached to it. So here is my definition of an ace. 23 starts or more in a season, an ERA under 3.2, and a WAR of 4.0 or higher. According to that definition, which I think that's pretty reasonable, right? These are reasonable standards. According to that definition, 4 of the last 10 World Series champions have not had an ace when they've won. Now, in terms of WAR, wins above replacement for pitchers, Tarek Skubal was first in Major League Baseball last year, is third this year. Would you believe only 1 of the last 17 World Series champions have had a pitcher with a top 5 WAR? 1 out of 17. And only 6 of the last 10 World Series champions have had any definition of an ace that I've had. So, no, historically, you do not need a Tarek Skubal to win the World Series. But this team does need a Tarek Skubal to win the World Series. Why? Young bats, overachieving bats that sometimes go to sleep. A team that has averaged 5 runs a game for the majority of this season has averaged under 3 runs a game the last 6. You do that in the postseason, you go home. A group of relief pitchers that is providing almost none of the name. No relief whatsoever. And a starting rotation where you ask yourself, who can we count on after Skubal? Mize, most of the time. Maybe Reese Olson. Hasn't been Flaherty. You know, Skubal is the guy that gives you the number 1 and number 2 abilities. He gives you availability. He gives you reliability. And because of that, I would argue that despite the fact that I did the research that says you don't need an ace to win a World Series, I absolutely think that the Tigers need this guy to do just that. Could this be different? Might this not be star goes to the highest bidder? Because there are some things that money can't buy. Who was it, MasterCard, that said that back in the day? Some things money can't buy. And I'd like to think that those things matter to Tarek Skubal. Being a Detroit Tiger and being the face of positive change in this city just might be a positive. The numbers for you guys, 248-539-9797 is where you can get to us on the show. Let's see here. Mark, I do a lot of traveling back and forth from Detroit and L.A., and I hear a lot on their sports radio that Skubal is definitely going to be a free agent, and Scott Boras is going to do his thing. Ticket Texter says, Mark, Goff will always be the most important because of the nature of the position. Can't win without good QB play. Skubal can only help you every 5 days, but did you see what he did for you last night, sir? Ticket Texter says, Mark, you are completely wrong. Skubal only plays 20% of the team's games. Well, again, this is that argument where position players are more valuable than a pitcher. I don't buy that at all. And guess what? Baseball doesn't either. You know why baseball doesn't buy it? 5 of the top 10 salaries in Major League Baseball, average annual value, are position players. 5 are pitchers. Baseball is telling you that pitchers are as valuable as position players. They're telling you that. Coming up next on the show, I think he is the best commissioner in sports because he's finally made some positive change. So what is the next change in line? That, my friends, is next. Mark Ryan off and running on a Monday. Great to be here with you on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Most important athlete to his team in the city of Detroit. More important than Jared Goff is to the Lions, more important than Cade Cunningham is to the Pistons. And those guys are about as important can be. He's the heir that we need. The one and only Tarek Skubal. And God, do I love watching him do his thing, man. And, you know, it's cool for me to see somebody else profess his love to the city because, like, I like to use the platform that I have here to try to dispel, to the best of my ability, all the BS, bogus narratives about this city. You know, I'll never forget this. I had just gotten this offer, and I went to YouTube, and you can find on YouTube like pro walk tours, you know, and they walk through cities. You can find people that will drive you through cities. They got a camera on their dashboard, and they drive you through the city. And I went through like a drive along downtown Detroit, and I had just gotten this offer, and my wife walks in the room. I said, "Babe, what city do you think this is?" And she goes, "I don't know, Milwaukee." I said, "Guess again." She guessed 3 other cities. None of them were right. I said, "That's Detroit." She goes, "That's not Detroit." It's unbelievable what national media did with all of the stories tearing the city down. Where are all the stories about the Renaissance, about what's happened to this place? And so my experience here has been, if you embrace Detroit, she'll embrace you back. And I think Skubal's gotten the same thing. Like it means something to him to be here. It means something to him to be part of the Renaissance of this city. And so last night I was as fired up as could be watching him do his thing. So Major League Baseball, you know, guys, in my opinion, Rob Manfred is the best commissioner in all of sports. He has done something what Bud Selig arrogantly refused to do. Bud Selig said, "We're baseball. We don't need to change. What do we need to change?" Well, ladies and gentlemen, Martha Stewart has said, when we're through changing, we're through. Great business leaders have said, when we cease getting better, we cease being good. Roger Goodell does not have to improve the NFL. The NFL is in a place right now that no other league has ever been in the history of this country. As a matter of fact, when you and I were wee lads, baseball and football were tied in this country. They both had like a rating of 25 for their World Series and their Super Bowl. Since then, the NFL has gone into the 40s and baseball has gone into the single digits in terms of its rating for its prime event. And so Roger Goodell makes changes to the NFL when he doesn't have to. He gets rid of the extra point because it's boring and dumb and it makes you go to the bathroom because it's a given. So he moves it back. We're finally going to have chips in the ball instead of the stupid chain gang. He's constantly tweaking with the kickoff to try to bring it back, to try to make it relevant. He doesn't have to do that. We're already addicted to the NFL as it is. Baseball finally has a commissioner who is making positive change and doing the things needed to bring back the casual fan. Oh, the pitch clock has been tremendous. But I will say I wonder if they have not overcorrected that a little bit. You've been to a Tigers game. Any of you guys been to a Tigers game and said to yourself, this is going by kind of fast? You know, I don't know that I want it to go by this fast. It feels to me like it's okay that it goes by so fast when you're at home watching it on TV. It doesn't feel great when you're at the game. And so I feel like they did something that benefited the home viewer, but not the viewer at the game. The wifey and I were at a Tigers game against the Giants recently, and we got there at the end of the first inning. Our bad, right? Should have gotten there before the first inning. Got there at the end of the first inning. We stayed until the end of the 7th inning because I had to get back here to do the Tigers postgame show. So I was there from the end of the first inning to the end of the 7th inning. Would you guess how long we were there? I looked at my watch when we sat down. I looked at my watch when we left. Do people still wear watches or do we just do it on the phones? I'm a little old school that way. We were there for an hour and 12 minutes. from the end of the first inning to the end of the seventh inning. And I said, this feels like I just watched a baseball game and fast forward. I don't know that it needs to feel like that, but they did need to speed up the game. So I want to ask you guys, what is the next change that you see coming for Major League Baseball? What would you like to see coming your way next? We've seen the pitch clock. We've seen the elimination of the shift. We've seen larger bases. We have seen pickoff limitations. And then they are using the All-Star game and they're using the minor leagues as a testing ground for the ABS system of balls and strikes. You saw this in the All-Star game, right? I mean, how awesome was this? First inning, Tarek Skubal doesn't like the call on a pitch. I mean, you might be an all-star umpire, but you are not above accuracy, sir. Here's what it sounded like in the All-Star game. And he won. And I was last Tuesday years old when I learned that if the ABS system pitch is touching any part of the strike zone, just like tennis and the line, it's a strike. And I'm like, why do we not have this immediately? Why is this not part of the everyday baseball game? Spare me this human error is part of the game BS. You know, we want accuracy. The phrases, we need to flush the phrases from sports. Things like, the umpire is calling the outside strike today. I mean, think about how absurd that is if it existed in any other sport. You got the Bills playing at the Chiefs Arrowhead Stadium. Be careful, because Ed Hockley is calling the extra long end zone today. His end zone is 12 yards today, not 10. How absurd would that be? But we allow this to happen in Major League Baseball. The strike zone is clearly defined. It's clearly defined. So why don't we just get it right? And oh no, human error. We like the drama. Well, guess what? I'm in a stage in my life where I don't want any drama. I don't want any of it all. What is the change that you most would like to see next? 248-539-9797 is where you can get to us on the show. Let's get to Frank, who is up next. Hey, Frank, you're on with Carson Anderson. Mark Ryan sitting in. 97 won the ticket.
Welcome to mid-morning.
Good to be here.
Two things I'd like to see changed. The walk-up song. You have it, 3 seconds? If the batter hits a home run, they should play their walk-up song while they're around the bases.
Love it. Oh, man, I absolutely love that. Yeah.
The other thing is that the scoreboard, they try and make it nostalgic when they flip the numbers over, when they have the line score up there.
Right.
They should have a little animated guy come out, walk across the bottom of the scoreboard, flip the card, and then walk back.
Oh, see, Frank, I like the old school scoreboard, really, man. I like.
That gives you that idea of an old school.
Yeah, but let's have the old school scoreboard in every park where there's actually a human being changing the scoreboard. Give me that.
There you go.
I'm down with that. Frank, good to talk to you, man. Thanks for the call. Off and running on this. What is the next change you would like to see? Would you believe I asked Aaron Judge this question? I will share my next changes to baseball, and I'll share them with you next. Plus, we'll take yours. Mark Ryan in for Carson Anderson. Awesome to be with you on a Monday right here on 97 Won the Ticket. Great to be with you guys. Carson Anderson, Mark Ryan sitting in for the guys today. You know, you will see in sports radio that like we all take vacations before football season because you try to take a vacation during football season. Here's what happens. Denied. Plus, like we're all gearing up for it. You know what I mean? So it's like my vacation was June 20th to the 28th. Carson Anderson, their vacation is right now. But it's awesome to be with you guys today, rolling on from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Apologies for the fact that the voice on this show has gotten slightly more annoying. Okay, probably way more annoying. But it's awesome to be with you nonetheless. We're asking you for baseball's next change. You know, we are going to have an ABS challenge system. I was told that over the weekend. It's going to be in Major League Baseball next year. Okay, you can go ahead and timestamp this 10:47 a.m. on Monday, July 21st, 2025. Next year, there's going to be an ABS system in Major League Baseball, and it's going to be 2 challenges a game. I think it should be 2 challenges an inning, with as inaccurate as these home plate umpires are. But it's going to be 2 challenges a game. If you get the challenge right, you don't lose your challenges. And you have a big play, the umpire makes the wrong call, you can challenge it, hopefully get it right. Thank goodness gracious you have a commissioner that is progressive enough not to dig their heels in and just do things because, hey, this is the way we've always done it. Old man yelling at cloud, man. Thank goodness gracious we're moving away from that. Monroe is up next on the show. Monroe, thanks for the call, man. Your next change to Major League Baseball, what is it? Monroe is in a wind tunnel of life. Listen to this.
No, I'm sorry. I'm here.
There you go. What's up, man?
Yeah, I'd like to see them reinstate baseball players like they do in all other major sports. You know, if you come out, pinch hit, go to the bench, be able to come back and play in the 9th inning.
Monroe, I don't know if you realize this, bud. This is one of the changes that they're actually this is one of the things being considered. This is listed as a potential future change. Monroe, it's called the golden at-bat. Low-level talks about allowing a star hitter to come back into the game in a high-leverage situation. So, you know, like you pinch hit Kerry Carpenter played right field. You took him out for a defensive replacement. Oh, now they tied the game and you're in the bottom of the 9th inning. You can bring Kerry Carpenter back in onto the golden at bat. What do you think?
I believe it'll work. It's a team sport.
Yeah, I mean,
why?
The
whole game.
But they don't allow it in soccer, Monroe. They don't, like once you're out in soccer, you're gone. And so what happens is they keep guys in even though they're exhausted in case it goes to penalty kicks because they want their best players to be able to take the penalty kick. But again, you're right. If you're subbed out in the NFL, you can go back in. Subbed out in the NHL, you can go back in. Subbed out in the... Imagine that in the NBA. No, Kevin Durant, you already were subbed out. You can't go back in. What? How does that make any sense?
Exactly.
Doesn't make any sense.
You pay to watch a player play, you want to see him play.
You're 100% right, Monroe. Thank you for the call. That's why Major League Baseball is so right to get rid of the stupid shift, because the shift allowed teams to legislate the star players out of the games. You know, like you went to go see David Ortiz play. They got this funky shift on him, and he's going to hit it into the shift every single time. You know, the NFL legislated the protection of quarterbacks so that the quarterbacks are healthy when you pay big money to go see a game. Because you want to see Joe Burrow, not Ryan Finley. I mean, that's what you're paying to see. You're not paying to see Shohei Ohtani hit into a shift. So we're asking you guys for the next changes in Major League Baseball. What do you see? I've got some to share with you. And I also had a chance. The Yankees came to Comerica Park earlier this season, as you know. The Tigers took 2 out of 3 of them because these Tigers are the best team in the American League. And after the game, I went not to the Tigers locker room first, but I went to the Yankees locker room because I had a specific question I wanted to ask Aaron Judge. It was this question. Here is that exchange. Oh, come on, Aaron. I could see in his eyes, ladies and gentlemen, he wanted to answer the question. He so wanted to answer the question. I just couldn't get him to answer the question. Come on. Aaron, you are diplomatic. You are a wonderful human being. But I could see in your eyes there is something that's burning you up that you really wanted to answer and you didn't. Don't worry, Aaron. I'll answer on your behalf. But first, let's get to Ryan. See what Ryan has to say. Ryan, the next change you'd like to see in Major League Baseball, what is it?
Hey, good morning, Mark.
Good morning, bud.
One thing I cannot stand in baseball, when they strike the guy out and the catcher drops the ball, the runner runs down to first and the catcher's got to throw it down there to complete the strikeout. If the guy strikes out, he's out. Just forget about that running down to first, throwing the ball down there and everything. Let's just let it be a strikeout.
Okay, let me play devil's advocate to that. Otherwise, players can just throw junk pitches on the third strike, and there's no requirement of the catcher to even catch the ball. Right? I mean, so should you be able to run home if there's a runner on third and the ball gets by the catcher if the batter's still out? What do you say?
Well, if it's not the third out, yeah.
Okay.
If the third guy swings at it and misses it, it's a strikeout.
I imagine, Ryan, you probably also don't like the automatic pass to first, the automatic 4 balls. You should be throwing those pitches, right?
No, I'm down with that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's cool. Anything to save time is awesome.
Yeah, I got you, Ryan. I will tell you, being at the Tigers game against the Giants, it felt a little fast to me. Going from the first inning to the 7th inning, end of the 7th inning in an hour and 12 minutes. Do we need it to go that fast?
Well, it's progress, you know?
It is. Like, look, there's some ebb and flow. You got to make some adjustments as it goes along. I think baseball is doing that. But, thank goodness gracious, man, you got a commissioner who's willing to say we are losing the casual fan. They lost me for a number of years, man. Like, I felt like baseball was going the way of newspapers. And it was like, man, baseball isn't changing, and that's the problem. We're changing. And they're like, why do we have to change? Well, the NFL doesn't have to change, and the NFL is changing. Andy is up next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Andy, what's good, man?
Yeah. I was watching Bill James in a panel discussion, and he suggested getting rid of the balk rule. I don't understand what the balk is. I don't understand. James' argument is let the pitcher do whatever he wants.
I don't necessarily subscribe to that. Balks
What
can
is the balk?
Yeah, it's like when it's an illegal motion by a pitcher. It deceives or misleads a runner on base. It's an illegal act that gives the pitcher an unfair advantage. You have to step directly toward a base before throwing to it. And it's, you have to be set before you make the pitch. So I think the balk is a great part of the game, Andy, and I see no reason to ban that in any way, shape, or form. In any case, Paul Serra has a change that he wants to bring forward. I have a change that I want to bring forward to you. Plus, we welcome your ideas as well. Aaron Judge wouldn't give you an answer. He's a Yankee. What do you expect? But I will, and I'll do it next. Mark Ryan in for Carson Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. According to ESPN, Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti sent a letter to the NCAA detailing his opinion that they had already been appropriately punished for the sign-stealing scandal, and they should receive no further. Lions coach Dan Campbell spoke with the media again today ahead of practice. He said that Ennis Rakestraw would miss the next few days of practice, but his testing all turned out negative for any structural damage. Campbell also says that linebacker Alex Anzalone has a hamstring injury, and there's no timetable for a return there. In terms of the team's mindset this year, at practice today, running back Sione Vaki left practice with a leg injury as well. The Tigers are in Pittsburgh to start a 3-game series tonight against the Pirates. Paul Skeens will head to the mound for the Pirates there. The last time he faced Detroit, just over a month ago, he went 6 along 2 earned runs while walking a career-high 5 batters.
Why is it, Jeremy, that we're never going to get this Skubal Skeens matchup? I mean, come on. Can we just coordinate a little bit more to make it happen?
The stars have to align, I guess, right? It's like it's working against us. USA Today baseball writer Bob Nightingale says that the Guardians are telling interested trade partners they will hold on to closer Emmanuel Clase. And big league back-end bullpen piece David Robertson is getting another shot with the Phillies. He signs a $6 million one-year deal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Carson Anderson, Mark Ryan sitting in here on 97.1 The Ticket, rolling on until 2 p.m. today. Awesome to be with you guys, having a ton of fun, and we will continue to do so. In the very next segment of this show, I have had the privilege over the weekend to talk to 2 of the foremost insiders, one on Major League Baseball, one in the NFL. I'm going to tell you guys, as Detroit sports fans, you're going to like what one of these guys has to say. You're going to hate what the other has to say. And that's coming to your way in the very, very next segment of this show. But right now, we're having a conversation with you. Rob Manfred, round of applause, standing ovation. Commissioners are paid a boatload of money to be booed. How much money would it take for America to hate you? That's why they're paid the big bucks, an average of $30 million a year. But Rob Manfred is making so many positive changes. Guess what else he's doing? He's on his most recent national interview, he said every other league has a salary cap. Look, I understand what we're up against. I understand we have these negotiations forthcoming. Every other league has a salary cap. See, he's foreshadowing that there's about to be some major butting of heads going on. I love how progressive this guy is in terms of making positive change. But what's the next one that should happen? 248-539-9797 is where you can get to us on the show. We've had the pitch clock, the elimination of the shift, the larger bases, the pickoff limitations. ABS is going to be part of Major League Baseball next year. Book it. I'll share mine with you. Paul Serra will share his with you. We're taking your calls on yours right now. Bill is up next on Carson Anderson. Mark Ryan sitting in 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Bill?
Hey, good morning. Hey, a couple things. First, with technology the way it is, why can't we just have a buzzer system? Plate umpire has a buzzer on his hip, ball crosses the plate, it's in the strike zone, he calls a strike. If it doesn't buzz, he calls a ball. Pretty simple.
Bill,
they can put technology in footballs. Why can't they do that?
Bill, I was worried that, when the call screen said let the umps call ball and strikes, you just wanted to keep it the same. That's exactly what the system should be, what you just said. You still have a human being out there, but the system is giving him the answer. That's exactly what it should be.
Yep. And then the other point I have to make is that you had a caller earlier about the drop third strike that the batter should be out. Well, that's like the first baseman. If he has possession of the ball and drops it, he should still be out. They still got to complete the process by rule. So why would a catcher be able to drop the ball and be out? They got to complete the process of the ball.
Bill, I'm gonna need you to buckle your seatbelt and make sure. Yeah, Bill, I'm gonna need you to buckle your seatbelt and make sure that the car door is closed when the key's in the car. Okay, can you do that for me? I'm just kidding, man. I appreciate the call, Bill. 248-5399. You heard all those car noises in the background. No, yeah, I understand that, and that makes perfect sense. But most important is to get it right. And isn't it interesting how like baseball and football have those rules in common, where it's like, okay, complete the entire process of the catch. We know about that in this city, don't we, with the Calvin Johnson fiasco. You got to complete the process of the catch. You know, there's still some plays in football where I can't tell if it's a catch or not because I still don't understand fully what meets the criteria of a catch. Paul Serra, the floor is yours. Changes to Major League Baseball. What should be next?
Okay, so I like the pitch clock. I like some of the changes that have been made. I feel like that once they get to the postseason, the pitch clock should go away.
Yeah, but then we have 8-hour games again.
Yeah, but the postseason is way more important. Pitchers to settle in, get into their rhythm, don't get in their own heads, don't rush. These are the most important games. They could take a little bit longer than the regular season ones where you're just trying to get through 162 games.
You are getting them used to something that you're then going to remove at the most important part of the season. I think, Paul, that's you're kind of risking disaster there, my friend.
You already do that, though, for the extra innings. You're getting them used to having a guy on second, and then when the postseason starts, it's not there anymore. What's the difference?
Well, guess what, Paul? Here is my change. I've got 2. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? But before we do that, let's see what you guys are saying on the ticket text line. Whoa, a ton of response on this. Let's see here. Baseball needs to become more accessible to watch. Get rid of the blackout restrictions. Please get rid of the blackout restrictions. Ticket Texter says the salary cap, everything has to start there. So says John in Dearborn. Let's see here. Mike in Plymouth says the change I'd like to see is give Armando Galarraga his perfect game. Hallelujah, sir. Hallelujah. Let's see. Mark, they need to make all balls and strikes auto. All of them. They're not going to do that, but they're going to have at least a challenge system in place. I think they will ultimately. Everything will be auto, but they got to crawl before they can walk, and you're dealing with a bunch of, baseball diehards who don't want to see things change. You should be able to place the baseball players anywhere you want, hit the ball opposite field, and learn how to bunt. No, you shouldn't, Ticket Dexter, and I'll tell you why. If you throw an inside pitch to a left-handed hitter, and you have everybody on the right side of the infield, it is very hard to push that on the inside part of the plate. The physics of that deem that it's probably going to be pulled. And so you're essentially legislating star players out of the game. I love that they've eliminated the shift. Ticket Texter says, change the name from foul pole to fair pole. When the ball hits the pole, it's a fair ball. Never understood the name. That's funny. That's funny. Let's see. Mark, we got the Scoobel Skeens matchup for the All-Star game. And a game that counts, Ticket Texter. Please, a game that counts. And we only got 1 inning of it in the All-Star game. Let's see here. Mark, make all stadiums uniform. Make them the same home run length, the same walls, the same size. That is so odd about baseball, isn't it? I kind of like the uniqueness of it. Houston just got rid of Towles Hill. I wish they kept it. I loved watching players bust their butts on that hill all the time. You know, I like the uniqueness of it. Soccer has field of play uniqueness, but no other sport does. It would be nuts if, certain teams, if the Los Angeles Lakers had an extra wide court, or if the Golden State Warriors with Steph Curry had a super long 3-point line. That would be analogous to what baseball does. It is very odd, and I kind of think I like the uniqueness of it all. My changes. Here you go. Number 1, I want all starters to have to go 6 innings, provided that they haven't yet thrown 100 pitches. If you throw 100 pitches, you can take them out. If they allow 4 or more earned runs, in other words, if it's not Shelby Miller, but it's Shelled B. Miller, you can take him out. Or if they sustain an injury that requires him going on the injured list. In other words, if you're claiming injury, he's on the IL. Those three reasons, I think starting pitchers should have to go 6 innings. Bring back the complete game. Bring back the quality starts. 6 innings pitched or more, 3 earned runs or less. Bring it back, please. And you know who that would help the most? A.J. Hinch. For as much as I love A.J. and will maintain that he is the best manager in this town, the best coach in this town, it drives me up a bloody wall that, like, when every pitcher hits 90 pitches, he acts like they turn into a pumpkin. Bro, let them go. Part of the reason that Tommy John surgery is in a higher incidence now than it's ever been is because the arms aren't given the exercise to strengthen. That's part of the reason. Now, part of it is overuse at too young of an age, sure. But, AJ, there's no reason. Last night, you let Scooble go 100 pitches, and he still didn't want to come out, and you took him out, and what happened? Wild pitch tie game. Come on, that would help the Tigers more than anybody. Starting pitchers got to go 6 innings unless they're shelled. Number 2, I think the runner on second in extra innings, I understand why they do it. I don't want games to go 16 innings and last until 3 a.m. on a Tuesday night. I don't want that. But I do think it's too penal, especially when a pitcher can lose the game. That happened to the Tigers earlier this year. Did nothing wrong. Like the pitcher gave up a ground ball for an out. Runner on second goes to third. Next pitch, sacrifice fly. Pitcher loses the game. Happened to the Tigers this year. The runner should be on first base. You know what the difference of that is? Runner on second, no out. The team scores a run 63% of the time. Too much of a gimme. Runner on first, nobody out. You know what the percentage of scoring there is? 41% of the time. We're not in that much of a hurry. 41% of the time, put the runner on first. Let's go. Let's make it happen. 248-539-9797 is where you can get to us on the show. We see you on the line, Matt and John and you, and we will get to your calls. Plus, I had the privilege of speaking to 2 of the foremost insiders, MLB insiders, NFL insider. You're going to love what one has to say about your team. You're going to hate what the other does. Your calls plus that coming your way next. My name is Mark Ryan. Great to be with you. In for Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan here with you. 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go. In for Carson Anderson. Rolling on until 2 o'clock p.m. today. Going through our next changes in Major League Baseball. Got some interesting stuff to share with you. Got to speak to two of the foremost insiders, NFL and MLB. We'll share what they say to you. Coming your way momentarily. Ticket Texter says to me, Mark, exactly how would a salary cap improve baseball? Salary cap making sports competitive is a zombie argument. How about a salary floor and the other owners force the Yankees and Dodgers into a shared TV deal? I've seen that argument. Here's what you do. Right now, the total cumulative salaries in baseball are $4.6 billion. That's the salary for every player in Major League Baseball. Here's the solution. Salary floor of $150 million. Salary cap of $200 million. Everyone's got to be between $150 and $2 million. $150 and $200 million. What does that make the total salaries? $5 billion. You're paying the players more money. It eliminates the cheap owners who are refusing to spend any money. I always say the dumbest fans in the history of sports were Cubs fans of the 1980s. Why? They sold out Wrigley Field, rain or shine, for a crap product, and an owner that looked at his wallet and said, why would I want $10 million profit when I can have 50? They're selling out Wrigley Field any way. Scott Boras says he looks at the teams that spend at least 50% of their revenue back on their payroll. The Tigers are at 49%. They would have been at 56% had Alex Bregman signed. They tried. The Pirates are at 34%. That ownership group should be out of baseball. Salary floor of $150, salary cap of $200. Then it becomes about who's spending their money the most wisely. I know what you're thinking. I don't know who that Mark Ryan guy is, but he sure does make a lot of sense. Let's get to Matt who's up next on the show. Hey, Matt, good to talk to you. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson.
Hey, what's up, man?
Good to talk to you.
Yeah, good to talk to you, too. I would like to see two things. The automated strike zones, because the umpires make so many mistakes. And I'm just tired of them screwing with our games. And Gator brought it up last week. It probably never will happen. But I would love to see fighting in the MLB like in hockey. Just let the players go at it.
It's unbelievable when you witness what happens in hockey and everyone else is suspended for years in sports. Like suspended for and like it's encouraged in hockey. You know, people even call hockey fighters professional fighters. It's encouraged, Matt. Yeah. It's unbelievable. So how would you encourage them to do so? I want the Kyle Farnsworth body slam. I want the Nolan Ryan headlock. How do you encourage that, Matt?
One-on-one fights, like the Gator was talking about it. One-on-one fights, no bullpen, who always gets there after the altercation happens, by the way. They're useless. No bench clearing. All right, just one-on-one. Let the coach, if the coach wants to fight the other coach, let him have it. Umpires, too, because, yeah, let them fight the umpires. The umpires need it to happen to them. But, yeah, just bring in fighting. Bring in all sports.
It sounds like you've been tuned into my Detroit's toughest athlete bracket, Matt. I appreciate that, man. By the way, I think A.J. Hinch would fare pretty well in a brawl for all among MLB managers. What say you? John in Detroit is up next. Hey, John, you're on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hi, Mark Ryan Show. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
Good to have you on the air at a good time.
Thank you.
During the week. And I just want to say I'd like to see the rule change where, like in baseball right now, if it's a called third strike or if it's a wild pitch and they swing at it and they can run to first base, I'd like to see that on any pitch. If it's a wild pitch or a pass ball, the ball's in play. If the batter thinks he can make the first base, he either creates a double play, he makes it, or he's out, or he's safe.
Never considered that before, John. Don't hate it because it puts the onus on
the game up.
It puts the onus on the pitcher and the catcher not to throw idiotic pitches.
Right. If I don't see why they don't do it. The ball's in play. The batter should be able to take off. I mean, that's my opinion.
I don't hate it, John. I gotta spend more time marinating on that. You know, what's your favorite marinade, John? I gotta drop my favorite marinade on that and let it marinate for a day or two. I'll get back to you on that, though. I don't hate the idea of it on the surface, bud, but thank you very much. Dominic is up next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Dominic, go right ahead.
Hear me out. I think overtime in baseball, extra innings, bases loaded, no outs. It'll give you like a college football overtime type of feel where it's like, okay, you're definitely going to score unless disaster happens. But disaster is entertaining, right? And then the question is, okay, so you're definitely going to score, but how much? And all the strategies that will go into it. Should we play infield in? Should we play for the double play and let a run score?
Dominic,
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Why do you want to increase the incidence of heart disease in America? Why do you want to do that? Okay, listen, we don't have enough of a problem with clogged arteries over here, man. You're trying to cause more stress-induced heart-related incidents. Why?
Well, but then on the bottom of the inning, if your team's in the bottom, you'll get another chance and you have hope. You say, okay, we got the bases loaded now. Let's see what happens.
Dominic, it's out there. You're definitely going to have a ton of scoring going on. Who manages crisis and chaos the best? I do think that's a great way to determine, like all these stupid shows, Dominic, like The Bachelor, they put people in unrealistic situations. Who doesn't get along in Fiji on a weekend? What I want to know is, how do you get along on Tuesday when the kid is crying and has poopy diapers? That's what I want to know. You are asking people to get along with poopy diapers on a Tuesday. It's crazy, Dominic. It's less crazy than deciding home field advantage for the winner of the World Series. It's less crazy than that, but it's not bad. I'm not totally opposed to it.
I mean, the college football overtime is crazy, right? You get the ball, the 25 or
Should
something?
get it at the
It's like,
50.
wow, that's-
Should happen at the 50. 25 is way too easy.
Yes, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Hey, Dominic, thanks for the phone call, man. I do appreciate it. 248-539-9797 is the number that where you can get to us on the show. Ticket Texter says, Mark, either Skubal walks to free agency at the end of next year and we get nothing, or we trade him at the deadline. So technically we only have a 1-year window, and it's right now, so says Jerry. Jerry, if you take into account the things that Tarik Skubal has said about what this place means to him, he might overrule his agent. I'm not a fan of his agent in any way, shape, or form. I'm not a fan of the way his agent extorts teams and how it becomes, just going for the richest contract. Here's the reality, guys. In the pile of money that the Tigers will offer him, Tarik Skubal's going to have more money than he could ever spend. Ticket Texter asked me, would I accept less to play for the Tigers? Well, I have walked away from six-figure jobs, high six-figure jobs, to do this. Because if you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life. Here's an accurate stat that I want to share with you. And they've done these behavioral studies. Money correlates to happiness up to $80,000 a year. There is no correlation between making $90,000 and being happier than people who make $80,000. There's no correlation between making $1 million and being happier than somebody who makes $80,000. If you make $60,000 and I make $40,000, you're happier than I am. But above $80,000, there is no correlation. And Tarik Skubal's going to have more money than he could ever spend in one pile, and more money than he could ever spend from the Yankees or the Dodgers. How much is enough? Jim Carrey has one of my favorite lines. He says, I wish for one moment that people could have all the money in the world so they'd realize it's not the answer. He has all the money in the world, and he realizes it's not the answer. Can someone please get this message from me to Tarik Skubal, please? Pretty please. Let's make it happen. All right. Coming up next, I've teased this. I've appreciated all the calls on baseball's changes, but I have some intel from a couple of the foremost insiders and some opinions from some of the foremost insiders in sports, Major League Baseball, NFL. You're going to love one of these opinions. You're going to hate the other one. And that's coming your way next. My name is Mark Ryan, in for Carson Anderson. Great to be with you on a Monday. 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, Mark Ryan in for the guys on this Monday, July 21st, 97.1 The Ticket. Awesome to have you guys with us. Chris Paul has agreed to a deal with the Clippers, returns to the Clippers. What has happened to his career, man? I will never understand the guys that hang on too long. Justin Verlander, man, and it hurts because of his ties here. But did you see this over the weekend? Justin Verlander is winless in his 16 starts to start the year. It ties the longest streak to start a season without a win in Major League Baseball history. With his next start, if he doesn't get a win, he breaks the all-time record. Justin Verlander shouldn't be having stats like that attached to him. Like, he's one of the all-time GOATs, man. And same with Chris Paul. Chris, what are you doing? Just journeyman to end the career? Come on. So over the weekend, I had a chance to speak to two of the foremost insiders in sports, one on baseball, one on the NFL. And, of course, what I like to do, even though that these are network shows, I slide in a local question about Detroit. I feel like, okay, until somebody says something to me about that, hey, Mark, don't ask about Detroit for a national interview. I feel like, you know what, I'm going to try. I'm going to do my A-level best to make it happen. So that's what I do. And so I ask Bob Nightingale, USA Today's Major League Baseball columnist, president of the Baseball Writers Association of America, Hall of Fame voter. I talked to him about what's coming up for the Tigers right here, and here is that exchange. So there you go. Do you Tigers fans buy or sell that you are one piece away? Bob Nightingale believes you're one piece away. I don't know that I agree with that. I think, a bat and an arm would be great. But look, Aroldis Chapman, Kyle Finnegan, Ryan Helsley, Joan Duran, Cade Smith, Griffin Jacks, David Bednar, Pete Fairbanks, names that are out there undoubtedly could help. But he believes you are one piece away. I mean, that's good news, right? Who is going to be that number one overall piece? And then we have Jason La Canfora joined us on the NFL. And what you're going to hear me do here is compare the all-in approach of the Washington Commanders this offseason with that of the Detroit Lions. Now, here's the issue, guys. I've asked you, would you rather win a Super Bowl and be mediocre the other 9 years in a decade, or never win a Super Bowl but be good every year? And 82% of you said you'd rather win the Super Bowl and be mediocre the other 9 years. Brad Holmes is operating the Lions the opposite of that. He's operating it. He wants to be viable and in contention every single year. He doesn't buy the concept of Super Bowl windows. Have you noticed what Washington's done this offseason? All chips, center of the table. So you hear me present this to Jason La Canfora. Oh, boy. Jason La Canfora just went boom in Detroit with that one, didn't he? Both teams are going to regress. He didn't like either approach. You know, the sustained excellent aim of Brad Holmes and the all chips to the center of the table approach from Washington. He hates both of them. And Bob Nightingale says you're one piece away with the Detroit Tigers. Remember, the tease to this was you're going to love what one guy has to say. You're going to hate the other one. But I want to focus on Jason La Canfora's bit right now because he says both of these teams are going to regress this year, meaning your Lions are going to regress this year. If you are objective about what he said, do you agree or disagree? You know, if you can answer that question, if you can remove the Lions fan hat for a minute and answer that objectively, do you agree? Here's my take. I think by the time the playoffs roll around, the Lions could be better than they were a year ago. You won't see it in the record. I mean, they could be 10-7. They could be 11-6. But with that schedule and with all the changes on this team, I think 11-6 represents the ceiling for what their record could be this year. It doesn't matter what your regular season record is. Very rarely does the team with the best record win the Super Bowl. That number is 34% in the NFL, 24% in Major League Baseball. You're not worried about having the best record. What did that do for you last year? Having the best record, having the number one seed. You're worried about playing your best football when it matters the most. The Lions, to me, seem to be in a bit of a year of transition. But one thing that you can't make an excuse for is the coordinators. History tells us that information. 5 times in NFL history has a team lost both coordinators before a season began. That happened to the Lions this year. Kelvin Shepard, John Morton, replacing Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. In the previous 5 times this has happened in NFL history, the teams have been, on average, only 1 game worse the following season. 1. So, Mark Ryan, are you saying the Lions are going to be 14-3 this year? No, they can't be. But I am saying that this is a team that I think could get progressively better as the season wears on. ESPN's NFL Power Index says that they're going to win 9.6 games. That means 9 or 9-8 or 10-7. One will probably get them into the playoffs. 10-7. One will probably not. 9-8. They say you have a 65% chance of making the playoffs this year and a 39% chance of winning your division. 8% chance to win the Super Bowl. Are they too high or are they too low? Or are they just right with those numbers? 248-539-9797 is where you can get to us on the show. Happy to get your thoughts on all of the above on this. I will tell you that I think the Lions are playing this one touchy situation perfectly. And I'll give you the 5 W's on that next. My name is Mark Ryan. Great to be in for Carson Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket. Great to have you guys with us. Mark Ryan in for Carson Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket, rolling on until 2 o'clock p.m. today. Truly do appreciate you guys making us part of your morning. Ticket Texter says, just because Holmes is trying to keep the Lions successful several years doesn't mean they aren't trying to win the Super Bowl. I agree, Ticket Texter. I think there is a modicum of urgency that I haven't felt given how close that they are. I'm not saying you need to ruin your ability to sign all your guys by going after a Trey Hendrickson or a Myles Garrett. You heard Aiden Hutchinson say they weren't going to be doing that. At the same time, you know, I'm surprised. I've got to be honest with you. I'm surprised that they have left the defensive line in the shape that it's in. You know, an old football wise man once told me that your importance in the game of football is in direct proportion to the distance you line up from the football when it's snapped. Closer you are to the football, the more important you are to the game. What does that tell you? Who's important? Quarterback, offensive line, defensive line. Really important. Well, are the Lions elite right now on either line? Lose Frank Ragnow, lose Kevin Zeitler. Are they elite on the defensive line? What's the over-under on the number of games Marcus Davenport is going to play? You know, nobody wants to believe more than you do, more than I do. I think there's a lot of question marks that are facing this team entering this season. More question marks than answers, if I'm honest with you. But thus far, the Lions have, you know, they've practiced discretion on something that I think they are right to practice discretion on. And I'm curious how you feel about this, but I feel like they've made the exact right move thus far, being cautious about the Aiden Hutchinson extension. And I say that realizing that I am on the air right now. In the next 5 minutes, they could announce an extension for Aiden Hutchinson. I understand that. That extension could happen today, tomorrow, anytime during training camp. That extension could come down. Now, some of you might say, no, Mark Ryan, by waiting, the cost for Aiden Hutchinson is just going up. Well, none of these other guys have broken tibias, broken fibulas. Your guy does. Can you tell me with 100% confidence that you're getting 10 level Aiden Hutchinson this year? Can you tell me with 100% confidence that the first half of this year is going to look a hell of a lot like the first half of last year? Can you tell me that? Because I don't know that. I'm not a doctor, nor did I stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. I can't give you that. And then there's this. You know what team has been number one in the NFL in defensive spending? It's the same team every year. You know who it is? The Pittsburgh Steelers. What have the Pittsburgh Steelers done lately? You know, I feel like Adam Sandler and Billy Madison is telling me today, Junior. Here's what the Pittsburgh Steelers have done in their last 5 playoff games. Remember, they're number one in defensive spending. 2024, they gave up 28 points, lost their first playoff game. 2023, they gave up 31 points, lost their first playoff game. 2021, they gave up 42 points, lost their first playoff game. 2020, they gave up 48 points, lost their first playoff game. 2017, they gave up 45 points and they lost their first playoff game. What is leading the NFL in defensive spending doing for the Pittsburgh Steelers? Then there's this. You know, guys, this is one of my favorite NFL statistics, and I share it with you right now. The only quarterback that has won the Super Bowl making more than 13% of his team's salary cap is Patrick Mahomes. This year, that number, 13% of the cap, is $36 million. We're now having position players count for more against the cap than that. And so let's look at how the teams are doing that have position players making more than that number. Because Aiden Hutchinson is going to be in that camp here, right? I mean, Aiden Hutchinson is going to be in the camp of these extremely high-paid guys. TJ Watt, Steelers, $41 million a year. How are the Steelers doing? Again, they would have been better off moving on from TJ Watt. Take one step back to take two steps forward. Time to press the reset button. You're not winning anything with him. How is the Jamar Chase deal working out for the Bengals? Oh, it got T. Higgins paid as the highest paid number 2 in the NFL. What's that doing for them? There are more holes on that roster than Swiss cheese. Myles Garrett got his $40 million from the Browns. How are their prospects looking? Danielle Hunter, Houston Texans, $36 million salary. They won a playoff game. So there's one. They won a single playoff game this year. Next up in line, Max Crosby, Raiders. How are they doing with his contract? Do you see the theme here? Do you see what's going on? Do you see how, you have to kind of create your own budget within the NFL salary cap where you prioritize players? Finally, Justin Jefferson is the 6th highest paid non-quarterback, $35 million a year. Vikings did not win a playoff game last year. Among the 6 highest paid non-quarterbacks, you have a grand total of 1. Count them, 1 playoff win last year. I mean, do you have to keep Aiden Hutchinson? I think you do. But the Lions, if they're going to be throwing that kind of money at him, I think they would be wise to wait and see what Aiden Hutchinson they're getting this year. Why is this a rush? Why is this a hurry? Mark Ryan, the cost is just going up, you say. So what? I would rather pay more and know what I have than to make a blind investment and save a few $1 million. I need to know what I have. The track record of paying these guys is not great. It's not good at all, as a matter of fact. And you know Aiden Hutchinson is going to be on that class of player. So why not wait and see what you have? By the way, do you think Jared Goff can be the first $50 million quarterback to win a Super Bowl? You think he can do that? We haven't had a single one. No quarterback making $50 million has won a Super Bowl. Dak Prescott, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa. Jared Goff, but his cap hit isn't $50 million this year. It is next year, unless they restructure it. Brock Purdy and Justin Herbert and Lamar Jackson. No. You see, you have to be wise with this, and teams throw money at these players out of desperation. We can't lose Brock Purdy. We can't lose him. But then they make so much money that the roster has holes in it and you can't win. The highest paid non-quarterback salaries, these teams aren't winning anything. So you tell me, do you re-up Aiden Hutchinson right now as quickly as he will sign for as much money as it takes? Or do you do what the Lions might be doing? Do you say, we're going to take a wait-and-see approach? Because that seems to be the more prudent action. The number for you guys is 248-539-9797. It's where you can get to us on the show. I value your thoughts. I value your input on this and all of the above. We will take your calls on this. Coming up next on the show, does your employer owe you a conversation before they cut you? I'll explain. Mark Ryan, in for Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Great to have you guys with us. Mark, Ryan, Karsh, and Anderson in for those guys as they're having a much-deserved and well-earned vacation right now as we are geared up, man. It is something how the NFL has totally commandeered our sports calendar, isn't it? It's like, if you think about it, there's only 1 month of the year that they don't go after anymore. Mark Cuban said their greed was going to be their undoing. I agree. It's really greedy. And like, if you play on Thanksgiving, you shouldn't have to play on Christmas Day, and you sure as hell shouldn't be playing football in July. The Lions are doing all of those things this year. But the NFL is like the honey badger. The honey badger takes whatever it wants. And the NFL is doing that, I would say, quite nicely. You look at the calendar. August is preseason. September through February is the season. March is the NFL Combine. April is the NFL Draft. May is, remember, we all gather around in May for the schedule release. July is training camps. Only month they don't go after is June. So if you listen to any of my shows in the month of June, I got to know football. Because if they're letting June be a break for us, I'm taking the break, man. I'm absolutely taking the break. But it's back now, and we are thrilled that it is here. And we've asked you guys, if the Lions are, in fact, taking a wait-and-see approach on Aiden Hutchinson, is that the right move? The numbers, in terms of throwing big money at non-quarterbacks, seems to indicate they are wise to wait on this. Let's see here. Ticket Texter says, Mark, the Tigers need a bat and a knockout close of the last 3 games. Clearly show we need a bat too. Could not agree with you more, Ticket Texter, on that. It's too easy for mediocre pitchers to get the Tigers lineup on an off night. Ticket Texter says, I don't want people to get this twisted because Aiden is worth the money, of course, but I agree with you. Let's make sure he's going to be able to come back at a high level before you give him this extension, because this is one of those big injuries that a lot of players don't come back at the same level of. Ticket Texter says, I have zero interest in paying any defensive lineman $40+ million. Give me 2 at 20 apiece every time. Football requires many players, not just a few great ones. Sadly, this Lions team always overpays their guys to a fault, and I expect it to happen again. Big mistake. I do believe that Aiden Hutchinson is part of any Super Bowl effort for the Lions. But I also believe you got to be prudent here with how you do this, because the track record of the other guys, the money they're making, doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. So have you guys been enjoying this quarterback show on Netflix? Let me tell you what I do. I wonder if I'm the only one who does this, but I'm watching quarterback, and every time all that I do is I just fast forward to the Lions parts. It's just like, okay, yeah, Joe Burrow's kind of interesting. I watch a little bit of him. I find Kirk Cousins boring. But I want to get to the Lions parts. So I sit there and I thumb through until we get to the Lions parts every single time. And in the first episode of Quarterback, Jared Goff said something that hit me right between the eyes. I didn't realize that Goff was still bent about this. Goff is still really upset about how things ended with the Los Angeles Rams, and it just got me thinking. I kind of widened the lens in my mind about this, and I just was struck by the fact that is a wound for Jared that 4 years later still hasn't healed, the way he was jettisoned from the Rams to the Lions. And make no mistake, at the time that trade was made, the Lions were the place players went to die. At the time, now things have changed. Sheila Ford Hamp, Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell get a ton of credit for that. They have single-handedly done the most difficult thing to do in sports. They've changed a culture. Now Detroit is where great players want to go. But the Rams were sending Goff to the Lions at the time to die. And listen to Jared Goff right here. In no way was he down with the way this went down. Ooh. So who is Goff talking about there? He's talking about Sean McVay. And he says he wishes McVay would have had the maturity to let him know what was happening. In other words, Sean McVay is immature. I saw that and I was like, wow, that is still bothering him years later. Do I get it? Absolutely, I get it. Those slights that we receive early in our lives, early in our careers, they roll with us for the duration of our lives. You know, like I used to be, end of my freshman year of high school, I was 5'3", 103 pounds. I had glasses, I had braces, I had no chance with anybody. I was bullied, I was pushed down the stairs. Does that chip on my shoulder still exist today? Yeah, it does. Most definitely it does. You know, and Goff has this feeling that I do of like, you know, it hurts him. And he's having his how you like me now moment right now with the Los Angeles Rams. But I was thinking about this because it really is something that applies to all. Does your employer owe you a conversation before they let you go? Think about this. You know, do they owe you any sort of that bring you in and have a conversation with you and let you know what's going on within the company? I will say that among all the relationships that I've had in my life, speaking specifically about romantic relationships, the women that I respect the most today didn't blindside me when the relationship ended. Like either I ended it or I knew why the relationship ended. The women that I've been with that I respect the least all blindsided me. Like I never saw it coming. It was just, you know, like just total blindside. And that's the kind of stuff that really hurts you. Now, what did the Rams do with Jared Goff? They met Matt Stafford under the cloud of darkness when he was on vacation in the Bahamas with his family. They told Jared Goff nothing. Matt Stafford agrees to come to the Rams. They make the trade. Sean McVay calls Jared Goff, tells him they're moving on. And Jared Goff says 5 minutes after they told me. 5 minutes later, it's all over social media. They have the conversation. It's all over social media. I had the chance to digest nothing. Guys, here's the answer. This is something the United States of America, this is something we do wrong. 95% of companies in America today don't give you a heads up before they let you go. And they should. They should. All that Jared Goff wanted was this conversation. How hard is this? Jared, hey, I wanted to let you know, as you know, we're always looking to improve the team from any way imaginable. There have been some conversations about you, and we just want to let you know we're going to keep you apprised of how those conversations go, and we'll let you know about all the above. That's all that Jared Goff wanted to know. And his team couldn't even give him that. Couldn't even give him the courtesy of saying, yeah, Jared, your name's come up. There are some conversations that are going on, and we'll keep you apprised. They blindsided him, and he took them to the Super Bowl, and they had success. So openly and honestly, I asked that to you guys. On March 18th, 2021, Jared Goff was traded to the Lions without even a courtesy phone call beforehand to let him know that, you know, they were kind of moving on from him. You know, it kind of felt like an affair, did it? They kind of sneaking around behind his back, not telling him anything, with a quarterback that had great success for him. Does your employer owe you a conversation before they let you go? I know right now we've got company presidents, CEOs in the audience that might let people go today or tomorrow. Do you owe them a heads up that, you know, the company's considering moving in a different direction before it actually goes down? Open phone lines for you. Your thoughts welcome. 248-539-9797 is the number to get to us on the show. I will answer that for you next. Mark Ryan in for Carson Anderson. 97 The Ticket. Mark Ryan here with you, 97.1 The Ticket, in for Carson Anderson. Hope the guys are having an awesome vacation. What a cool deal, man, getting to be in this time of day, and awesome to be here with you guys. I continue to find, like, Detroit this awesome place where if you embrace her, she embraces you back, man, and it's been great. Jared Goff is still bent at the way the Los Angeles Rams got rid of him, and I think he's got a great point, and I think it's something we do wrong in America. I think you should get a heads up so you're not blindsided. The heart isn't supposed to be able to take blindsides like that. And before I get to your phone calls, I want to share something with you that I've been through. I lost one of my best friends in my life to suicide, and it came when he was blindsided. He was 24 when I was growing up. Me and George and Robert were the three musketeers, and we did everything together, man. And, I left Houston when I was 13 years of age, but my formative years were in Houston, Texas. And we kept in touch. We got together every few years. We remained close. When he was 24, his fiance called him at work and told him that she was cheating on him. He didn't tell anybody that phone call. He went home and took his life. And I've never forgotten that. And certainly being let go of a job is different than being cheated on in a relationship, but the blindside element is the same. It's that blindsides are not very well received. It feels like information that's too much to take in one moment in time. And I've never forgotten that. And Jared Goff has never forgotten that. So should the Rams have given him a heads up? Hell yeah, they should have. Should your employer have given you a heads up before they let you go? Hell yeah, they should have. I was part of a radio station trade. I've actually been traded in my career. When I hosted with Booger McFarland in Tampa, we were both traded. And I said to Booger, they didn't see my no trade clause. We were traded. Total blindside. Didn't even see it coming. And I got traded to a different company overnight. So, communication is key. I'm a big communicator. My wife tells me that, Mark, she's never had anyone communicate with her the way that I do. And I just think that the communication is really missing because it's easier not to have the tough conversations. We don't have the tough conversations. And I think we're doing it wrong. And I think Sean McVay is immature. To bring you into what we're talking about, here's what Jared Goff had to say about the way he was unceremoniously dumped by the Rams. The Rams are immature. Sean McVay is immature. Jared Goff is right. Let's get to the phones. Jonathan and Wendy are up first. Ladies first policy. Wendy, the floor is yours. Thanks for the call. You're on Carson Anderson. Mark Ryan sitting in. 97.1 The Ticket.
Yeah, I was part of a reduction in force, which didn't catch me by surprise. It had been rumored for a long time. So under those circumstances, it wasn't just me. It was a lot of people. So, I sort of, okay. But there have been a couple of times where I left a position, once because I wanted to take a different direction in my career, and another time because it was a really good opportunity. And both times the company wanted to know why I was leaving and what they could do to keep me. So why wouldn't it be reciprocal? They certainly wanted to have that conversation when it was my decision. So why wouldn't it be reciprocal if it was their decision?
Wendy, you are making way too much sense today. And here's another thing, Wendy. Have you noticed that they ask you for 2 weeks' notice, but you don't get 2 weeks' notice? Why is that? Yeah. Why is the power all on their side of the ledger? That's what Jared Goff is saying. Jared Goff isn't saying, I'm holier than thou. Jared Goff is saying, how about some human decency? How about some respect so that I don't have to go through a blind side, which is what you guys did to me. It's brutal, Wendy. Brutal. How do you feel about that?
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, when players ask for a trade, you know very well that the ownership is going to ask, well, why do you want to be traded?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. But, Wendy, Jared Goff didn't need to be told that they didn't think he was good enough or any of those things. He just needed to be apprised of the situation. Jared, we're going to have some conversations. You know, everybody on the team, we're always trying to improve the roster. Your name has come up. We'll let you know how it goes. We'll keep you apprised of the situation. Wendy, you and I just had that conversation in 10 seconds. The Rams couldn't give him that courtesy, and that's forever stuck in his craw that, you know, how they did him like that. He took him to the Super Bowl, for crying out loud. You know? How about some human decency? How about some respect?
Yeah, like be a person.
Be a person. That's exactly right, Wendy. Thank you for the phone call. I do appreciate that very much. The question to you guys is, does your employer owe you the right to a conversation before they let you go? 248-539-9797 is the number. What happens to Goff happens to all. Ticket Texter says, I love Goff, but what did he do for the Rams and specifically McVay to trade him like that? I'm sure he could have accepted coaching better and did things. You're sure? Do you have facts, sir? Or is this just conjecture? You're sure this, you're sure that. Have some human decency. In many employment sectors, the Ticket Texter says, if somebody knew that they might be released, it allows them time to go. Take intellectual property and/or damage the company's reputation. Also, if the company thinks they're a lame duck, why would they bother to do a good job? So says Nick in Ohio. Nick in Ohio, I accepted this job on Valentine's Day last year. I told my station, Valentine's Day last year, the station I was at. The station I was at asked me not for 2 weeks' notice. They asked me for 5 weeks' notice. I kept them apprised of everything going on. I kept them apprised I was interviewing. I kept them apprised I was offered. I kept them apprised I was going to accept the position. They asked for 5 weeks' notice. This station granted the 5 weeks' notice. That's what happens when you communicate. There's no hard feelings anymore. Let's get to Jonathan, who is up next on the show. Jonathan, you're on Carson Anderson, Mark Ryan sitting in. Go ahead.
Hey, Mark, thanks for the call. I was prepared to say, you know, different levels of management have different agendas, but your story about suicide really touched me, man. I really do feel sorry that happened like that. And being blindsided, it's the emotional part that really drives people crazy. So when you're talking about a job, the notice gives you time to process what's going on, but a lot of times in management and upper management, those guys know when changes or directions is coming. But for employees, you have to hold the intellectual property, like the emailer said, and you got to look at the bottom line of the company. If an employee has access to sensitive data, unfortunately, at times it is better to make that a clean cut and revoke all their security clearances. Otherwise, you open yourself up to unethical activities. So that's
Jonathan. But those things happen anyway when you let somebody go. You know, like those. You know, if you hired the right people, Jonathan, that have the right mental makeup, you don't have to worry about them going scorched earth inside the building. You know what I mean?
That's true. But when you mess with people's money, it changes. You can be a great guy, but when the money ain't lining up, you worry about telling your wife, you know, bills is gonna come up short. Things change, man. People are emotional. It could be a bad day. The Tigers just lost, and that's it.
Jonathan, what do you do, Jonathan? What do you do for a living?
I'm a project manager and I'm a business owner on a publishing company.
Okay. So, Jonathan, what I would say to you, if I was your superior, is, Jonathan, you know there's been a lot of changes in the publishing industry. I imagine that's probably true. Jonathan, I want to let you know that we have to make some very difficult decisions as a company moving forward. We don't know how things are going to turn out, but we're going to keep you apprised over the next weeks and months as to how this thing goes. We want you to be an active participant in this. Jonathan, doesn't that make you feel better than being blindsided?
Oh, it does for sure. It gives you time to put fillers out and do different things.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's true. But if I got some security code, some specialized code or something for some tech, a new application, that's a different story. It all depends on information.
Okay.
Depends on the level of access.
Okay,
I personally believe
you were exactly, Jonathan, who I was hoping to hear from. I was hoping to hear from a business owner, somebody who makes decisions like this. Jonathan, if anything, I hope I've challenged you a little bit on this stuff. Good to talk to you, though, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you very much. Let's get to Maureen, who is up next on the show. Maureen, great to hear from you. Carson Anderson, Mark Ryan sitting in.
Hey, Carson. How are you today?
Doing well. Thank you.
So I've been on both sides of the situation. I had an employer that I was very unhappy in my job. They cut my status from full-time to part-time, lost my benefits as the main breadwinner. And they said, we don't need you anymore. I thought about it for a couple of weeks and packed my stuff up on a Friday, told my boss I'd quit. Today's my last day, and walked out the door. There were no standard operating procedures for what my job was. There was nobody else that knew or could do my job. And I really didn't care because I knew they didn't care enough about me to say, other than you're done. You know, we're cutting your
right, Maureen. Well,
you
you get in life what you give, and you were giving what you've gotten. I see no problem with that. They can't ask you for 2 weeks' notice and not give you the same courtesy.
So that brings me to my next point, which is the job that I had after that. During the pandemic, about halfway through, it was a very difficult job, and I probably wasn't qualified enough to do it, but they hired me and came in on a Monday morning, and I thought this might happen, but came in on a Monday morning, had a Zoom meeting with my immediate supervisor, HR, and said, you haven't completed your performance plan, today's your last day. And I said, okay, fine. In the 20 minutes that they gave me before they did anything, I wiped my computer.
Yeah.
Going to the gentleman prior to me, comment about security whatever. I deleted the stuff that I had on my hard drive. I deleted it.
Yeah.
And they didn't have access to that. There were some notes and things on projects that I had been working on. They were gone.
Maureen, I appreciate the story, and I don't. There is a saying that nothing that's good ends well. Goff and the Rams had something good, but Goff is 100% right in my opinion. They were immature with how they handled that. You're a grown-ass man, Sean McVay. Shame on you. Handle it like an adult. So I ask you guys, is Goff in the right or is Goff in the wrong? 248-539-9797. Mark Ryan in for Carson Anderson. 97 won the ticket. Great to have you guys with us. Mark Ryan, 97.1 The Ticket. Jared Goff still feels jilted by the Los Angeles Rams and the way they dumped him. Is that something where you say, hey, Jared, you got to be a big boy and grow up and get over it? Or do you say, no, Jared has a point? I'm in the latter camp. He absolutely has a point. And we, as a country, do the terminations of employees wrong. And I'm not talking about if you got fired. If you got fired, you are owed nothing. If you got fired, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. But if you were let go and you were performing well and through no fault of your own, I don't feel people should be blindsided that way. I really don't. My wife just took, I just hit it out of the park with my wife. If you saw my wife and I together, you would say, that dude outkicked his coverage. Amen to that. But she recently took a new job, and her previous job asked her for 4 weeks' notice when the new job wanted her to start in 2 weeks. And I said to my wife, I said, they said, Mark, they're going to blacklist me, and I can never work there again if I don't give them 4 weeks' notice. And I said, do you ever intend to work there again? She said, no. I said, well, throw up the deuces then. They're getting 2 weeks. Ridiculous. 4 weeks or else you can't ever work here again. Woo. Just give a heads up, give notice, communicate. God forbid. Jared Goff is right. He really is. Ticket Texter says, Mark, it's great to hear from you. Very entertaining. You're right to the point. I enjoy listening to you. Thanks so much. Very next text. Enough of this Mark Ryan guy. All I can do is be myself, Ticket Texter. Everyone else is taken. Let's get to Jason, who is up next on the show. Jason, good to talk to you. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, first, hey, how's it going, Mark? First off, let me say I never get tired of hearing you. You're refreshing, and it's nice to hear that point of view.
Thank you, my friend.
I want to say we're forgetting that there's always a kind of a double standard, right? Hourly employees sometimes get let go with no fault of their own, with nothing, and they leave with nothing. But also, you remember management, if they know that they're let go, sometimes they get a 2-3 week severance package. Now, I think that's unfair. And then some of these companies, when they let you go, they want to have an exit interview with you. I mean, in the exit interview, they ask you, what could you have done different, or what could the company have done different to keep you, which I think is kind of dumb anyway. But I'm just going to hang up and listen to what you got to say.
Yeah, and Jason, I think what you're highlighting is kind of the point that I've been trying to make, is that, I want to use this platform to say Jared Goff is right, and in this country, we do it all wrong. We do it all wrong. I have been let go the right way. I have been let go the wrong way. I have been broken up with the right way. I have been broken up with the wrong way. There is a stark difference in terms of how you feel about the company and the woman, depending on whether you've been communicated with correctly or incorrectly, or no communication whatsoever. Guys, no lie, I had agreed to move to Houston, Texas, to be with a girl that I was with from Tampa, Florida. I quit my job. I packed up my place. Everything's ready to go. The movers are coming. She says, this isn't going to work. I already quit my job. I already packed up my place. No communication. What am I supposed to do with my life at that point? There has never been a day where I have not still felt angry about that if I think about it, about how the way I was done. No communication, just axed. No heart, no feeling, no empathy. That's what Jared Goff feels like. And he has every right to still be pissed about it. And he's got a camera in front of him, and he's making a point to let everybody know that Sean McVay and the Rams are immature, because they are. Let's get to Tony, who is up next on the show. Tony, good to talk to you. Carson Anderson, Mark Ryan filling in.
Hi, Mark. Good to talk to you.
Thanks.
I want to comment on both issues. Blindsided, I met my high school, sweetheart. We went together 6 years. Got engaged, ended up getting married. 6 months later, she walked out on me. Just
oh God,
cut my legs. My legs right off.
Tony, and she did that because it's easier to do what she did than be an adult.
Yeah, and I mean, it set me back for several years. I quit a really excellent job because I couldn't face my friends. I was down and out. I moved up to the state of Washington from Michigan. I had to get away. And, fortunately, I've got my life back together. I've got a beautiful wife now and grandchildren.
Good for you, man. Good for you.
But I never once thought about suicide. I got to say that.
Yeah.
I mean, as bad as it was, I was I was hurt. But, on the management side of it, I worked for a company for 7 years later on in my life. And they treated me really first class. They were a good company to work for. But it turns out some of the upper management people were misusing funds and spending money that shouldn't have been spent. So they ended up going bankrupt. They called me in. They said, hey, we're sorry. But on their behalf, they did call me in ahead of time. They gave me a slight severance package. I was able to get unemployment.
And that's what they should do, Tony. That's what that's how it should be done.
Yeah.
Look, that you have situations where companies go through hard times and they can't afford everybody. I understand that as much as anybody. But when there's a way to handle that and there's a way to screw somebody over, and what happened to Jared Goff after he took him to the Super Bowl, Tony, it would have been so easy to handle that the right way, and they stabbed him right in the back. Shame on them.
I agree. Because in the same position that I lost my job, I was responsible for hiring and firing people. But I always was up front with those guys. I let them know, why. I let them know the circumstances. There's no way I would have just said, hey, pack your stuff up and get out of here, I mean, because I was on the other end of it as well. So.
Tony, I do appreciate the call very, very much, and I'm 100% with you. I'm glad you picked up the pieces after that awful breakup, and sounds like you're living your best life right now. Ticket Texter says, Mark, I've been blindsided. Let me see here. In a ton in my life, I have Asperger's syndrome. It hurts every time. I have considered suicide. I've attempted suicide. This hurts so bad, being oblivious and blindsided and rejected. Talked about behind your back. Please read what I texted. Amen. So says Jason in Royal Oak. Jason, if I could communicate this to you, my friend, because I couldn't communicate it to my best friend who I lost in my life. You heard the story. Suicide is a temporary finale. Suicide is a permanent finale to a temporary problem. You don't need to put a period at the end of something that's a comma. The pain that you have in your life and those incidences are temporary. Life is a beautiful thing, man. Life is an absolutely beautiful thing. And should you ever reach a very difficult place, I invite you to reach out to me. Mark.Ryan@Odyssey.com. MARC.Ryan, RYAN @Odyssey.com. I'd be happy to be there for you because I couldn't be there for my friend. So please, I hope you realize that and understand that, and I'll be praying for you. 248-539-9797 is the number to get to us on the show. Coming up next, the most popular college football team has officially been crowned. So why do I feel like I'll be starting a war by sharing this? That's next. Oh, boy. Mark Ryan in for Carson Anderson in the middays. 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, Mark Ryan filling in here on 97.1 The Ticket, rolling on until not 1 but 2 p.m. today. Tomorrow, I will be in this slot with Rieger. If you want to hear a hoot of a radio show, listen to Rieger and I tomorrow. We agree on nothing, and I'd have him no other way. You know, it's weird because sometimes I think hosts can want somebody they agree with, and if you can kind of remove yourself from that, a show is better when you disagree. We've gotten to a place, just like we fire people the wrong way, we let go people the wrong way. When we disagree in this country, it feels like somebody said something about somebody's mama. No, it's not. Some of my best friends I disagree with all the time. But Jared Goff was unceremoniously dumped by the Rams. He has a right to have beef about that. And I'm asking you, does he need to get over it, or is he right? I think he's 100% on point. The way we let people go in this country is wrong. There is no heads up. There is no communication whatsoever. And there is no communication from the Rams to him. He says the Rams are immature. He's right. He's right. He wishes there would be some maturity. There wasn't maturity. Just let him know what's going on, man. Dennis is up next on this. Hey, Dennis, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's good, man?
Hey, Mark. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
I don't know whether you remember this. It might have been a little before your time, but there was a building manager, Al Zabatka, for the Red Wings. And at Joe Louis Arena, he was a real popular figure. He'd always ran the Zamboni. If somebody threw a octopus out on the ice, it'd be him that would go get it and swing it all around, get the crowd revved up. He was a loyal employee for a long, long time, and I'm not going to go into the reasons that he was let go, but he tried to reach out to Chris Ilitch on several occasions, according to newspaper article, and Chris ducked his call, said, well, that's an HR thing. Never had the professional courtesy to speak to him. I can't imagine Mike Ilitch doing that, but apparently Chris doesn't feel he needed to give him a face-to-face or person-to-person conversation. So I thought that was a real lousy way to go. Do you remember that?
Dennis, I do not remember that, nor do I know anything about that individual situation. So I would just say I'm not qualified to comment on that. Brian is in Detroit, is up next. Hey, Brian, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, how's it going? First of all, I got to say I love your show, man. Love the show.
Thank you so much, Brian. Means the world. Thank you, bud.
Yeah, I have to agree with. At first, I was kind of thinking that Jared. I'm like, dude, get over it. You're making so much money per year. But then I thought about it, and I thought about it. I'm like, he has every right to be treated like a human being, like a freaking person when it comes to that. And I got to share like one quick little story, really, really briefly. And this is kind of what underscored it. I worked for Google for quite a few years. And they had a really screwy way of firing people. And I don't mean like an individual. I mean like whole teams, like 20 and 30 people. They would call a meeting, and they would separate those that they wanted to keep versus those that they didn't. And the ones that they didn't, they would just hold them in a room, and they're just talking to them about nonsensical whatever, nothing. Meanwhile, managers would go through and gather up all their belongings, each individual box, sit it out on the curb in front of the building, and then walk all these guys down with security. They had no idea about anything that was going on. No liquidation, no intimation, no nothing.
Yeah,
They just
Brian,
did it.
and again, it's different if you're fired. Like if you're fired, you did something to deserve losing your job.
Right.
But if it's just like the company's cutting costs and you've been a noble, loyal employee,
Yes.
you shouldn't be going through that, man. I mean, it's absurd. It's ridiculous. And Brian, you're 100% on point with this. 100%. And it doesn't matter, Brian. Certainly, does the $50 million golden parachute that Jared Goff help to cushion the landing? Do you and I not possess that? Yes, Brian, that's true. We do not possess that. But his point is, treat me like a human being. I'm not just a piece of property. And the way that they did it, Brian, like going to Cabo in the middle of the night and meeting with Matt Stafford on vacation, and it felt like an affair. You know what I mean? It's like,
Dirty.
Let's keep it secretive. Let's keep it dirty. Well, if you do people dirty, you get what you got coming to you. And the Rams have, after the Super Bowl, the Rams have not done diddly poo since. It's called karma,
Right.
Brian. It's called karma.
Absolutely.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate the phone call.
Thanks.
And thank you so much for the kind words as well. Means a lot. 248-539-9797 is where you can get to us on the show. We go to Al, who is up next. Al, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Go right ahead, man. Mark Ryan in for Carson Anderson.
Oh, wow, that was quick.
Yes, sir. We like to keep it moving here.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, my thoughts is, he needs to get over it. This is the NFL. It's not for long.
Okay, but how about treat him like a human being?
NFL, it's all business. It's cold-blooded. Look at Colin Kaepernick. He can't even get a job. I'm going to feel sorry for some golf.
Well, no, but at the same time, Al, whether you agree or disagree with Colin Kaepernick, you could also say that he was talented enough to still have a job in the NFL, and there was collusion to keep him out. That's an accurate statement. He was wronged. Jared Goff was wronged here. I don't think get over it and grow up is showing any sort of empathy whatsoever. But
it's not like he got dumped. They traded him to another team.
Without bringing him into any of it. And he took them to the
NFL.
Super Bowl.
That's business.
Al,
how many players been in the shoes?
Al, exactly, Al.
Montana
That's the problem.
went to the Chiefs, and he had 4 Super Bowls with the 49ers.
Al, wake up and smell the coffee. Do you got corn cobs in your ears? Listen to me. Just because everyone does things the wrong way doesn't mean that you shouldn't highlight wrongdoing. 31 teams passed on Lamar Jackson. I only care about it if your team passed on Lamar Jackson. I don't care that everyone screws up.
On Lamar Jackson.
No, yeah, they did. 30. I don't care about everyone else doing something wrong. I care about that something happened wrong to your guy. Jared Goff was wronged, Al. He was wronged. Grow up, get over it. I mean, that doesn't work for me. Be a human being, be an adult, be mature, have a grown-up conversation. That's what was needed there, and that's what you didn't get. Up next, the most popular college football team has officially been crowned, so why do I feel like I'll be starting a war by sharing this? Oh, boy. Mark Ryan in for Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan in for Carson Anderson. Here today on 97.1 The Ticket, rolling on until 2 p.m. Thrilled to have you guys with us. Appreciate all of the kind words. And it's today, today this is incredible. Today, this has been a goal since I got here, was to have opportunities like this, man. And it's a thrill to be able to be here with you guys. In the meantime, here's how you can get in touch with the show. You can give us a call at 248-539-9797. That's also the same number where you can hit us on the Ticket text line. And invite you to get to me on social media if you haven't done so already. On X or Twitter and on Facebook, I'm at Mark Ryan on Air. That's at MARC Ryan on Air. And you can get to our station at 97.1 The Ticket XYT. I saw this and I immediately knew I had to get to it. Oh, my goodness gracious. Do you guys realize that The Athletic has come out with an objective way to determine who the most popular program in college football is? Oh, I love things like this. When you are in your teens and in your 20s, being a nerd is a really bad thing. And then when you get to hit 30, suddenly chicks dig nerds. And I don't know what it is. So as I think part of the reason my wife went for me is because I'm a nerd about so many different things. But the reality is this is such a nerdy article, and I'm probably about to start a civil war here, but realize don't shoot the messenger. All I am doing is sharing the data with you. The most popular program in the entirety of college football is none other, and it's officially and objectively ruled, it is the Michigan Wolverines. Now, the question is, why are they the most popular team in college football? You can't just make a statement like that, Mark Ryan, and not back it up. Well, the reason why I'm sharing this with you is because The Athletic did back it up in an 18-page article. In TV viewership, the Michigan Wolverines are fourth. In StubHub purchases, secondary market ticket purchases, the University of Michigan is first. In Google searches, the University of Michigan is fourth. Social media following, Michigan is third. Attendance, Michigan first. Merchandise, swag, Michigan is second. Revenue, Michigan is third. Betting, if there's one thing you don't want to be taking part in as an alumni, if there's one thing that's kind of like an ugly underbelly of what's going on with America right now, I don't mind if my school, the University of Florida, is not up there in betting. Michigan is unranked, so they get no points for betting. And I actually think that's a really good thing. Number of alumni, Michigan is third. Officially, by objective data, the most popular college football program in all the land, let me hear it one more time, Paulie, is the Michigan Wolverines. Congratulations, Wolverines fans, State fans. What do you make of this? What are you going to do about it? Objective measurement by any measure possible. The University of Michigan is the most popular college football program in all the land. By the way, where is my school? Tied for 11th. University of Florida. Florida, Texas A&M, and Oklahoma are tied for 11th. Here is 10 through 1. 10 LSU, 9 Notre Dame, 8 Tennessee. You know why? Because they're the only 10 I see. 7 is Penn State. 6 is Texas. 5 is Georgia. Okay. No. I'm sorry. Tied for 10th is A&M, Florida, Oklahoma. So I got one off here. 3 is Alabama, 2 is Ohio State, and 1 is Michigan. And Michigan has Ohio State beaten by 10 full points. 4th is Georgia. They got 55 points. 3rd is Alabama, 56.5 points. 2 is Ohio State, 57 points. Those teams are bunched up. Michigan 67 points. Does it feel to you like Michigan is the most popular college football program in all the land? And like, as a State fan, does that just feel like it's kicking you while you're down? I mean, objectively speaking, you are the most popular program in all of college football. Michigan Wolverines. Now, to be fair, there are also studies out that show that you have the highest percentage of fans that didn't go to the school. There is the noun, if you went to school there, played a sport there, and there is the descriptive. You're a fan of them. I always think the noun as a fan is a notch above. That's the highest level of fan. You went to school there. Michigan apparently a very high percentage of people. Caputo tells me that they'd give him credit for creating Walmart Wolverines, and he says he really didn't create it. But, you know, people buy their gear. Walmart won a champion of Michigan, didn't go to the school. That's okay. You can be a fan of the Wolverines, but in order to be a Wolverine, you have to have gone to school there, played a sport there. It's a different level of fan. I am a Florida Gator. My dad is a fan of the Florida Gators. Well, I don't know. My dad paid my way to go to the University of Florida, so maybe he should be a Gator as well. These are two of my favorite drops. We have these drop boards here at 97.1 The Ticket. And I like the drop board, like some of my favorite sounds we put on here. You hear Mike Valenti play the chair drop. I think that was when the Lions didn't get Chase Young a few years ago. So here are two of my favorite. This is Lucas from Royal Oak. What's good, Lucas? Talking about little brother, Michigan State University. Check this out. Oh, boy. How are you digesting that, State fans? And then here's a Michigan fan who is, this is rare among college football fans, accepting accountability for the wrongdoing that happened at Michigan. Boom. Oh, how's that for accountability? By the way, did you hear this today? Tony Petitti says that Michigan should not be punished any further for their wrongdoing in the sign-stealing scandal. He says that they've already paid their penance. They self-imposed. Good luck, Tony. You know, when you self-impose punishment with your parents, how did that work for you growing up? I do think he's doing that to posture because he knows more punishment is coming. I do think, though, however, that by and large, college football is ready to move on from that. You know, the only people that I have an issue with are Michigan fans who try to deny wrongdoing. Just like in Houston, I had a problem with Astros fans who tried to deny wrongdoing, banging on the trash cans. And, you know, Jose Altuve won't let you rip his jersey off because he's got an electrode under there. Those are the people that I have problems with. We as Americans, we're a very forgiving people. You accept accountability. You did wrong. You move on. We can handle that. I don't know what the punishment for Michigan is going to be. I have no idea, but I can tell you that despite that, the Wolverines are the most popular program in the entirety of America. And I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have guessed Texas, Ohio State, or Alabama. But Michigan is not only number one, you're far and away number one. State fans, you know, like I'm probably cruising for a bruising because I got Valenti and Rico coming in right after me. I know where they went to school. But objectively, they got 9 different measurements. 8 of the 9. How about that? Let's get to Brent, who is up next in Troy. 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Brent?
How did you pick up on me that quick?
I'm good like that. I keep it moving, Brent.
You do? Okay, perfect. So my whole thing is I didn't pick my favorite sports teams when I was 18 years old, when I went to college.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like I picked them when I was 3 or 4 or whatever.
Brent, I would even argue, if I could, I would say that we don't choose our favorite teams. Our favorite teams choose us. Just like we don't choose who we love, love happens to us. I would say that the Michigan Wolverines chose you.
Okay, well, they definitely did, and my dad had a part in that. But I'll also say I went to Central and, had a little fun in college.
Good for you.
Whatever,
Good for you.
Yeah.
I was on the 6-year plan at the University of Florida. They had to bring me out. They had to make me leave school with security, Brent.
Florida's so great.
Fantastic.
Have you been to the largest cocktail party?
Yeah, and they try to take away the name from us. I will never let them take away the name from us. The world's largest outdoor cocktail party. I went, Brent, and when I went, the Gators lost. I haven't been since. I'm that kind of superstitious fan that believes that kind of stuff.
I honestly think they lost when I went too. But
stop going, Brent.
That was like a bucket list.
Stop doing that to me, Brent, please. Please. But congratulations. How do you feel? Michigan, most popular program in the country. How does that feel to you?
That I was shocked by. Like, literally shocked.
Makes perfect sense.
I mean, I get it. They're, but after last year, I don't know how they're the most popular.
Brent, good to hear from you, and thanks so much for the phone call. Objectively, they are. By realistic measurements, and by far, you're the most popular program in the country. We'll take your calls on this. 248-539-9797 is the number to get to us on the show. Coming up next as well, we'll hand out the Scott Harris deadline grades before they happen. That's coming your way next. My name is Mark Ryan. Awesome to be here with you. In for Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mark Ryan. You are not a nerd. Check the YouTube stream. You are a silver fox. So says Sal in Southfield. I forgot about the YouTube stream today. I had no idea I was on that. Probably for the best. Please tell me I haven't been picking my nose on that thing. I had no idea that was even going on. Chris in Livonia made me laugh. He said, congrats, UM. You won something and didn't even have to be riddled with a scandal to do so. Nothing like, Chris, those backhanded compliments, right? Ticket Texter says, I'm not a Michigan or Michigan State graduate, but here are my thoughts. Aren't these popularity polls a little bit skewed by the fact that Michigan's one of the largest colleges in the country and has the largest stadium in the country? So wouldn't that automatically give them higher points for a game, attendance, merchandise, etc.? Well, to be large, you have to have a lot of people that want to be a part of your community, sir. Not everybody can be a large college. It's not like you choose how large your college is. Your college can become large if there's a gravitational force towards bringing people there. I went to a large college, University of Florida. Michigan is up there as well. Problem for me is my college is the 11th most popular. Michigan is the most popular. And it's done objectively. You're going to try to tear down the metrics, and you'd be wrong. They're as legitimate as they could possibly be. Let's get to Dave in Woodhaven, who's up next. Hey, Dave, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan in for Carson Anderson.
Hey, what's going on, Mark? How you doing?
Good, bud. Good to talk to you.
Hey, so yeah, I just wanted to call in about the Michigan situation. You gotta say go blue, and just screaming. I've been doing this for 30 years, man. Gotta say, you gotta know when they come back with this poll, every Ohio State Sockeye fan is gonna be mad. Every Michigan State little brother Sparty fan is gonna be mad. Just give it to them. Just let them soak in that, because you know what, we were champs. They ran the table last year. I'll give them that. Ohio did their thing, but having the confidence in Bryce Underwood, watching this kid play at Belleville, he is gonna light it up this year. Have faith in him. Have faith in the system. You gotta trust in Sherman. You gotta trust the process. We are going all the way. Run it back. Michigan, go blue, Mark.
No, wait a minute, Dave. I do want to let you know, Paul, is it okay if I share this or not?
It's up to you.
Okay, well, if you say that, it's up to me, and I'm sharing it. Paul said to me during the break, he said to me, Dave, he said, Mark, your fan base, the Gators, and Michigan fan bases are the most insufferable fan bases out there. And you know what I said to him, Dave? I said, yeah, and you guys, he's a Miami fan, are the most spoiled. You guys don't even show up to your games if you're not a national championship fan. Dave, what makes us insufferable as the Gators and the Wolverines? And by the way, the Gators have not gotten the better of you. Every time we play you, we lose. I'm tired of it.
Right. Well, what makes us insufferable is the fact that no matter what, if we got a 8-3 bowl game season, it doesn't matter. We're showing up to throwing 100,000 in attendance. People got Michigan colors in every state I go in. Every state they're screaming go blue. You can't go to a different kind of culture or different kind of fan base that doesn't bring the noise like the Big House. You cannot find it, Mark.
I love this guy.
You can't find
I love
it
this
nowhere.
guy. Paul Sarah's dying a slow death behind the glass, and Dave is pumping me up. Dave, great call, man. Great to hear from you. I will say this to State fans: you are not the little brother. I can tell you all about little brothers. South Carolina is the little brother to Clemson. I can tell you all about that. I can list the Clippers are the little brother to the Lakers, the Mets to the Yankees. All of these little brothers owe a Father's Day gift to their daddies. You are not the little brother. You have won 6 of the last 12 matchups. That matters. In order to have a rivalry, there's criteria for a rivalry. If you haven't made a bowl game in 5 years, you don't have a rival. You have a bully. If you haven't won your rivalry in the last 10 years, you don't have a rival. You have a bully. Michigan State has won 6 of the last 12 rivalry games. Okay, so what have you done for me lately? Michigan's won 3 in a row. Congratulations. I happen to think State has the right man in charge. I happen to be a big believer in Jonathan Smith as one of the guys that does the most with the least in college football. And you might never have the revenue that Michigan does. You know, all these millionaires and billionaires who are funding Michigan's NIL efforts these days. You might never have that financial backing, but you know what that's going to do for you, State? When you beat the Big Blue, it's going to make it all the more sweeter. It's going to make it all the more sweet because you've earned it. And you know you've earned it. And you know it's not apples to apples. And you know you're not. There's something about beating the rich kid that nothing beats that in life. We've all had that moment, right? You played the rich kid one-on-one, and you pounded him down low in the post in your driveway, and you beat the rich kid. We've all had that moment. Every time you beat Michigan State fans, it's going to feel like you beat the rich kid. And God bless you for that. Don't let anyone call you the little brother. Do not listen to Lucas from Royal Oak. Oh, come on, Lucas. Come on. Ken is up next. Ken, you're on Carson Anderson, Mark Ryan sitting in. 97-1 The Ticket.
Hey, thanks a lot. Ken McGee, Michigan football historian. Let me throw a few more tidbits out there for you and for our listeners as well. When you look at Michigan, the branding has been unbelievable since the very beginning of time. Keep in mind, Michigan has been a team of first. They were the first team to play in the Rose Bowl in 1902. They branded themselves so much since then. Then you can take another look at things such as they were the first team on a transcontinental flight from Detroit to Los Angeles in the 40s to play. Take a look at all the different books that Michigan has been written about Michigan football. There are several authors out there. So it's more than just did you graduate or do you live in the area. The market has permeated itself throughout the entire United States. I was on the Amazon River in Brazil, and I stopped in this little tiny shop. It was just a little rickety shack, so to speak. I saw a Michigan Wolverines T-shirt for sale. My friends were just laughing because they knew I was a big fan. I said, it's global marketing. Take a look at, for example, what the football team has done. They're giving the Pope a Michigan football helmet when they visit. So it's so much bigger.
Ken.
Yeah.
I have not heard any accountability from you in this call about what you've done wrong. What have you done wrong, Ken? Where's the accountability?
What has the University of Michigan done wrong?
Yeah.
Well, in regards to
what have you done wrong? Come on. Cat got your tongue?
I'm going to answer your question.
Okay.
In regards to accountability, I think we've had very much success when we've given ourselves ending suspensions where we suspended ourselves. We've gotten ahead of the game. So that in and of itself is admitting fault and saying, you know what, let's get ahead about this. Boom. We made some mistakes or perception of mistakes. So I think once you penalize yourself right off the bat, there is a cross. There's accountability right there and then. And so when it comes to accountability, I really believe that when you impose your own suspensions, the year Michigan won a few years ago, Harbaugh was out the first 3 games and out the last 3 games of the season. And some of those things aren't really spoken about too much. This whole thing with Connor Sallins, I think there's still some fallout, and we're going to find out more.
There is, Ken, and I appreciate that, and you are accepting accountability, and I thank you for that. The kids never punish themselves as hard as the parents will.
I rest my case, by the way, Mark.
Paul was saying Exhibit A when Ken was talking. He was. If you're on the line, please hold. We will get to your calls. Michigan State fans are, having some indigestion about the fact that Michigan is officially the most popular program in the sport of college football. And they're the most popular by a country mile. Mark Ryan here with you, in for Carson Anderson, 97-1 The Ticket. Listen, if you've earned the fight song, you get the fight song. Michigan, according to The Athletic, officially the most popular program in all of college football because of their cumulative scores in my opinion, the 9 most objective measurements possible, the best measurements possible. TV viewership, Michigan is 4th. StubHub secondary market purchases for tickets, Michigan 1st. Google searches 4th. Social media following 3rd. Attendance 1st. Merchandise 2nd. Revenue 3rd. Betting, they're not betting. Good for you. That's a good thing, not a bad. And alumni, number of alumni 3rd. All told, your total points 67 points. Number 2, you got a double-digit lead over Ohio State. And then you have the reality that Ohio State is in a cluster with 3rd and 4th. Alabama's got 56.5, Georgia 55. My school, Florida, all the way down in 11th place. Just don't tell me that Michigan State is the little brother because they've beaten you 6 of the last 12 years. You've been even Steven with them. Flex when you've beaten them. Flex over Ohio State. Ohio State should have never been in the national championship game. But Mark Ryan, weren't they the best team? In any other year in college football, they never would have been in the playoff. The best team earns it on the football field during the regular season, which has always been the playoff of college football. There should have never been a system in place that allowed them to be in. Michigan, Ohio State, and you notice whose name came first there? You know why? Because you won the most recent rivalry game. Them's the rules. Michigan, Ohio State should always be an elimination game. Always. When there's a safety net in that game for the loser, it loses so much. Brandon is up next on the show. Brandon, good to talk to you. You're on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. What's good?
Hey, how are you doing today?
Good, bud. Good to talk to you.
Hey, so I don't agree with Michigan State not being the little brother. I don't know. 74, 38, and 5 is their all-time since the Paul Bunyan Trophy's been lifted up. It's 41 and 29 and 2. I mean,
what happened between 2013 and 2017? What happened between 2020 and 2022? What happened? Yeah.
Everybody. Hey, Michigan has the longest winning streak though throughout their rivalry too. I mean, 18 years in a row they beat them.
Yeah, no, that's true. But what have you done for me lately, society, Brandon? Michigan State has beaten you 6 of the last 12 years. So I'm just here to tell you that nickname doesn't float. They do not owe you a Father's Day gift. Now, Ohio State does owe you a Father's Day gift, but Michigan State does not.
Oh, no, they both owe us. Father's Day, we should get 2 gifts. One from Michigan State, one from Ohio State.
Yeah, I got Paul Serra in my ear telling me things like, this is exactly what I'm talking about, Mark Ryan. You guys are insufferable, Brandon.
They should steal Ohio State's gift and give it to Michigan State.
Yeah, you hear that, Brandon? You hear that? I mean, they're coming after you, Brandon, today. Paul's had it with you guys, but he comes from the most spoiled fan base in all the lands, where they have an attendance of 2. If the Hurricanes start out 3-2, there's 8 people in attendance at their game. Congratulations. At least you have a real fan base that actually exists 365, 24/7. Brandon, good to talk to you, buddy.
I mean, that's objectively not true, but okay.
Hey, listen, Paul, what are you playing, Hard Rock Stadium? I've seen Miami Hurricane games. If I've seen anything, there's nothing hard, there's no rock about it. Should have never left the Orange Bowl. Should have never left the Orange Bowl. I mean, just the intimidation, everything that went with that stadium. Everything that went with it. I didn't make any friends when I was in the Carolinas when I said that LSU is the real Death Valley and Clemson is not. You go to a game at Clemson, it's like going to a family picnic. Everybody's so nice and friendly and welcome to Clemson. It's like, okay, you guys are nice people. That's great. LSU, you go to a game in Baton Rouge, you're worried for your life. I know you're going to be shocked to hear this. In my day, I tended to be a wee bit obnoxious at games. I had a cup of bodily fluid dumped on my head in LSU. It was just like the Stifler scene from American Pie, where immediately I knew that was not beer.
Are you trying to tell me that a Gator fan was obnoxious?
I know, Paul, this is a shock to you.
I almost fell out of my chair.
Well, Paul, to be obnoxious, you would have to have a level of commitment that no one in your fan base has. So I know this is an entirely a foreign concept to you, sir, as well. Let's check and see what the ticket text line is saying. Mark, I'm a huge Michigan fan, and I hate the little brother stuff. Michigan has their own problems. Stay focused, Blue, and stop worrying about putting MSU to bed. Ticket texter says, Mark, Michigan is popular. Michigan State is Midwest hipster popular. Let's see what Aubrey has to say about this on 97.1 The Ticket. Aubrey, Michigan is the most popular college football program in all the land. What say you, Aubrey?
Yeah, two things. One, glad to hear you in the afternoon. I've enjoyed you on the weekend, so keep up the great work in that regard.
Thank you, bud.
Look, let's have an adult conversation about this little brother nonsense and that we own Ohio State and we own Michigan State and all that kind of nonsense, right? A lot of the listeners have very short memories. To your point, D'Antonio, frankly, put it to us for a few years. And I'm sorry, but how many times did Ohio State beat Michigan over the past 20 years up until 4 years ago?
Quite a few.
So, let's get rid of that nonsense. And then the thing about us being in trouble, that really, really stuck. It made me sick as a Michigan fan to see that happen, So what has happened with Michigan, in my opinion, is that they've done such a great job over the past 50 years with Don Canham coming forward and branding this university as one of the national programs. We've really benefited from that. We've had, opportunities to win Big Ten championships, so on and so forth. But the little brother nonsense, the stuff about Ohio State and us owning them, give me a break. Save it.
Paul, you would have me believe, Paul, that this Michigan fan doesn't exist. Did you hear the class emanating from Aubrey? It's only right and just, Paul, that you give him his due. Here you go, Aubrey. You deserve that applause, Aubrey, because that is absolute class. And he is pleading with the rest of you Michigan fans to stop with the nonsense of little brother when it doesn't apply to State. Ticket texter Mark, can you remind the guy talking about Michigan's self-imposing suspensions that Michigan tried to go to court to throw out the 3-game suspension at the end of the season in 2023? So said Jason in Wixom. You're the most popular fan base in the country. You also have a very large percentage of fans that didn't go to the school. You're still allowed to be a fan, but you're not the noun. You're not the Wolverine. You're a fan of the Wolverines if you did that. There's also, this faction of Michigan Wolverines fans that are throwing up the Leslie Nielsen gif with the building blowing up behind him saying nothing to see here. No, there's plenty to see there. And those Michigan fans who say things like this, those are the Michigan fans I respect the most. So this is an honor. You do have the number one brand in college football. The Athletic objectively has deemed that. Enjoy your day in the sun today because the hammer could be dropping tomorrow. And you know I'm right when I say that. I mean, we're getting very close to a kind of moment. Coming up next, we will get you set for Valenti and Rico, but also I think this story that you guys are bracing for the worst on has a chance to have a happy ending, a Hollywood happy ending. That's next. My name is Mark Ryan, in for Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Great to have you guys with us. We have exercised some of the demons here on Carson Anderson today. Mark Ryan in for the guys. Mark, Ticket Texter says, thank you for giving all these UM slappies. Is this Paul Sarah? Is this the text from Paul Sarah coming in? Thanks for giving all these UM slappies a platform for winning a popularity contest. Can't wait to hear them call back after the COI drops them down to where they belong. A lot of nice words on here. A lot of people saying I made them sick. Little brother doesn't boil down to the box score of a game. It's a mindset. Michigan State fans have an inferiority complex with Michigan. They always have and always will. It's not a great sign when your biggest rival has another rival that's bigger than you. And that's the problem for Michigan State. Michigan State lists Michigan as its biggest rival. Michigan lists Ohio State as its biggest rival. That's a problem. Florida, to a degree, has that problem. There's confusion about whether Georgia or Florida State's actually a bigger rival. That should be clearly known, clearly defined. But today, in advance of the shoe possibly dropping from the NCAA on you guys coming sooner than later, look, today is your day in the sun. You are officially the number one brand in all of college football. The other thing, guys, I was watching the Sunday Night Baseball last night, and I was saying to myself, can we just have a night where ESPN doesn't do this BS, doesn't do this garbage where they hypothesize about where Tarek Skubal is going to end up? And sure enough, like clockwork, fourth or fifth inning, there's a lot of reported interest in the Yankees and the Dodgers. You can't even give the city of Detroit a game where we don't have to hear about that nonsense. You can't even give us a game. It's our day in the sun. Why do you have to rain on it? And ESPN did that again. And there were some good moments of the broadcast. Like I liked when Carl Ravitch asked Riley Green, he said, man, did you miss your guys on your team when you were away for the break? And Riley Green goes, man, I got to tell you, I love these guys. I love this team. We got a special group. You hear that, man, and you realize, you talk to the Boston Red Sox that came back and beat the Yankees, the first team, from 3-0 down. The one thing they have in common is that they all say everyone in the locker room loved everybody, and that mattered. And then when Alex Rodriguez was available, they said it wouldn't have worked if Alex Rodriguez had been traded here. Remember, A-Rod was supposed to be a Red Sox. He went to the Yankees instead. He said, wouldn't have fit. The whole team would have gone to hell. It wouldn't have fit with what we're doing. The Tigers, you can tell, man, there is a bond there that's going to do really, really good stuff for that team moving forward. They're playing for one another, not just for themselves. Now it is time for Scott Harris to act. August 2nd of last year, we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary where Scott Harris said on our morning show, Costa and Jansen with Heather, said the following. Now, when Scott Harris said that, I don't think he thought that was going to happen the next week, that they were going to start playing contender baseball the next week. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that this Detroit Tigers team still needs a bat and still needs an arm. Why do they need a bat when they're top 6 in runs scored? They need a bat because too often there's inconsistencies in their performance. Last 6 games, they've averaged scoring under 3 runs a game. They'd been at 5 runs scored a game for the year. They've gone up against some mediocre pitchers. They're still not producing runs. But as it pertains to Tarek Skubal, and all these people acting like it's fait accompli, that there's nothing you can do, that Tarek Skubal, no matter what you say, he's going to leave. Guys, how about the reality, the possibility that maybe, just maybe, Tarek Skubal is different? That maybe, just maybe, he's got different character. that maybe, just maybe, he's the one making the decision on his future and not Scott Boras. Because the reality is, my friends, that he's going to be handed more money than he could ever spend by the Detroit Tigers. Tarek, if you're listening, you're about to be handed more money than you could ever spend. Don't try to be happier than happy. You're happy here. You love it here. Now, I wanted to do some research to try to find out if, in fact, you need an ace to win the World Series. And I was hoping the research would say you do. It didn't. If you define an ace as somebody who has 23 or more starts, 3.2 ERA or less, and a WAR of 4 or better, 4 times in the last 10 years, we've had World Series champions that don't have an ace. As a matter of fact, only once in the last 17 seasons has there been an ace of a World Series winning team that was top 5 in pitching WAR. Tarek Skubal was first last year. He's third this year. Only once in the last 17 years. So historically, you do not need a Tarek Skubal to win the World Series. But I believe this team does. The offense is too young, too green, too inconsistent. Who else on the pitching staff can you rely upon? Casey Mize, we hope. Reese Olson, perhaps. Anyone in the bullpen? Well, the relief pitchers haven't been providing very, very much of that one thing, have they? Relief. Very, very little relief to be found. But I think when you consider the words of one Tarek Skubal, when you consider that, I'm from a small town in Arizona, he says, the letter he wrote you before the season began, we have a lot more in common than you might think. It's clear Detroit has faced their share of adversity. He is tying his future to you. And I don't know, man. I mean, I think that kind of stuff matters. And I don't think it should be ruled out that things potentially can be different there. That you might not be losing your biggest star when all is said and done. Hell, 5 of the top 10 highest paid guys in Major League Baseball are pitchers, after all. So this notion that position players are worth more because they play every day is just that. It's a notion. It's not rooted in truth. It is not rooted in accuracy in any way, shape, or form in terms of how Major League Baseball values itself. I am sitting across from the very color-coordinated Rico Beard right now, who is donning the greatest logo that has ever existed in sports. And the reason why people don't believe that I don't have an NFL team is because my NFL team, when I was a wee lad, was the logo that you don on your head right now, which is what, Rico Beard?
Didn't know you were a big Houston Oilers fan.
Houston Oilers fan. And do you know, I've had a listener since I've been here send me a Warren Moon autographed football in the mail. Wow. It showed up to work.
You know what I get from listeners?
What's that?
Just hate stuff.
I get coal in the stocking as well.
I get hate stuff. Is it? I'm sorry. I thought it was Monday. It's not Saturday or Sunday? What the hell are you doing here?
I know. They haven't kicked me out yet. It's good to be with you, man. What do you guys got coming up?
We got a couple things coming up. One, probably out the gate, report from Dan Wetzel, Tony Petitti, basically saying the big to the NCAA, hey, the big to Michigan, they've suffered enough.
Good luck.
And,
Good luck with
that. They suffered enough and they've been punished enough, except for I guess I've fallen asleep. I don't remember any punishment.
Yeah, no.
So
self-imposed punishment.
Well, yeah. I won't coach in the 2 easiest games of the year. You know what? That's like me telling Jimmy, you know what, Jimmy, I'm going to go ahead and sit out Saturday and Sunday. Except I don't work those days.
You ever try to give yourself a punishment when you were a kid?
Yeah.
How did that work out for you?
Never
did.
Because when you give yourself a punishment, what you're saying is you're guilty. You're guilty.
Yep.
You try to, is this enough? Nice try. But no, go get a switch. Also, just in lieu of everything that's happened with the Lions over the weekend, the injury news, with the offseason moves, just kind of taking the temperature. Has this team done enough that you think that they could win the division, win the conference, or win the Super Bowl?
Win the Super Bowl? No. 39% chance to win their division according to the Football Power Index, 65% chance to make the playoffs. They say 9.6 wins this year. I think that's kind of accurate. Based on what I'm seeing, there's too many question marks for this team.
Hey, man, I may not work the weekends, but I try to put them in my homework as well.
You do. We got Valenti and Rico coming your way next. It's been a blast. I'll see you guys tomorrow on Carson Anderson with Jeff Rieger right here.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, baby. 97 won the ticket.
Okay, we can move on to any point now. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome in on a Monday. We have got a jam-packed show. We're not going to waste any time. How was your weekend? I already know how his weekend was. I've been here with him for over an hour. We are going to jump in because Rico let me behind the curtain on something, and yikes, some of you really got to get it together out there. I'm not going to say any names because it would be rude. But Rico got a few social media messages, and man, some of you are really effed up. But okay. Somehow the idea of, let's see if Rico talks about Michigan today. It's like, okay, first things first. We go months without talking about your cheating scandal. Why? We're tired of it. So are you. And we're just waiting for whatever happens to happen. But the idea that we won't talk about it is weird. If I wanted to avoid anger, criticism, delusion, we would ignore all of it like the guys who are on the team's payroll. But my point is, no, we lean into it. It's sports news. So today, of course, we're talking about the letter, but I think it's going to be in a different way than you guys think.
Yeah. Because I guess, look, when Connor Stallion speaks, yes, we'll say something because normally he'll contradict something that he said the previous time, and he just keeps making an ass of himself. So
the problem is this Tony Petitti thing. Now, let me lay it out there, and then we'll figure out what it means. I don't think it means what some of your angry followers think it means, but that's okay. If I'm being candid, they're just not bright. So Tony, it has come out the night before Media Day, and look who it is. It's Dan Wetzel. That Tony Petitti is advocating for what is best for one of the league's biggest teams, which is Michigan. In this case, it's Michigan football, as Dan writes, which at the height of 23 advanced, scandal, Petitti, hit Petitti with a blistering legal filing, claims of personal bias, choruses of boos, and negative social media posts from fans. Petitti sent a letter to the NCAA Committee on Infractions arguing Michigan deserves no further punishment in the case, focusing on the actions of former staffer Connor Stallions. It was read at June 3rd, June 5th?
Yeah, when they had the hearings, and he couldn't be there, so he sent the letter instead.
What's today's date?
Today is the 21st, 22nd? 21st.
What happens tomorrow?
Big Ten Media Day.
Coincidence. Long story short, let's stop right there. Because I think depending on your perspective, I think both sides are wrong. I think if your perspective is nothing's going to happen to us, we're God's gift to earth, you're wrong. And I think if you're all of a sudden out here hammering Tony Petitti like he's an idiot and he shouldn't be the Big Ten commissioner, you're wrong too. I think it's right in the middle. And I want to present evidence A, which is Greg Sankey, SEC commissioner, did the very same thing for Tennessee, except he did one better. He got off the elevator with Jeremy Pruitt. Essentially, I'm kidding, but he got off the elevator with Tennessee reps and attended the hearing, and he advocated for Tennessee. Tennessee still got hammered, and Tennessee fully cooperated. Now, I'm just offering you reality. You don't have to like reality. I also would like to state for the record, Rico and I have no faith in the NCAA.
None.
This has never been about expecting anything.
Death penalty. Oh, you got to go ahead and crucify him.
Never. No. I laugh because people only hear what they want to hear. I have said to you, the only thing I cared about in all of this, you cheated. And you can do whatever you want to do. You're not going to tell me nothing. But I'm not sitting here dancing on a pillar going, oh my God, they're going to get hammered. No, because I don't believe in the NCAA. And where did Tony Petitti come from? Fox. Who owns the Big Ten now? Fox. The networks run the sport, and I don't think the network wants a Michigan team with some,
Michigan's a cash cow for them. Michigan's going to make them money. They're going to have another traveling road show.
Here's the problem.
You just hired one of their biggest fanboys.
Here's your problem. The actual revenue generated is not the problem of the conference. So, for instance, starting in 26, the conference will bring in $1.5 billion that will be distributed amongst its member institutions. And whether Michigan gets penalized or not, they're making that money. The network is the one it hurts if Michigan got hammered and became an also-ran. That's the network's problem.
Right.
The thing I would tell you is this. While I have no clue what's going to happen with Michigan, I've never had a clue. You can ask me what should happen. That's a different conversation. The Committee on Infractions does not have to consider anyone's opinion. It's no different than Michigan's high-priced legal team. If they're not going to consider their opinion, they're not going to consider Tony Petitti's opinion. Conference commissioner's job is to advocate for member institutions.
Correct.
Period. Amen. Hallelujah. So I don't view this as some big striking thing, good or bad for Michigan. Let me be very clear. I think it is definitely good PR that if the day before Big Ten Media Day, we're going to leak this out. Do I believe this was leaked from the Michigan side? I absolutely do.
I just deemed it as weird because the whole, well, they've been punished enough. And I was like, wait, when did they get punished? I missed that. And David brought it back to me and said, well, no, remember it was the final 3 games. Because I was like, wait, they got suspended for a lot of things that year. But the final 3 games, I guess, was Petitti's Big Ten coming in saying, we're going to suspend Harbaugh for the Penn State game, Ohio State game, and I forgot the other game in between. Maryland. He was just like that. You know what? That's it. And I guess it should be done along with the whole self-imposed Sharon Moore. I'm not going to coach in the 2 easiest games this year. How about that?
Well, I think what Petitti's job is they need to protect that the Big Ten factually had 2 back-to-back national titles. One of them with an asterisk, but they had back-to-back. What Petitti doesn't want to do is be put in a position by the NCAA where their recommendation is a stripping of a national championship, because then it puts Petitti on blast to the 17 other athletic directors in conference. Look, I just think it's business. I don't. Here's where we can do this topic. What do you take out of it? I've already told you I don't read that much into it. I gave you a recent example of the SEC doing the same thing where Greg Sankey supported Tennessee. Right. Tennessee copped to their crimes, and he supported them.
See, my opinion actually changed when you gave me that Tennessee thing, because I was thinking to myself, wow, Petitti is really advocating for this. I don't know how much weight he holds with the NCAA, but maybe this is enough that Michigan just kind of walks away with the slap on the wrist. And I've often said that's going to be the NCAA's worst thing that they could do, because you've now told every other team out there, do whatever you want, go through 2 years of scrutiny, right, but you can keep anything that you win.
And again, look, I would argue this. You know, the NCAA losing antitrust lawsuits is a different thing. Like, if you want to say the NCAA is dead as it pertains to keeping a lid on NIL, you're right. They are. The NCAA is fighting for its life. Do I like the NCAA? No, I don't. But from a disciplinary standpoint, here's the way I'm zooming out on this. If the COI, if this was a nothing burger, no pun intended, there would have been a negotiated resolution months ago. Hell, even before the start of last season. So, you know, if this was a nothing, why did Michigan replace their legal team halfway through it? I don't have these answers. And I sure as hell don't pin my hopes on a daily basis to anything. Like I said, the sport's dead to me. It doesn't matter. You cheated. You don't have to care, and I don't have to validate you. It's really been a win-win for this show because we've just moved on with you. But I can't tell you that this is a Willy Wonka golden ticket. I also can't come up with a conspiracy that this means anything worse. I think it's good PR.
Good timing.
I think, well, Michigan's getting ahead of, look, Michigan's got the best PR in America. I think they're getting ahead of Big Ten Media Day where Sharon Moore can say, you know what? Refer to the commissioner's statements.
Well, here's the beauty of it, Mike, because I did a little bit of digging in the past hour, and they'll acknowledge the fact that a letter was sent, but they won't acknowledge what was in the letter, the Big Ten. So
well, it got leaked. And we don't have a copy of the letter.
Correct.
Dan Wetzel doesn't have a copy of the letter. I think you can parse out pieces that help you. You leak it to friendly media who will write it. It's going to produce clicks, and it's a win-win for everybody. And I think it does give Sharon, if he's asked, and let's be clear about this, Big Ten Media Day is a joke. When the people who ask you questions say go blue or good luck coach or thanks, you're not media. You're a doorknob. So I don't really expect Woodward and Bernstein to show up. I don't expect, I would fall over dead if Paula Levine and Dan Murphy showed up.
Oh, please.
No, you get my point. Yes. But if he's asked now, I think the PR element of it is refer to the commissioner's statement, and I have no further comment on ongoing investigation.
Yeah, I don't think he said anything. As a matter of fact, he's operating his business as usual, and nothing will happen. So we'll have to wait and see.
Look, bottom line, just remember what Sankey did for a school that got hammered. That's big right there. That was a good pull by you. Well, thank you. I try. I mean, I try to occasionally bring a crumb of value to this program. But I would
While you're on the marquee, Mike.
Thank you, buddy. I would like to hear from the people. Again, if you're one of Rico's angry followers on socials, I
didn't understand that at all.
You confuse me.
Yeah.
Look, how about this? Pardon me if we're the counterbalance to a station that's largely bought and paid for. Okay?
For the other 8 hours?
Yeah, the other 8 hours don't talk about anything because they simply don't want to, and feelings, and we like Wolverines. Well, you know what? Yes, we're going to talk about it. And if you don't like that, that's fine. I don't like raw tomatoes. You know what I don't do? Eat a bowl of raw tomatoes. Go somewhere else, honestly. But I don't get what you're all bent out of shape over. Rico and I aren't the ones who dimed you out to the NCAA. One of your own did that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not the one delaying the COI. I'm not guys, when news happens, we talk about it. You know what we do in between? We don't think about it.
We talk about other stuff.
So weird vibe from some of you on socials, and it's another reason I have no reason to be there. Let's throw the number out. David, are you available for a moment?
Yes, I am.
A penny for your thoughts. What you sat with us in the show meeting. What's your takeaway from this?
Yeah, the timing is rather interesting that the Big Ten Media Day is this week, and now you come out with this supposed letter that no one can see other than the Big Ten and Michigan, I guess, can see it. We can't see it, though.
Right. They acknowledge there was a letter. We can't tell you what's in it, but we may leak it to somebody.
It is interesting that this is the same commissioner that went out and called Michigan State and called other schools and said, are you sure you want to play, or to warn them about things? And now it's those 3 games. That's enough. That's just enough.
Yeah, David, I think it's like what we talked about earlier. He had just gotten the job, so I don't think that he knew you're not supposed to treat them that way. No. They get treated a different way. So he came in there thinking, oh, no, I'm going to lay the hammer down. They're like, you don't park there. That's so-and-so's parking spot. You park over there.
I also think look, you always have to step outside of your own world. And if you're a Michigan fan who thinks Petitti mistreated you, just remember his phone was ringing off the hook from the other 17 athletic directors. Like, it's really – look,
13 at that time.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. But I lose count. Breaking news. We just added Rice to the Big Ten.
Oh, I love Texas.
Right. But no, I think it's a no-win job to be a commissioner. Like, Goodell is a professional meat shield. That's why he makes $55 million. You take all the bullets. So what do you make of it, guys? I'm in the middle on it. I don't think it means good. I don't think it means bad. I just think it's good PR. I think the messaging will be good enough because the average person just isn't very bright anyways, and they're going to take it that Petitti said there's no punishment and then go about their day. It's just, I think it's what commissioners do. I gave you the evidence, recent, not like it's a 1988 example, and you do what you want. 248-539-9797. But for those of you mad at Rico before he takes the air, I am just very puzzled at the mindset. If we do talk about it, you're angry. If we don't, you're angry. You've kind of set up a lose-lose there.
I was about to say, the fact that I breathed oxygen to some and woke up this morning pisses off some people. So
I'm sitting right here. I'm sitting right here.
That's the second time you said that today.
248.
Saratoga.
Yeah. 3 days, bro. 3 days.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's a part of life. Woo! And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes, but no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same. That is the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same for 5 years. Surprise? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Award USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Okay, let's get it going on a Monday. Yes.
Oh, man.
What?
You're funny.
Okay.
You're on a flight already.
No, but I am laser focused on this show. David, the ticket text will get to the callers. What do you think the Wetzel report means? We have offered you, I think, a comprehensive. It doesn't mean a lot because evidence here. Like Greg Sankey did the same thing for Tennessee. They got hammered. I don't think it makes it better. I don't think it makes it worse. But Rico and I have, from the beginning, it was fair to be outraged by it. I mean, the team we root for was affected by it, even though we stink. The point is, we've never gotten into predictive measure of what's going to happen. We don't have faith in the NCAA. I'm not trying to speak for you like you're not here. It's just, we do not believe in the NCAA. I got my win, which is, hey, you're scumbags. Other than that, it's just, I've moved on. Do I want something to happen? Of course I do. It's like wanting a new bike for Christmas. Of course you do.
Yeah, the NCAA to me is almost like that magical 8-ball. You just shake it up and you don't know what's going to rise up to the top. What's the punishment?
I thought you were talking about the 8-ball Kenny likes. Let's, David, ticket text, please.
Wow, he is shocked over here.
His first bullet at 220.
Hey, what does Hillbilly Feinbaum have to say about all this?
Pillow fight.
You know what? The good thing about that cheap shot there is that he cannot even get to his mic right now, so he can't defend himself. There are things going on in this room.
Okay, noted.
Petiti is telling everyone to just go ahead and cheat. Your coach might get suspended for 3 games. Doesn't matter. Turning into a clown sport. That is from Jerry.
Jerry, you're right. That is a very dangerous precedent. And that's the one thing that I've been consistent with. If you do nothing, you're giving every other team out there, you're telling Oklahomas and the LSUs and any team out there, hey, Penn State, here's the price of cheating. It's a 3-game suspension for your coach.
And again, if Tony Petiti had any sway with the COI, which he doesn't, then it would mean something very good. But it's again, Sankey couldn't influence the COI. I just look. Here's the other problem, guys, and then David, I'll let you get to the rest of them, and I do want to get to the callers. You know, if we just connect dots, forget about personal bias one way or the other. Just look at what we're looking at. Michigan has participated in what's considered aggravating circumstance, meaning you didn't cooperate, you weren't forthcoming, you didn't self-impose, you get put into a different punishment lane. And that's where things like institutional control or failure to monitor start to happen. So again, there's no bias about telling you facts. If you don't like the facts, that's fine. But you, at every turn, you rubbed your boo-boo in the NCAA's face. You lied to them. Your coaches lied to them. You destroyed evidence. You didn't show up for the meetings. Like, I mean, guys, I'm not making these things up. At the height of this, you had Connor do a mockumentary. So, yes, there are 6 level 1s, and certain people are still there, like your AD, like your head coach. Look, Sharon Moore's a repeat offender. There's no bias in saying that. So yes, there's a possibility he is given a show cause where I don't know how he would coach there. Am I predicting that? Absolutely not. I don't trust the NCAA. I'm giving you what, by definition, these things mean. That's all.
Right.
Hashtag money. So none of it matters.
Hashtag big money.
Coming from a Michigan fan, I think Petiti is saving face with Michigan, knowing more punishment is coming. Michigan fans all of a sudden love him, and other fan bases will forget about this when the NCAA punishment comes around.
I tend to agree with you. I think a commissioner has a no-win job. He already came out with a very aggressive letter at the height of the scandal, and now, the day before Big Ten Media Day, I think he's doing the job of a commissioner. You run a little cover. I don't know. I mean, doesn't Goodell do the same damn thing?
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
Nothing is going to happen to Michigan, just like nothing's going to happen to the people on the Epstein list. Talking about it is useless, and I'm just, giving up at this point. Wow.
Okay. I mean, your prerogative, and I would like to say, as a matter of fact, we rarely talk about this. In fact, I would argue, before the Connor Stalions remarks last week, when was the last time we had talked about it before then?
When Connor Stalions spoke.
So that's my point.
Yeah, when news happens, that's what we get paid to do.
I think it's dangerous at this point, not when it was actually happening. I think it's dangerous to get invested in the outcome because the whole world's a con. So here's my choice. I have to trust the NCAA or I have to trust a sport that's run by the networks. Really? Yeah, I'll pass. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, Saratoga, Mike?
Oh, baby.
Pick up basketball, East Lansing, Rico. How are you, boys?
Excellent, buddy. Excellent.
I'll tell you this. What should happen is Michigan, 2-year bowl ban, 10 scholarship lost. But that's not going to happen. What I believe will happen, 1-year bowl ban, 5 scholarships lost. That's what probably will happen. And, I look at it, Dan Wetzel, he was great maybe 10 years ago, but I don't believe in anything Dan Wetzel has to write nowadays. And I'm going to take you, Saratoga, to task. You always mention SMU.
Yeah.
Mike, what they did to USC was as close to SMU as it comes. They tried to ruin that program, and Rico probably knows because he does a deep dive, and he's a diehard college fan. And by the way, folks, Disrespecting Rico is absolutely ridiculous. The man loves college football, and I disrespect you if you're disrespecting him at anything. He's a fan, so what the hell is wrong with you people?
Thank you, Nick. Hey, listen.
Now,
checks-
Mike,
checks in
that's
the
how
mail.
you defend me.
All right, listen, it's going to be Nick and Rico afternoons.
All right.
No, Nick, you're right. But what they did to USC, in fairness, was 20 years ago. Now, does it look in the current state of college football? The fact that Reggie Bush's mom got a house is light work. You know what I mean? When you really think about it. Hey, newsflash: all the Michigan fans who right now are angry, like continually aggrieved. You wanted Jim Tressel launched out of a cannon, and Ohio State football ended because they were trading football pants for tattoos.
Yeah.
Just want to,
and that's what I
for
want
the
to say.
record.
In the future, when some other school does this, I don't want to hear, death penalty, because you know what? It's you right now. And here's the other thing that I'm thinking about, kind of like last year, what caller Nick had to say, even if it's a one-year bowl ban, if I'm Michigan, just take the ban, because I don't think you're going to the playoffs this year. And that's not to say, it's not slander, it's you're breaking in a brand new quarterback. So now would be the best time to take the punishment rather than keep appealing. Things get better.
Yeah.
And now you're stuck.
No, I think if we're talking about, look, money can fix just about anything. Michigan has, I think I saw last week, Rico, they had the number 7 NIL program. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's just call it elite. They've had a real infusion of money. You can fix a lot of things. Like I don't think any of this is unfixable. Now, if it was a multi-year ban, which again, I want to say it for the people in the back, not predicting it. I have no faith in that. My point is, you can retain people with money.
No,
Now,
you can't.
Here's what hurts you. And I don't know, again, connect the dots. Sharon Moore's a repeat offender. You're pictured talking to Stallions on the sideline. I'm sorry, you benefited.
You deleted text messages.
Right. Now, if you lose your head coach, can that hurt you? I can't predict it because, again, flow chart.
Yeah.
Money. I just... For Nick, the one thing I would tell you, there are no scholarships anymore. There are roster limits, but that number is set at like 115. It's
105.
105.
I
I'm
believe.
sorry,
Yeah.
but it's no longer 85.
Right.
So it doesn't work that way anymore. You won't see a Penn State situation where they were down to like 55 scholarship athletes.
Right.
In the Bill O'Brien, year one.
Because that's what I think you'll end up seeing is if it's like a year bowl ban plus you'll get hit with like a couple $1 million worth of fines. That's about it.
Yeah, and also, too, a couple other parts of the letter, which there is no copy of, but something Wetzel wrote that I think it's important to read. I'll do it next. We'll get more of your phone calls. Radio tease.
Karshian tease.
But it's just about what you guys make of it. We're giving you the facts of it. I don't sway one way or the other on it. I think it's good PR. If you think that take is crazy, I don't know. I'll be here till 6 to get yelled at, I guess. 97.1. Okay, I want to read something for you as a part of the Wetzel piece that dropped today. If you're just joining, you guys dictate what you take out of it. You can't yell at me because I don't take a lot out of it. I don't think it means great. I don't think it means doom. Tony Petitti defending Michigan in a letter, which we do not have a copy of, which was not featured in the article from early June, saying, don't punish him no more. Basically, middle, beginning, and end. We've given you some of the background of, okay, well, that's not the first time a commissioner's done that. Greg Sankey did it for Tennessee. Tennessee got hammered. Hell, he got off the elevator with him. Show of force was the way it was put by CBS Sports. So you do what you want. I don't have faith in the NCAA. I don't have faith that the entire sport is a con. I mean, look at what Fox has done to Big Ten coverage. Please. If you're not Michigan, you don't count. Okay, that's cool. What am I going to do? My team can't even make a bowl. I'm just bringing up the point. The television networks run the sport. You've lost me. I want to read something that Wetzel put in here, and I think it's important because, I don't know, I feel like if you're entrenched in a belief, you're never going to be able to see it any other way. But he writes, the NCAA might still hit the Wolverines with penalties ranging from vacation of victories, a postseason ban, suspension of coaches, monetary fine, or other measures. Michigan, as ESPN previously reported, proposed that ridiculous suspension of Sharon Moore, but you pick the games. The NCAA, retrieved the text. Moore was not charged with having knowledge of the actions. The NCAA could punish individuals, including Jim Harbaugh, Stallions, others. Petitti's letter did not address that, according to sources. So, as was written, the concept of a league commissioner standing up for a conference's team is not unusual. The business of any conference is aided by its programs avoiding sanctions. So, look, was there a contentious relationship with Petitti and Michigan? Absolutely. Petitti came out against them, mind you, at the behest of the rest of the conference.
Yep.
Then Petitti was lustily booed at the 2023 Big Ten Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
Could Petitti have sat it out? Should he have sat it out? I don't speak to it. I think 2 years later, you have a job to do. You handled it in real time. Can mistakes happen? Yeah. Shout out COVID. You handle things in real time. You're going a million miles a minute.
Right.
So I don't read too much into it. And if nothing happens, I won't be surprised. I think I'll be more surprised if Michigan got hammered. Once again, separating bias and, what I want from the reality I live in, which is the world's a con.
Expectation from reality.
Yeah, man, the world's a con. Look at this sport. It's an absolute farce. I got Kenny's team paying high school juniors $20,000 a month until they sign their national letter of intent.
I couldn't even imagine as a junior making that much money.
Somehow I just see you as a part of the Rick James, Charlie Murphy skit on Chappelle.
I couldn't imagine being an adult making that much money.
Rico putting those muddy boots on the couch.
Bleep your couch.
That's how I see it.
Buy another one. You know what? You rich, Kenny. You can buy another one.
Bleep your couch. And he's just kicking his platform feet.
I didn't put my money feet on his couch. Yeah, I put my money feet on his couch.
Right. That's Rico junior year of high school getting 20 G's a month from Georgia. All right, let's go to David, 97.1. David, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, guys. Love the show. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
I want to come about this at a different angle. You kind of just brought it up why I'm coming at it from a different angle. This entire time, Michigan and Petitti have been going at it basically as if they were UFC fighters in the center of the ring. And now all of a sudden, the day before media days, I'm supposed to believe that there's been a truce settled. Let me throw this at you and see what you guys think. What if Petitti knows the hammer's coming and he's trying to maybe throw one last-ditch effort to the NCAA to try to get something changed?
I don't think it's implausible. You know what I mean? I don't think you have a tinfoil fedora on. No, it's possible. And
the whole thing just hasn't made sense to me. Just the way it's been handled for the past year and a half now, where at the beginning of it, the Big Ten, all the all the schools and the conference and the commissioner were basically all in on burying the university. And then for the last year and a half, it's been a complete different song and dance. And I'm just trying to figure out if it's because they know something that I guess in a way nobody else knows.
I think, David, I'll send it back your way on this. And Rico, if you disagree, feel free. Both of you can throw me top rope. David, I still think when you look at this, the NCAA fast-tracked this. Remember, the NCAA's normal process would have taken the better part of 5 years. This was fast-tracked to the front of the line. So that would lead you to believe that if it was a nothing burger, no pun, they wouldn't have fast-tracked. If it was a nothing burger and they did fast-track it, Michigan would have easily just settled. It wouldn't have been a problem. And again, why would Michigan have changed legal firms? So, yes, the things you're talking about, David, I think if, again, removing bias from it and just looking at, being an adult and the way things work, yeah, David, you're not crazy, I guess is my beginning, middle, and end. I don't think you're nuts. No.
Yeah, as a Michigan fan, as you guys well know, I've been trying to come at this from a different angle the entire time. You're going to get the Michigan radio and the writers that are just going to sit there and sing their song and dance and slurp all over them no matter whatever happens. And then you're going to get the other side of it that wants to bury us and never let us out of the hole. The entire time for the last 3 years, and your point about the 5 years is we're fastly approaching 5 years, even though, I know we're all expecting something. We're all expecting something to come soon, but we are fastly approaching 5 years nonetheless. But I don't know. I'm stuck in the middle of it where obviously I want to be a fan and still appreciate what happened in 2023, but I'm also a sports fan and I played sports and I understand from the other side of it, kind of like the Houston Astros aspect of it because baseball is my other sport.
Yep.
I sit there and I look at it and I go, well, what's the difference between what the Astros did and what Michigan did? And then like you yourself, Mike, as a Yankees fan, I don't know how I could live with that.
No,
so,
I'm sensitive to it. I'm sensitive to it. Yeah, David, I think if my team were any good, it would bother me even more. I feel so detached from it all. But no, the Astros thing, if you go back and look at it, it hurt GM, it hurt manager. The players essentially got the get out of jail free card because they copped to what was going on.
Yeah.
And that will forever be an issue for me because I do feel like my team got cheated out of a World Series. I don't think I have to let that go. And I think if you're a baseball purist, you don't have to let certain things go. And mind you, sign stealing in baseball, if a pitcher is tipping pitches, that's in real time.
Correct.
I don't have an issue with that. But when you've got Jose Altuve wearing a nipple buzzer, yeah. or we got Sade's jazz ensemble banging on garbage cans to signal what's going on, when you could trace the data of the way Houston played at home with video to the way Houston played on the road, all the way down to the way the season ended, where Jose Altuve should be sitting on 103 miles an hour from Jose Altuve, and he was sitting slider? No. That defies logic. So you're right. I don't.
Or they're running into the clubhouse to change shirts.
Don't pour water on me. Yes, David, and that's. Again, I'm kind of 0 for 2 in the cheating realm here where it's happened to my college team and it happened to my baseball team. I'm just waiting for the Giants to get effed out of something. So, no.
But you had the David Tyree helmet, so there's the balance.
It's true. That was a gift from God. That's fair. David, a couple of ticket texts and we'll move on. We'll get to football today, and then we have other stuff to talk about, including pay us what you owe us. I'm probably going to walk out of the studio in the 3 o'clock because of this WNBA nonsense.
I think this letter is important. Petitti was firm in his Michigan punishment, including telling the media about suspensions before. Him backing Michigan is big news.
But again, I would ask you, then what do you have to say for Greg Sankey backing Tennessee, a program who did cooperate and still got hammered?
Showed up with him, and Petitti did not show up to the meetings.
Correct.
I don't know what he was doing that day, but
anything.
He decided to send a letter instead. And you know what? Here's the thing about sending a letter. You can't ask questions. It's just what the letter says. Don't ask me anything else.
He had to go pick up the grandkids from camp.
Yes.
Scott and Tecumseh. I'm sorry. 18 level 1 violations for Tennessee, 6 for Michigan. Something is coming, but not Tennessee level of penalties.
Yeah, it's totally plausible. I also think not all level 1s are created equally, considering yours involved on-field cheating, real time. Theirs involved McDonald's bags of money to recruit players. The last I checked, the only difference between that and NIL is the bag. Mm-hmm. But that's fine.
Right. Now you could put a $sign on the bag.
Yeah, I don't think all crimes aren't committed equal, but that's fine.
3 days till Saratoga. Will Kenny be attending? That is Rob in Cleveland.
Hell yeah.
No, absolutely
You might
not.
as well turn your phone off because you. So, Mike, what? This race.
I already took care of Kenny. I had a nice score this weekend, and I felt bad he had lost a few races Friday. I Venmo'd him just to make sure his bankroll was juiced up for Jim Dandy week.
Okay.
Just so he can lose it when he bets over the weekend.
I will be requiring some picks this week.
Oh, God.
See what you've done?
I feel like Vegas vacation. Kenny, give me half of it. I'll kick you in the nuts, and we'll just call it even.
Hey, man, we almost won like $250 off a $2 bet. I don't
Keyword? Almost.
Well,
I was
there we go again.
giving Kenny a couple of plays and just helping him along.
You
That's
capped them well, by the way. It's not like they were bad plays.
all. Oh, but you know what? To Rico's point, how good can they be? You either win or you lose. You know, there's no prize for close. Let me know when a track or a casino runs the close payout. Oh, hey, you almost got it, Buckaroo. Here's a few clamshells.
He's going to go kind of fast.
Yeah.
He's going to go a little fast, yes.
All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you count on Northville. They'll have exactly what you need when you need it. No back orders, no lead times. If you see it at their brand new showroom, it's there. It's in stock. Take home some samples and then call Northville Lumber or just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's touch table on some football. College or pro, the music dictates direction. It's time for Football Today.
So, CBS put together a list of the offseason moves from the NFL.
Yeah.
What's not important? I don't want to go through the ranking of them. What's important is when I go through them, I want to know if this is a great impact or a minimum impact for the teams.
You mean like the Steelers' new alternate jerseys that I still don't like, but, you know.
Let's get to number 10 here.
Wow.
It is the Dolphins trading Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. I want to know impact for the Dolphins on this one, great or minimum.
I you know what? I think it's minimum because the Dolphins are always going to do what the Dolphins are. I never saw them as a Super Bowl team, David. So, okay, now you'll go south faster. You'll start losing in late October and rather than November.
I think it'll help in this regard. Less feast or famine. A reliable target, get the ball out a little bit quicker. A lot of the motions they run kind of manipulate the secondary. I don't want to overstate it. I'm with Rico on the team is who they are. I do think it makes them better. So, actually, wait a minute. Time out. They got rid of Jonnu Smith.
Right.
Wait a minute. No, major impact. That hurts them. I got to twist it around in my mind.
That's what I said.
I'm very sorry. I think Jonnu Smith helps the Steelers for sure.
And I didn't bring the Steelers up in this because we'll talk about them later on.
Yes, David, I'm sorry. I got totally twisted around, and I'd like to apologize.
That's my fault. I'm sorry.
Couldn't we at least get the Steelers to have the same color yellow in those alternate jerseys?
Let's get to the next offseason moves, and that is the Giants trading up for Jackson Dart. Is that minimal or great?
I think it's great for one reason. It's great because this regime will live or die based on that move. If Jackson Dart, forget about the team record. The Giants are a lost cause this year. If Jackson Dart can provide hope, if Jackson Dart can look like, oh, there's glimpses here, I think the Giants will have something to build on. If Jackson Dart comes in and looks like, if he looks like Josh Rosen, well, everyone's dead.
Whoa.
Good pull. So basically, you're saying Russell Wilson is a placeholder.
Correct. The minute the Giants fall to like 1-7, like we do every year, Mr. Dangerous, pack your bags.
I was about to say. So for you, the worst thing that would happen is he would keep the team at 500 because that means you can't bench him.
100% would be a nightmare.
Okay.
Next offseason move, great or minimum? Patriots hiring Mike Vrabel.
Great. They're going to make the playoffs this year. I'm going to stand down now. Now it's time for Rico to bash them.
No, David, I do think that it's a very good move by them. I think that you now have structure. You now have a goal. Like, to me, ever since Brady left, they just kind of seem like we're going to do this without Brady. But now it actually seems like they have a plan in place. I don't know about making the playoffs, but I do think that this is a team with the arrow going up, that they will be good in a few years. What you don't want to do is become the Jags. We all think you're going to be good, but you never quite reach that point.
Next one on the list will be the Seahawks trading Geno to the Raiders and then signing Sam Darnold. Let's do minimum or great for both teams, Seahawks and Raiders.
Minimum.
For the Raiders, I think
just say it. Let go of Geno.
No, I won't. The Raiders. No, because the Raiders are a team that, look, with Pete Carroll, they have to win now. There's no long-term plan. Now, Sam Darnold in Seattle, you got rid of DK. Like, there's nobody left but Jackson Smith and Njigba. And that's it. So, good luck. I think Darnold got paid, but I think he's going to become that quarterback, Mike, that you think he always will be. Like last year was going to be the anomaly because you had all the weapons, In Seattle, you got a lot of money and no weapons.
Look, that trade, that whole trade of quarterbacks, it's two bums exchanging shopping carts. They're still bums.
Yeah, but Geno just still finds a way to win that game that you're like, how did he win that one?
Mm-hmm.
You have the better newspaper. I'll take that one
Yeah.
over mine.
I like your pop bottles better, Bernard.
Let's get to the next one here. In the Texans trading Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders, let's do minimum or great for the Commanders on this one.
I think it's great. I know he was highly penalized. I understand he can be inconsistent, but he's an elite tackle. They don't grow on trees. They got him for a very low price.
If you can get some discipline out of him,
I'm good.
You win.
I think it's a great move forward. They needed to continue invest in that O-line. Plus, Sam Cosmi got hurt against the Lions. It'll take him a little time to get back. So,
Yeah. I mean, the only thing is, hey, Laramie, don't hold because you may end up negating a play where we, gain 38 yards on a quarterback scramble. Just hold your own. That's it.
plus they had the cap space, David. So the money isn't real. They had a ton of cap space to absorb it.
Next on the list would be, and I'm going to encompass everything now with the Steelers since we talked about earlier, Steelers signing Aaron Rodgers and then also trading for Jalen Ramsey and John Newsome.
That's great. Minimum. You're just an 8-9, 9-8 team.
See, I think that move got them to maybe a 10-win team.
Oh, and more first-round cannon fodder.
Just enough to tick off David. But I think it's an improvement, not a great improvement, but you got a lot of spare parts from other teams that if it works, maybe you win 11 games, but if not, you're looking at about a 10-win team.
11 games?
I said, David, if it works. By bringing in DK, bringing in Aaron Rodgers, you got parts from different places. If they mesh together, then it works. You brought in a tight end. You brought in a lot of pieces. They just never played together.
So let's get to the last two here that are
Your
big
worst nightmare, Dave.
Offseason moves. It is Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn both leaving the Lions. Let's do minimum or great impact for the Bears and the Jets on getting them.
I think it's great for both.
Yeah.
They needed structure. They needed adults in the room, both franchises. These are two elite coordinators. So reviews on Aaron Glenn are very good so far. They are comping a lot of what he's come to town and done is a lot of Dan Campbell's program.
You're bringing in the Lions passing game coordinator to be the OC there. So they're hoping that you can now, basically rehab Fields as the quarterback.
Man, you need to blow the whistle on that one.
No, Mike. I'm not.
You
I'm
love
saying,
Justin Fields.
I do. I just think that we'll see. This is it for him.
I don't think
this is it for him. If this bombs, then you know what? He'll be in the CFL.
And the Bears, you landed the most coveted offensive coordinator, head coach candidate of the last two cycles. I mean, how could I say it's minimum?
And you went out and you drafted some offensive pieces in this year's draft. You're trying to hit the ground running. And, you had a pretty good defense, and now you're trying to be able to score, keep, Caleb upright and get him weapons.
And then lastly is Matthew Stafford staying in Los Angeles. Minimal or great?
No, it's great.
Yeah.
If he leaves, they're a 4-win team. By staying, he's 10 or 11. What are we talking about?
Yes.
I mean, geez, LeBron James leaves the Lakers. Minimal or great?
Minimum. I'll say minimum.
Okay. No, I mean, it's come on.
That is in football today.
Okay, Odyssey.com Rewind. We opened with Tony Petitti's letter, the Dan Wetzel article, what it does and doesn't mean. You can go listen to it. I don't want to let you down. I'm not sure it means much of anything. I don't think it means great. I don't think it means bad. And I gave you some examples of conference commissioners going to bat for schools. Is it weird that Petitti, who's had a very contentious relationship, did it? Sure. If you want to read into it further.
Yeah. And I also think that another thing to maybe read into is that he sent the letter. He didn't go there to defend them.
Right. Sankey defended Tennessee.
This is your job. But you know what? Let me give you a letter of recommendation and pray to God they don't give me a call and say, why are you recommending them?
All right. So I want to turn our attention to something different. And the genesis of this was Rico texting me with cookies this weekend. And it was the WNBA All-Star Game where apparently someone decided to screen print a few T-shirts. And
pay us what you owe us.
Where do I even begin? Obviously, the WNBA players, there's a ongoing negotiation for a new CBA. The players feel they are entitled, and that is the word of the day, entitled or entitlement. They're entitled to more, which I often find hilarious considering ESPN would have you believe the WNBA has supplanted the NFL. Reality would tell you they lost the better part of $50 million last year. If we're talking about what you're owed, ladies, technically the invoice would be you owe the league $200,000 a pop. So I just look. I want to talk about this because I want to get a general viewpoint from fans here. But this is my biggest issue. I saw a clip of, I believe it was Kelsey Plum, and they talked about the genesis of the T-shirts. And by the way, she's becoming incredibly unlikable. She's like number 2 right below Angel Reese, whether it was what she did to the fan. Oh, don't you think this is weird? Here's an idea, Kelsey. You're lucky anyone wants your autograph. Sign the damn thing and go into the hotel, please. But the other thing is, basically, no one from Team Clark showed up. Guys, you're really not getting it. What the WNBA is doing with Caitlin Clark is the equivalent of the NBA doing this to Michael Jordan in 1986. It just doesn't make sense to me. You are biting the hand that feeds you. Mind you, without Caitlin Clark, whatever you watched of that All-Star game, here's your highlight package. Airball, me bound, airball, me bound, airball, miss layup, airball, miss layup, airball, me bound, airball, layup, miss layup, miss layup, miss layup, me bound off, miss layup, airball, me bound,
No. Paige Becker's hit a 4-point shot.
Congrats. The point is, I could go to a local park and watch that level of basketball. It is not a good product if you are grown up on, learned on the NBA, the NFL, the NHL. It is not for me. Don't ask me to like it. Stop telling me to like it. You are turning yourself into soccer fan. You just don't get it. No, I get it just fine. Soccer's pretty boring. This is not good. What are they? Oh, see, the T-shirt is, it's different than saying, listen, we want to fight for what we believe our value to be. Pay us what you owe us. Oh, boy. See, now you're doing this millennial entitlement stuff.
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. They have a new contract, a new television contract. It's a ridiculous contract. Now, I don't know how much of this is NBA. I don't know how much of this is WNBA. But, Mike, it's like a $2 billion contract. I don't know how the money's going to get divvied up. Their CBA is done. So what you're saying is this. You now have the right to try to negotiate and get, some rev share with the league. But the previous years, you weren't making the money. Now you are. My other biggest gripe with this is, and it's similar to what you said, you're killing the golden goose. You take every opportunity to just go off on Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark is the reason why your league is getting the notoriety that it is. It reminds me a lot when Tiger Woods hit golf. All of a sudden, the purses went up. The TV contracts went up. Everything went up, and a lot of golfers were a little jealous of Tiger. Like, well, there's more than just Tiger out here. It's like, and then finally they realized, hey, guys, we're all getting rich because people want to watch the sport. Who cares if they want to watch Tiger? If you do your job, maybe you'll become the new favorite. But it just kills me when I see everybody just taking shots. And like, she's the reason why you're getting all of these extra things. She's the reason why you're not flying, commercials. She's the reason why your league is taking that step forward. But every opportunity, you just want to just bash this woman.
And the other problem I have, and it's like, oh my God, you can't say that. Yeah, sure I can. They're not paid less because they're women. They're paid less because the league bleeds money. Period. Amen. Hallelujah. End. It has nothing to do with gender. It is about the product. Right. Like, that's it. Oh, well, the Women's World Cup, they make less money than the men. Right. The men generate billions. The women generate millions. It's simple business. Now, if you want to tell me they deserve exponentially more, put it on paper. Show me how. And also, by the way, how do we work around the fact that the NBA has subsidized your very existence for a quarter of a century?
Right.
Now,
I think in the future, Mike, because you got, 4 new teams coming in here, so I don't know what the franchise
You're asking
fee.
me?
No, I'm saying.
My God.
They have 4 new teams coming, including here, teams back in Cleveland, back in Detroit. These are owners who make a lot of money, so I'm assuming they're not stupid. It's speculation that this league is going to start making money. So, yes, in the future, maybe. Bottom line is maybe you want to reword your shirt.
That was my biggest issue in all of it, outside of the coverage that WNBA is getting, which, again, I don't know who it appeals to. Fine. If you're telling me it appeals to young women, God bless. That's great. Go take your daughter to a game. Enjoy yourself. If you enjoy it, do whatever you want. Stop telling me I have to enjoy it. It's awful. The product is awful. It is a below-the-rim game that is meant to be played above the rim. I mean, I'm sorry. There's no other way to put it. For me, terrible. But to pay us what you owe us, if that's not the most millennial, entitled, it is 2025 in a t-shirt. Owed. You only exist because of the NBA. Your league lost $45 million last year. What planet do you reside on?
Right. And the reason for your popularity, you don't like her. Well, most of them don't.
Which is also the most bizarre thing in the world because, look, when LeBron came to the league, I'm not telling you people kissed his ass, but I think everyone involved in the NBA understood the assignment. This guy's going to make us money.
Right.
And
he did. And now you have ridiculous contracts. But it's the fact that it's just pot shot after pot shot. It's like, I don't understand this.
It's weird to me. It is weird to me,
you,
man.
You want to get paid, but the person that everybody is coming out to see, not you, Kelsey, is Caitlin. Even the fact that she's just there designing a play on the bench, she's probably got more eyeballs on her than Kelsey Plum.
I wasn't old enough to live this, so I'm saying I only read about this, okay? But I'm not going to say the title of a book because it'll be turned into a drop. You'll have to trust me.
Okay.
But it was a book written about the old ABA and CBA and minor league basketball, and then pre-NBA merger stuff. Pete Maravich would be the comp. Pete Maravich was not treated very well, both by teammates in the ABA because he made the most money, but yet he was the reason people were coming to the arena, all the way to the integration in the NBA. He wasn't treated well. There was an envy, a jealousy, and there was an attack on him. I'm only comping. I did not live the Pete Maravich thing. I have read enough of NBA and ABA history. That would be the comp to the Caitlin Clark thing. I don't know what their problem is. I don't know why no one is telling you to lay down. But attacking the very reason you can put that T-shirt on makes no business sense to me. None.
No, it doesn't. And like I said, for me, as you said, it was LeBron. Mike, I remember when it was Magic and Bird, and they basically took the NBA from poverty sport to all of a sudden it's fantastic and people want to go to basketball games, and you're not on tape delay. Why? Those two. And
Yes,
they
people.
embraced it.
For the younger people out there, yes, the NBA Finals, including Celtics Suns, used to be on tape delay on CBS at 1 a.m. That's real.
Yeah.
Shout out Gar Hurd. But no, I'd like to hear from you guys. What do you make of this weekend's WNBA display? The T-shirts, pay us what you owe us. What exactly are they owed? And look, can we get to the quiet part out loud? The product's terrible. Now, David, you're going to tell me you watched the WNBA. I'm not mad at you. If you want that, God bless, but product's awful.
No, you're right. And that's what Kenny just asked me. He says, who's pushing this? And I honestly told him, look, I watched the WNBA, but I'm not pushing it because I understand the product and I understand people aren't going to like the product.
Oh, you don't like missed rebounds? Or missed layups?
It's a ton of them. And
can't watch it.
The problem is, and this is what I don't understand, while I think they had the wrong wording on the T-shirt, if the NBA decided to stop subsidizing them, they would be done.
Well, I wish the NBA would. I wish the NBA would go pay us what you owe us. Plug pulled.
Close up shop.
Survive.
There would not be a WNBA.
Good grief. The only reason these games are televised is the NBA rolling you into the media rights deal.
You see them on ESPN and ABC because of that, not because of anything of their own doing. And what they get for CBS, because they're on CBS, they don't get a lot of money from CBS to be on CBS on the weekends. That's not happening. So it was confusing to me. I was like, what? This doesn't make any sense, but whatever. They want to do this and they want to fight. Get it. I understand trying to fight for what you're worth, but think about it. What are you actually making?
And again, the reaction to the T-shirts, the reaction to the coverage this weekend. Hey, and if you like this stuff, great. What I get tired of is you are turned into a villain if you just state the obvious. Bad product. And I thought the T-shirts reeked of entitlement. Pay us what you owe us. What? I mean, here, you want a rev split moving forward? Go figure it out. That's not owed. It's earned. You're earning that.
Yeah. That's what I said. The T-shirt, the phrase on the T-shirts, somebody thought it was cute, but it's not applicable because if that's the case, you should be paying the league.
Well, your other problem is a lot of your players aren't likable. You want to go a step further. Angel Reese is not likable. Kelsey Plum is not likable. Hell, Caitlin Clark becomes annoying and unlikable because she's everywhere. Yeah. The difference is if you're in the league, you got to put up with that because she makes you money. I'm saying from the outside looking in, the top 3 players you can name, they're all unlikable.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Always whining, always saying things that don't make, just stop talking sometimes.
Sabrina Ionescu does not, she's likable.
Nobody knows who the hell she is.
David does.
God bless. 248-539.
Plays for your New York team.
9797. Okay, then. All right, if you're injured in an auto accident, you're drowning in medical bills, and you're dealing with an insurance company who just doesn't care, you need to call injury attorney David Femininio. Look, you get David on your side, he's going to get to work day one. Get David, get paid is not just a catchphrase. It's a promise. So if you or someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope things get better. Call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, David on the ticket text. If you want the Tony Petitti letter, the Dan Wetzel piece, we opened the show with it, did an hour on it. Wanted to make sure we got to what was really the story of the weekend, this WNBA display with the T-shirts. Here's the question. I was just talking to Rico about this, and maybe we didn't do a good job of connecting with you guys. But outside of the T-shirt and a CBA issue, which maybe that doesn't get people, who is this league for? Because if it's so popular, why is it losing $50 million a year? You ever think about that? So when you're being told how much better the league is doing, great. You had your best year in history. It lost $50 million. I'd say you have a bad business plan. I'd also tell you you're not in the business of paying your employees more. But I'm asking who it's for, because it's clearly not me. And again, like here, right up on the screen, Rico, there's what I was referring to is Kelsey Plum hitting Caitlin Clark with a bus that nobody in Team Clark thought of the T-shirts. And I'm like, what are you doing? Seriously. She put one on. What's your problem?
Right. Because I guess they feel like she should be one of them, but like, guys, she's making you the money. She's the reason why you're selling out arenas. The Indiana Fever basically are like the Globetrotters.
Yeah,
wherever they go, people show
Right,
up.
But that's the problem. If you were selling out all the arenas, you wouldn't have lost $50 million.
Fair enough.
You see the disconnect for a person like me? So, David, what do you got on the ticket text? We'll get to the callers.
Ticket text says, pay us what you owe us. Are they wanting less money? Do they want to be jobless? You're getting paid to play a kid's game. Be grateful. They are out of touch with reality. As an average sports fan with a job, I only make a percentage of the money that I make for the company I work for. If I had a terrible year and lost the company money and then showed up in a T-shirt that said, pay me what you owe me, how do you think that would go over?
Not well, but here's the difference. We are living in a time right now where the media caters to narratives. Who's around to tell WNBA players no? I mean, they're the belle of the ball right now.
Yep.
ESPN is dedicating a forcible amount of coverage on SportsCenter to a sport that, frankly, I would put below professional lacrosse.
Yet to see any schoolboy highlights. And based off of what he did last night.
And you won't. You won't. So I just feel like the media has made it a safe space for WNBA players to basically do whatever they want. That's the only conclusion I can come to. Because the minute you criticize them, gender has nothing to do with business. Nothing. The gender argument is kind of one of these defense mechanisms that you want to vilify people for saying the quiet part out loud. The quiet part out loud is if you're groomed on men's sports and men's professional sports, you can't watch WNBA because it is a horrific product.
No, and this is also, Mike, if you make a lot of money, you will get paid a lot of money. That's why you see the big contracts. Unfortunately, like hockey doesn't make a ton of money.
No, hockey's a poverty league.
And we always joke with Kenny, but it's a reason why their athletes don't like a top paid hockey player is a bench player in the NBA.
And even if they get part of what they want, the high end players will make all the money. It'll turn into football where the quarterback makes $65 million and the next highest paid guy makes 10% of that, 20% of that. I don't even think these players understand what the hell they're asking for. Okay, pay us what you owe us. Well, the money's going to go to Kelsey Plum and to Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, who's basically Ric Flair. I don't even understand it. But see, this is the point I'm at in 2025 is it's just the entitlement, the nonsense, the fact the media doesn't shoot straight on this stuff. Pay us what you owe us. Here's if I were in the NBA, I'd be like, okay, here's what you're owed. Boop. I've just pulled the plug. Boop.
You're Adam Silver.
Done. Adam Silver should have walked over to Nona and unplugged the ventilator. Dead. Done. There's what you're owed. The NBA has floated this thing for 25 years.
Walk in and tell the arena guy, I'm not paying the bill to rent this out, so have them pay it.
Boop. David, go ahead.
Rico, you just said it. You're exactly right. Because Connecticut, they moved their game over to Boston's place so they could play a game where Caitlin Clark was going to be there. You're right. The NBA should say, you know what? We're not doing this for you anymore. I'm sorry, Chicago. You can't move your game to the United Center. It's not happening anymore.
But, David, that's just it. This is what these young ladies don't understand. The reason why you're moving to the bigger arenas is because of this person, like it or not. So why do you take every opportunity to bash her? And I'm not this big Caitlin Clark fan, but I understand business. She's good for business for them. You should try to uphold her. And like I said, it reminded me a lot when Tiger Woods hit the scene. And it's like, who's this 19-year-old that everybody wants to see? I've been golfing for 20-some years. I've been around. Like, yeah, but nobody cares. Everybody wants to see him on Sunday.
Right, that's my point. Caitlin Clark is not the WNBA. See, this is the separator. Caitlin Clark sells out the building. Nobody else does.
Right.
So pay us what you owe us? I got to be honest. If I were Caitlin, she should have wore a T-shirt that said, pay me what you owe me.
Right.
And she should have pointed at everybody else in this building. You owe me.
Either that or wearing a shirt saying, not another word from any of you.
She should have walked in like Don Corleone.
You're exactly right, Mike, because, and I know no one cares, but the Aces, the Las Vegas Aces, have been dominant for the last 4 years, but they couldn't sell out the T-Mobile Arena if they tried in Vegas. It wouldn't happen. So no one cares about this league overall.
No, how about
for everybody thinking like, oh,
not enough people care. I don't want to say nobody. That's not fair. That is insulting.
Right, but when the Shock comes here, whatever name they're going to be, they may have a close to a sellout for the first game, but other than that, you'll be able to get tickets.
And I guarantee you they won't be playing at LCA. They'll probably be playing at the practice facility.
I was about to say Wayne State.
St. Cecilia's?
Maybe Wayne State. You might be right there.
No, the practice facility at Wayne State.
Guys, they will play at LCA. Come on. They have to play at LCA.
They don't have to.
No, the Pistons got a practice facility at Wayne State.
They'll play at the Joe Dumars Fieldhouse.
They destroyed that, but I get what you're saying. That's now a bus stop.
Hey, Rico, pay us what you owe us. Where's the court? You said pay what you're owed.
Is this the 517 bus?
Here's City Airport. I'll get to the callers. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? What's going on, Rico?
What's up, Chris?
I couldn't agree with you guys more about the pay what you owe us situation. You know, I know I watched the WNBA when it first came out. I loved it when it was just like 8 teams. Since it expanded, I've kind of fell off. Really, as you mentioned, not a whole lot of talent there. A lot of missed baskets. It's hard to keep up sometimes. But the whole reason why I think the players don't like Caitlin Clark is because there's an air of like, she's not better than us. And you guys like her, we're so much better than her. And she hasn't proven anything. And I think that's the reason why you get this, like, hot shotting at her all the time.
Chris, I understand that, but it's this way in all sports. I mean, if I brought Kenny to the microphone and said, well, is Connor McDavid overexposed? Yeah, but he's the reason. First of all, he's the only reason fringe hockey people know anything about hockey. It's Connor McDavid. I mean, baseball. Is Ohtani overexposed? Yes.
Yeah.
Football? Don't even get me started on Kelsey and Mahomes.
Yeah.
That's the way of the world, man. How come in men's sport, nobody has a problem with those people? Why is that?
Actually, people do have a problem with the Chiefs.
Hold on. You can have a problem with the Chiefs as a fan, but the players don't attack
I got
the
you.
player.
I got what you're saying.
Now, why is that?
I got you.
No, I'm asking a
question.
question.
I think the reason that is, Mike, is just going back to what I just said. I think that in men's sport, the men, like with Connor McDavid, I think the hockey players look out there, see his talent, understand that he could be one of the greatest of all time. Same thing like with Patrick Mahomes. But even when they first started, when they were first coming in the league, some of them still took little bitty pot shots here and there until they continued to play and show their greatness. But with Caitlin Clark, we still haven't seen her, quote unquote, greatness. She's still doing the same thing that the other WNBA players are doing. She's still throwing up air balls. She's still shooting less than 50%. She's still playing below the rim.
See, no, it's because they're not smart. That's why. You know a player that doesn't say much about Caitlin Clark, she just promotes the game? That's A'ja Wilson for the Aces. She's won MVP the last 3 out of 4 years, and you hear nothing negative about Clark from her. You know why? Because she understands to promote the game. I have to promote her, period. And she can talk. She dominates the WNBA.
All right, take it easy.
And she's doing nothing because she's smart. The rest of them need to follow her. Stop talking bad about Clark. It's just not smart.
No, I thought what Kelsey Plum did this weekend was stupid. I can't. David, you're right in that regard. Is that look? We always say this about male athletes. What the hell's the difference? Gender doesn't define intelligence. I just take it on a case by case basis. Do male athletes do a bunch of dumb stuff? Yeah, it's why I say most of them have an 8th grade education. I don't know how much is different here.
Yeah, off the court.
You got young people who basically don't have to go to class after 8th grade if you can play ball, especially in the NIL era. You got Kenny paying you $20,000 a month to commit to Georgia. Don't be surprised when, hey, look, Angel Reese said something stupid. Yeah. Kelsey Plum said something stupid. I don't know.
And then, by the way,
it's bad business.
The young lady next to Kelsey Plum, that was Sabrina.
Tremendous.
I'm going to get you a pair of her shoes.
I'm all set. 248-539-9797. More of your calls coming up next. 97.1.
And if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound to be exact. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, so whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, or a spacious SUV, heck, even a drop top on days like today, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. So no more waiting months for your dream car. Nope, none of that. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget. That includes the July Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for just $279 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down, and you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you and find out why Hamilton, it's leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, let's get to the people. We'll go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. What's on your mind?
Hey, I love a good JV basketball game, by the way. And that's what the product is.
Yeah, and I mean, like, some people will take that as an insult, but the reality is if you put a WNBA game next to, I don't know, high-level high school basketball, which one's better?
Exactly. But so here's my quick point. So on Prime right now, if you're streaming and the commercials that run on Prime, the Caitlin Clark and the Fever versus the Aces, and they don't even mention Asia Wilson, and every scene is Caitlin Clark even like shooting over the Aces. Like you never even you know how they would bill it as so-and-so versus so-and-so. They don't even do that. It's Caitlin Clark and the Fever versus the Aces, and literally when the Aces are being featured, they're actually being scored on by Caitlin Clark. If you watch like a Prime commercial right now.
Yeah, but again, I mean, that's listen, Mike, that's every sport now. I mean, when they talk Big Ten football, it's going to be a Michigan player, an Ohio State player, and an Oregon player. They ain't giving you anybody from Purdue or Northwestern.
True, but I mean, literally, it's just two teams playing, and like they don't even mention the MVP at all. So
no, you're right, Mike. Is it overexposure? Of course it is. But there's a reason. She's the only lifeline for the league. We'll say it again. Before Caitlin Clark, they didn't have chartered planes. Think about that.
Yep. But yet they take every opportunity to just throw knives at this young lady. It's like you're killing a golden goose here.
Didn't 8 years ago the Aces got bumped off a flight because the flight was overbooked and they had to delay the game?
I'll take your word for it. Sure.
Yes, that happened. Yes.
Oh, thank you, David. I see Mike. Dave's got your back. No, it's. Look, you're right. It's overexposure. But even this weekend, they couldn't keep the main thing. The pay us what you owe us thing was ridiculous. But even within that, they found a way to take a shot at Caitlin Clark. I don't care about Caitlin Clark. Let me be just unequivocal. I don't care. By the way, might be helpful if you could get on the court. Constantly hurt. Point is,
well, it's from carrying the league.
Oh, okay. I'll just move along. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on?
Oh, I never thought I'd be calling into this station talking about WNBA basketball, but man, this has been a topic on my chest for a long time. I hate the WNBA, and it's not because of because they're women or anything. Let's not get carried away, but I just hate the fact how they constantly. This is nothing new. They've been doing this for ages. They constantly preach this narrative: pay us what you owe us. You lose. Your product is unwatchable. It's like watching LeBron's kid in the first year of summer league, where he would just airball every shot he took, and here's some wacky, really crazy cartoon sound effect afterwards. I'm like, it's unwatchable. If in capitalist America, if your product stinks, you don't make the money. If it was up to me, subsidies in this economy in general suck. But the fact that the NBA is even subsidizing this crap, and I don't even watch the NBA, but you're lucky that you're even still a league at this point. I mean, and then it's worse than that. When they are presented with things that help them change the league, like Caitlin Clark, or lower the rim, they're like, no, we don't like that because if you don't like our sport, then don't watch. Well, then why are you even talking about being paid what you're owed? Because you're not owed a dime.
You're not, Nick. You're not. Listen, you're not wrong.
Lord.
No, I thought it was really obnoxious this weekend, and then of course the coverage it gets by the narrative-driven mass media. No one wants to speak the truth. No one will stand up and just say it.
TV? Why are they wearing T-shirts with that printed on it? Come on. Please pay attention. Look what's on my shirt. See?
No, Nick, I understand. I think my frustration, the thing that goes above the players, is the media. We're not dealing with an honest media anymore. Because if you say what you're feeling and you back up with reasons, Oh, you'll get canceled. Canceled for what? I don't enjoy the product. Fart noise. Canceled? Oh, because what? I thought the shirts were tacky? Why? Canceled because math? Explain. Look, if you want to get paid more, that's fine. It's not my fight. There are better ways to do it. But to Rico's point, the way to do it, you don't have to lay down to Caitlin Clark, but it would help not to attack her at every turn. She's the only reason they don't have you riding a bike to games. Ring, 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 ring. Here's Angel Reese on her tricycle. That's what you'd be doing without her. Hey! Hey, is that Sabrina? What's her name?
Anescu. You will put some respect on her
My
name.
point to you is the way to make money is here.
Yeah.
And they do everything to destroy it.
That I can't understand. But hashtag t-shirts.
Okay, then I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll knock out the last couple of calls. Buster Olney said something. And I don't think Tiger fans are going to like it.
Okay.
We'll bring it to you next, okay?
Okay.
97.1. All right, a lot of you need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies that are going to skip really the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, you're screwed. Okay, there's the long and short of that. Mold, wood rot, all things that are no bueno. So this is why you got to get with Victor's. They know if the ventilation's not right, they can't even get started on the job. First step, 21-point roof inspection. That includes the inspection of the attic and attic ventilation. Victor's Roof, they also have a well-thought-out plan. That's why they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So not only do you have the best installation crews, but you're going to make sure the roofs are going to be installed to last, and the ventilation is going to be right. You're going to do this once and never worry about it again. 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS, or book an appointment online anytime at victors.com. Hey, real quick, I'm going to get to these calls. I want to pass along something Buster Olney said. You tell me how you feel about this.
Okay.
You ready? Today, Buster Olney said Tarek Skubal is going to get $400 million after 2026. That's not the headline. Although it does feel good to be right when I was mocked universally for throwing that figure
You don't
out.
know baseball.
Yep.
You don't know puck.
You're number one.
You don't know anything. But
it's
horses.
just a matter of whether it'll be Yankees, Mets, or Dodgers.
Oh, boy. You said Detroit funny.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't. My point
Is Dodgers French for Detroit?
My point is, it only furthers how we feel on this show that, you don't do anything stupid, but you absolutely get aggressive here. Mm-hmm. I think you do have 2 years of your best window. Not the only window, but your best window. And look, last night, case in point. But here's your problem. This is why I can't pay him $400 million. What are we doing pulling Tarek Skubal last night? 2 outs and a nothing burger coming up to the plate, and he's on 104 pitches. Now, I defend the way they manage Skubal, but this is a 1-0 game. I'm on a 6-game losing streak.
You just got a strikeout, and you know what? This guy just got up to the majors.
I got to let him finish the inning.
Right.
I have to.
This isn't their best hitter. This is a guy who's sitting there praying to God.
But what have I said to you?
I don't want to. Well, he had 105 pitches, Mike, so he had to come out.
In general, he's a guy that's not going to throw 105. He's not going to throw 100.
Yeah.
And look, he's going to give you 6 1/3 of wonderful baseball. But this idea that, look, the days of a Justin Verlander throwing 240 innings are over. I can't pay a pitcher that.
And I get you're trying to save his arm, but you're saving it every now and then. You banked enough innings.
Yeah,
you could have used it last night for one more batter.
I'm with you.
Like 3 pitches later, tie ball game.
We're coming out of the All-Star break, and again, I'm glad the broadcast did what they did. I have no problem in April, in May, in June, hell, most of July. We're now in the second half of the year, and here's the thing. Look, the 6-game losing streak, I don't freak out about it. I mean, it's baseball. Anyone freaking out over it? No. It's the construct of the fact they're a 500 team over the last month. Why does that matter? It matters because the why. The why is the lineup isn't that good. Mm-hmm. Now, it's been fun, but you know what happens to fun? It comes back down to earth. Jahmai Jones ain't saving your season. Javi Baez has been bad. Matt Vierling, hey, thank God he hit a baseball last night. He's been terrible. Parker Meadows has been terrible. Like, you start to look at it and you go, okay. Now, before people freak out and go, okay, funny man, what bat are they supposed to get? That's not my job.
Yeah, they're the first team to 60 wins.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll tell you this. Everything is turned into an update guy tagline now with this team. Oh, the Tigers, first team to win on a Tuesday. It's like, not everything has to be a new record. They're a really good baseball team that has real pressing needs.
Yeah, I saw that last night, and it was good to hear the national announcers say, I'm sure a lot of people in Detroit are upset that you pull Skubal, and then they turn around and score, and they're like, I know, they are very upset because I'm thinking the same. Like, no, this guy's just got up to the league. Keep him in the game. Let's just go ahead and finish this thing off and then replace him in the next inning. And because all of a sudden, Mike, I'm like, okay, it's now a tie game and the bullpen's going to blow it. Now they didn't.
Well, they did.
They did, but I'm saying that it got better. They got the lead and then the bullpen shut it down.
Listen, my point is, I wasn't freaked out about the 6-game win streak, and I'm not going to sit here and crown them because they won a 2-1 game with a couple of bloops. The bottom line is the lineup's not good enough. And this is what I've been talking about all year is that, okay, enjoy this now. In October, your season's on the line, and enter Jahmai Jones. Enter Javi Baez.
Well, that's why baseball it's a game of average. Like, you have an average. That means as good as you are, it's going to be the other side of that coin where you're not that good.
And luckily, this division is rat bleep, and you're going to be fine. But that doesn't impact my decision. And if anything, if the Buster Olney thing highlights anything, it's that, okay, window. You got a 2-year premium window. And whatever window is beyond that is simply lesser than. Let's get after it.
And I think it's why Scuba really doesn't talk about it, because he knows. Look, I'm giving you guys 2 years to save your pennies and, you know what, collect enough bottle cans and whatever you can to pay me.
I think
I'm getting paid.
But by the end of it, I think he'll be Max Scherzer. I think this is all betting on himself.
Yeah.
I mean, reality is if you've already had Tommy John and you've already had flexor tendon surgery, you're one pitch away from your career largely being over. He's betting on himself. If the Tigers would offer 250, 300, man, I'd like to think cooler heads would prevail. You could get something done. But I think his agent is hell-bent on getting him to free agency. And clearly, if he were hell-bent on being in Detroit, do I think they could get something done? Yes. I'm not vilifying the player. I'm just speaking like an adult.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to vilify the organization. I don't think throwing $400 million plus out there is a great idea. You will have already gotten the best of him. So I and again, watching the broadcast this weekend, I didn't quite understand the mocking of fans who want to trade for things. Very weird approach. Not going to make it personal, but like, okay, yeah, ha, ha, ha. Like what? Like reports from baseball writers saying that certain teams are shopping certain players. If it offends you that we would like to get those players, cool. You rank dead last in baseball and swing and miss out of your bullpen. I'm sorry. I made the party foul of saying I'd like to add an arm to make the bullpen better. I'm terrible.
Chicken Little.
Very weird. It's a weird approach, man. What's the fun of sports if you can't talk about it?
Or be critical of it.
Yeah. You know what that's called? North Korea. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Mike.
Everything is awesome.
Yeah. Everything's cool when you're part of a team. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. So I'm in Indy, and I have a season ticket fever. Have the last couple of years, since the day she declared. The only thing I can compare it to, because I'm old, is like the Mark Fidrich phenomenon in the late 70s. I mean, it's truly insane, and so she obviously is worth every dime that she gets. The league being jealous, and they just are. But I think what has to happen, Enrico made a good point about the golfers and Tiger Woods when he first came on the scene. I think what has to happen is when you start getting more and more highlights over the next 1 to 2 to 3 years, where she hit 3 threes in 28 seconds that no other person on the planet, besides maybe Steph, could do it. That stuff's just unarguable. When you make.
Oh, no. Mike's phone died. Really?
Oh,
right in the middle, he was making a good point. Oh, Mike. His phone just died.
Yeah.
David, a couple of ticket texts. I can't really comment on what he was saying because he was halfway through a thought. I don't know where he was landing the plane. David, go ahead.
Ticket text here says WNBA owners should wear shirts that say generate revenue. Wow. Okay. Blake in traffic says, Mike, I agree about the quality of the WNBA play, but you forgot to sprinkle in a few uncalled travel calls that make it look worse as well.
Sure.
You know what? It was an all-star game. The referees put the whistle away in all-star games.
They do.
In all all-star games,
The difference
to be
is,
fair.
in the NBA, the players do things that make you go, wow.
Right.
This was like, ew.
Right, exactly. It's like, okay, you're going to throw
Did
the ball.
she just miss a layup by hitting the bottom of the rim?
You're going to take 5 steps, throw it off the rim, and then dunk it.
But
you still took 5 steps.
One more here says, thank you, Mike and Rico, for bringing common sense to this conversation.
And that's my frustration. And I know I'm yelling at clouds. Why is it sports media in 2025 can't just do the job? Talk. Sports are meant to be discussed. Talk about it. And it's not an ad hominem attack to say that the product isn't good. It's not an ad hominem attack to say the product isn't profitable. It's not an attack to say I thought the shirts were tacky and the players are a little out of touch with who makes their money. But you think anyone in the national media is going to say it? Please. Just look at the faces of the national media right now. I got Stephen A. Smith. The guy thinks he's going to run for president. I mean, what planet do I reside on?
Yeah.
Seriously.
I wish I could say you're making this up, but you're not.
I'm not. It's a joke. Ay. All right, good talk. Little college football blitz. Yeah. And we can expand on the Skol Bowl thing. I know we got to get a little Lions conversation, too. If you're looking for the Tony Petitti letter, we did that to open the show. What it is and what it isn't. And we left it to you guys and your devices. 97.1. All right, let's get to it. Time for a little college football blitz. David.
Stop it.
Really ran the gamut there, didn't we? Go ahead.
Mike, Big Ten Media Day is coming up this weekend.
Hey, Coach.
In Las
go Blue.
Vegas. Yeah.
Good luck this year.
So
I can't wait.
One question for some of the Big Ten teams.
Sure.
Let's start off with one of the newer teams.
Hey, Coach, it's me, Greg, from Wolverine Ball Bag. Good luck this year.
Let's go with USC. Is this the year that the Lincoln Riley
next.
Is this the year Lincoln Riley hire pays off?
No. I actually just think once he left Norman, Oklahoma, he turned into a pumpkin. This is just not what we were sold. You had the number one QB in America. You did nothing. Then for 10 minutes, it looked like you were going to do something by beating LSU. Nope. You still stink. I just can't get there. And the kid they got from UNLV, I don't think he's that good. So I'm just going to say no.
David?
Yeah, no, that's an absolute no. It's not going to happen this year.
Hey, Coach, go Blue. David Hall here from Greater Lifetimes. How awesome is it being the coach at Michigan? I can't wait for Big Ten Media Day.
I'm losing him. Let's go to Columbus. Can Ohio State reload quickly?
No, I just don't believe in first-time starting quarterbacks. I just think it takes a year. I mean, can they make the playoff? Yes, they have this unbelievable abundance of talent. But factually speaking, Julian Sayin has not played. And when you haven't played any meaningful snaps, the learning curve is often brutal. Now, if he's generational, I'm going to be wrong about this. But any first-year, first-time starting QB, my answer is just no. I don't think that's lazy. I think it's based in history.
That's why we asked the questions. David?
See, it's tough with the state of what college football is because they're coming off a national championship and making the playoff on surface seems like, yes, you reloaded. But almost everyone now can make the playoffs as long as you have a decent record. So I guess I'll say yes.
David, I guess you're right. Technically, every year, everybody reloads because it's a brand new team.
Right.
So. Coach, OH, say I to me, please.
Okay, well.
Big Ten Media Day.
You know what? I'm going to shut your mic off for a second.
Coach, did you get the Buckeyes my wife sent you?
Okay. Who is this an impression of?
The media at large at these media days.
Here's a quarterback not in his first year. Second team. Can Dante Moore keep the offense humming at Oregon?
I don't know. I have no idea. He was so bad in year one. Pick six. Now he'll be in a system. Now he will be nurtured. It won't be his first go around. I will say yes, but I still have PTSD of what I watched 2 years ago.
Okay.
Fair?
I really want kids from this city to succeed. And I think because of the money he's already made, he has. But I'm going to say no on the field. No.
Hater. Hey, Coach, my name's Bob. I'm from Quack Quack Times.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, Whiteout Illustrated, Penn State. Is Penn State ready to be the hunted?
I'm going to say no. I still don't think James Franklin's a good coach, and everything with Drew Aller to me is projection. Everything. I need to see legitimate verticality in the offense. I need to see wide receivers. I need to see a passing game. And it's just, for me, I keep getting told he's awesome. It's like Christian Hackenberg. Like, you keep telling me this guy's amazing. Where is it? My God, that 4-foot-tall McSorley kid was better than Aller. So I just got to see it.
I got you.
Plus, he had a cooler celebration with the home run swing.
He did, yeah.
I don't trust James Franklin.
Okay.
And that's bias, but
fair.
He's a putz.
David?
Yeah, Tyler Warren is no longer in Happy Valley, so I'm going to go – their offense is not going to look anywhere close to last year because he got bailed out a lot.
Coach, we are. How cool is the whiteout? Oh, good luck this year.
At noon?
You know what? Well, you know what? Here's the thing. The theme for the next three are quarterbacks.
Okay.
Let's go to Michigan.
Sure.
No.
I don't know what the question
Oh,
is.
I'm about to say, hi, I'm from Go Blue.
Coach.
Oh, my God. How much do you like Mr. Brightside? Go Blue.
Is Bryce Underwood ready for the prime time?
No, he's not.
No, I mean, listen, he might be fabulous. I just want to give the kid a chance to grow and learn. It's the same as Julian's saying. It has nothing to do. You could ask me about the five-star kid starting for Dion. I'm going to say the same thing across the board, and it's not lazy or bias-ridden. It's just I've watched enough football at large. Asking someone who has never taken a snap to command a huddle, an offense, and real-time situations, I don't think it's fair to expect that of these young men. So I'm going to say no. But, of course, that'll be turned into slander. It's not. Bryce might be an incredible player.
Maybe not ready right now.
I just don't think it's fair to ask him to go out and learn an entire offense, be perfect, and lead a team to an 11-1 record. If it happens, he's generational. I got to see it.
You're exactly right. He's going to make a ton of mistakes, not because he's not good, but because it's a lot on a freshman quarterback to come in here and do this right away. Late in the season, you should see it should be better for him, but right now, no, he's not ready.
Coach, how cool are those winged helmets? Good luck this year.
Okay, Mike. Here's your Michigan State question, Mike.
Sure.
Is there a second-year starter bump for Aiden Childs?
Has to be. Otherwise, everyone's getting fired. Yeah. I mean, look, here's the reality. Aiden Childs got paid a ton of money. You could see him pressing because of what he was getting paid. And he had no offensive line. There was just no pass protection, no running game. And when Aiden tried to do everything, he did nothing. The offensive line, I'll give State credit. They've gotten some transfers that are allegedly good. Show me. If the O-line is better, to just give them a little bit of time. Right. I'd like to believe that this is, again, first-time starting quarterback. Remember? Mm-hmm. How did it go? Now it's year 2.
Right.
Another year in the offense, you probably unlock an additional 20, 25% of the playbook. It's another year with your receivers. Rico, I would lean to yes. Okay. But if I say that, well, go Sparty. Oh, and Spartan reporters do the same damn thing.
Go ahead.
Oh, hey, Coach, how cool's the Spartan walk? Don't agree.
David.
I brought a Melting Moments. It's been in my pocket on the drive down.
David.
I don't think I need to say anything there after that one.
Hey, Coach, what's your favorite flavor at the dairy store?
Okay, well, here we got the next question from
That's what
here we go. Next question from Go Big Red.
Okay.
Can Dylan Raiola make the leap? And he's another year 2 quarterback.
No. I honestly think he is all sizzle, very little steak.
Baby Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I see all of that bothers me. There's like an ego to it. There's a weirdness about it. I'm going to say no to it. I think he can be good, but I don't think he'll be confused with the first overall pick anytime soon. If you think I'm being too rough on him, you guys can tell me, but I was not impressed in the least.
David?
Oh, he bet a good half against Colorado. Yeah, that's great. That's like beating up a dead person.
Yeah, Mahomes Jr., I'm not quite sure he's ready. I have to see this year. Last year, just like we talked about Bryce, he was a freshman last year.
Coach, it's me from the Corn Cob Illustrated. What's your favorite Tom Osborne memory?
All right, let's go out to
Good
LA.
luck this year.
UCLA.
Give me the mic back. I didn't say goodbye.
Oh.
Where can Nico Iamaleava take this team?
To hell. They're terrible. And
to the beach.
He's a POS. I'm sorry. What he did to Tennessee and what his agents did, I wish not. What am I? Silky Johnson from the Haters Ball. I wish nothing but bad things happened to you. To hell with him.
Okay.
You were a starting quarterback. You're a starting quarterback at Tennessee. You asked for 2 raises. They said yes both times. And your agents did such a bang-up job, they said go to hell, and now you're going to play in front of 28,000 people in an empty Rose Bowl. I hate you. I hate you.
David, anything before I give you the final team?
It's UCLA.
I'd make a joke about UCLA, but they don't have reporters.
David, we got time for one more.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Let's go to Indiana.
Sure.
Can the Hoosiers do it again?
No. Absolutely not.
Man, I spent so much time with
I just don't think Cignetti. Last year, they had all these super seniors coming from James Madison. You don't have that now. And look, Rourke was a revelation, a MAC Player of the Year. Now they bring the Mendoza kid in from Cal. He's fine enough. And I don't care how easy their schedule is. They're not going to surprise anybody. Everybody's got you on tape. I'm going to say no. I think they'll be competitive. Yes. Do what they did last year? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I just don't see it. Yeah, the schedule is weak, but you're right. They're not surprising anyone anymore.
Hey,
So-
Coach, what is it? Hoosiers Illustrated. What's your favorite John Cougar Mellencamp song?
Are you ready for basketball season?
Did you know Bobby Knight?
Have you been to Assembly Hall? Isn't it great? Thanks, Coach. F Media Days.
That's your Big Ten review 97.1.
All right, when it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm specializes in all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. It's not a tax organization with just random people answering phones. These are real lawyers, real plans, real experience. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They'll get to work to save your dollars, spare yourself some headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Rico is still laughing. I'm sorry.
No, because there's so much truth in you mocking all the reporters. Not all the reporters,
No.
but it does get funny sometimes.
There's always a couple every year at these media days. Oh, Coach, go Blue. And you're like, what are you doing? Oh, good luck this year. What? Hey, that happens at every school. I mean, SEC media days. I was just joking with Kenny. Oh, hey, Coach, how awesome is it to coach the Dogs? Is there a question in here? Useless.
How awesome is it? Very awesome.
Super awesome. Next question. All right, David, ticket text. Now I want to get into the school stuff.
I'm like, I've spent all this time.
I answered honestly.
No, you did. No, you did. I didn't expect that.
How's Dante Moore going to do? I don't know.
That made it funny.
Yeah, people are loving it. Brad in Farmington says, bro, I am full out belly laughing at Mike's impersonation of media members at Big Ten Football Media Day.
Oh, boy.
Another person says, Mike is on one today, and this is amazing.
Yeah.
Coach,
3 days.
Coach. I'm from the Hoosier Gazette. How cool are those striped warm-up pants from BC?
I brought you a pair. Let me take them off.
You know what? See, we could do it part 2 tomorrow, but it's the rest of the Big Ten, and nobody knows anybody.
No.
Rutgers.
I'm all in.
Oh, you want to do that? Really?
I don't care.
Okay.
To make fun of it more,
We'll do
whatever
the
you
rest of
want. All I ask is when media days start, you know someone's going to do this.
Oh, we're recording.
Kenny's got to pull the audio.
Oh, yeah.
We may make it a segment. We just play all the questions.
Coach.
Mike, why does everyone who is asking questions at Media Day sound like Will Ferrell as Harry Carey?
Look at the guy in the sombrero. That's it. That's all it is. It's like an SNL skit. Team could go 2-10 the year prior. Nobody rolls up and be like, hey, yeah, why do you have a job? No, it's, hey, Coach, how excited are you to have a new stadium? I don't know, man. Thrilled. We suck.
Mike's voice sounds like lives in a van down by the river, LOL.
Matt Foley. Here's me, here's you.
Coach, how good are those artisanal pretzels? I'll hang up and listen.
Exactly. Hey, Coach Smith, you can't win a game worth a damn. Hey, how do you feel about the new concessions? Go green. Go to hell.
I need that Media Day voice daily. That is Andrew in Houston.
No, but we can do this tomorrow. Listen.
That's almost as funny as the whistle from Titanic.
Oh, yeah. No, it's good. It's fun. It's fun. David, one more, and then I want to get to the Scooble stuff, please.
Someone says, as he's typing, he says, Mike, where's the Spartan Times? Oh, never mind. I just heard it. That was amazing.
Don't worry. Equal representation.
Here's a melting moment.
It was in my pocket.
That may have been the best one, David.
Do you like the cookies? I sure do. Okay, good for you.
You know, sometimes I just have the best seat in the house.
I know. All right. So let me ask a question. And I want to know if Tiger fans feel I am off the reservation with this. And none of it is, there's no insult to it. I'm not mad about anything. Last night's game and them pulling Scooble. Is it wrong that I have reached a place of being totally comfortable with no more conversations about signing him, not even caring? We're just going to pitch him. We got 2 years to get this done at an optimal window, and he's leaving. And I'm okay with it. And again, I'm not organizational guy, but I'm going to defend the Tigers in this regard. If I can't let a guy go out there in a 1-0 game on a 6-game losing streak in late July and finish up the 7th, not the 8th or the 9th, finish up the 7th and probably needing to throw 107, 108, 110 pitches, I ain't paying you $400 million.
That, my friend, no, you're not. Because it does tell me that you have this long-term plan for him, but there's really no long-term plan. If you were going to lock him up, you would have done it by now.
But he's got to want to be locked up.
I think he does, but I think he knows, and I think his agent knows how much he's going to be worth. He's not into taking the hometown discount. And he's very professional about it. I'm not going to talk about this, but you know what? You're going to get my best every time. I'm not holding this team hostage. I'm going out here giving you 7 innings of great pitching. I'm striking out everybody.
6 2/3.
6 2/3. You're correct. I'll throw my 90 pitches, and then I'll go ahead and sit down. But
that's my point, though. I can't pay that guy.
No.
And I'm okay not doing it.
No, and that's why I said and told Tiger fan, I see this as a 2-year window. For people like, well, we got this great farm system. Great. That's fine. Rebuild. If it's that stocked up, then you'll be okay trading away some pieces to bring in some stars right now.
Yes.
Because trust me, when he's pitching for another team, okay.
Warren Buster only said it. He's going to get $400 million. This ain't going to be from you.
Right. So I was reserved to the fact that he's gone in 2 years, and I'm okay with that.
But I'm comfortable. I'm not stressing. I'm not angry. I don't have to be mad at either side. I can just say it's why I want them to. I hate the phrase all in. I think all in is suggestive of something. How about this? The Yankees have to be all in. Much different situation. Don't have the farm system you have, and they're in a market where nobody cares about daiquiris. Either win the World Series or you deserve to be fired. And
I'm okay with the fact that instead of paying him, if you took that money and brought in 2 everyday players and paid them what you're going to – I'm okay with that.
But Tiger fan, talk to me for a second. I know the deadline's looming and we all want trade news. And I don't know why the broadcast on TV browbeat people who want to make trades, but I digress. The point is, have you reached a point of peace and serenity with the Skubal situation, and that you do recognize your best chances this year and next year to get this done because you're not coming back? And look, I'm not mocking last night in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying the days of me being willing to say, pay this guy whatever he's worth. Look, if you're not going to be that throwback Verlander type pitcher and you're going to go out and throw 5, 7, 8, 10 complete games, what the hell am I paying for? Last night, they needed to let him finish that inning. Now, they've done a masterful job, A, keeping him healthy, and B, managing him earlier in the year. I have no problem with that. 6-game losing streak, probably staring 8 in the face if you don't win last night because you're facing Skeens tonight. Yeah, I wanted to see him finish the 7th. This isn't a conversation about he's on 118 pitches, 120 pitches. No, it's in that moment. I gotta, and again, the Rangers weren't going to go to the bench. They left the kid in there to face Holton. You brought in a lefty, for God's sakes. You didn't. It's not like you brought in a righty-righty matchup. So what's the difference? So for me, I'm just comfortable now. We're going to pitch him, and he's gone in a year, and that's it. Yeah. But I definitely want to get out there at the deadline, and unlike the broadcast, I think it's very reasonable to suggest some improvements. Yeah. I don't think that makes me a bad person or a know-nothing.
No, like I said, but I was reserved to the fact a while ago that this is just how it's going to be. And it would go almost against everything that the Tigers are of paying that much money. They haven't done that since Cabrera, where you just kind of broke the bank for somebody. So, no.
Because Max said no.
Yeah, I just don't see it happening.
Have you reached acceptance phase? Last night at large with the why they didn't let him finish the inning, and the broadcast talked about it on ESPN. And then just look, Tigers kind of moving forward. I don't freak out about losing streaks unless they're extended. It's baseball, man. In 162 games, yes, losing 6 is suboptimal, but it's part of the sport. Mm-hmm. It happens to teams that win the World Series. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal if it extends to losing 10 out of 12 or 12 out of 14.
My concern meter will be if all of a sudden you're only leading the division by 5 or 6 games.
Which, again,
you got a long way to go.
This is a division. Everybody in this division is Billy Ray Valentine. They're rolling around on a board at the beginning of trading places. This division sucks.
It does.
And I still think Cleveland's going to sell some pieces. I know they have an easy schedule in the second half. They're terrible. It's the worst lineup in Guardians history. The Twins' payroll has gone down each of the last 2 years. I have no reason to believe that'll change. Royals can't score at a brothel. And the White Sox, forget it. They can't get out of bed. Mm-hmm. This division sucks. It's wrapped up. The rest is about how I'm playing towards the end of the year. And look, in July, They're finishing a bad month. They're still going to be 500-ish. But the lineup, there's a lot of free outs in there. That's the problem. And I don't think it gets fixed magically with Kerry Carpenter coming back. I don't.
No, but
All
I'm with
right,
you.
everyone's fired up about baseball.
You got that 2-year window. Take advantage of it. I don't see him coming back. I don't see this team paying him $400 million.
No, and I've reached acceptance phase. I'm totally okay with it. 248-539-9797. We'll get a phone call or 12. We'll get some ticket checks, football today, and we got to talk a little Lions at the 5 o'clock hour. It's almost like not signing good players on the D-line is biting you in the ass.
Oh, boy.
Whoops. Hey, Coach.
All right, let me tell you about Matrix Basement. Matrix Basement is getting ready to complete my basement. They came up with a plan. I had a free consultation with them, and the design that they had to me, it was awesome. They're tricking this thing out. I gave them some. I was like, hey, can you fix this? Can you put that in there? No problem. They fixed it, and now I'm in the process of having it done before football season.
Coach, I got a basement too. Want to come over?
Yeah, they will. All you got to do is check out matrixbasement.com. They got a ton of great ideas, great before and after photos. Matter of fact, they showed up early this morning to get started with the framing. These people are about business. They're not going to leave you hanging. You want that basement? Matrix Basements will get it done for you. Go to matrixbasement.com. Like I said, Matrix Basement, they'll turn your basement dreams into reality.
All right, we'll get to the people, get a few ticket texts, check in on the NFL, and then, yes, I want to talk a little Lions at 5. It's just a really interesting weekend of injuries, and I don't think it's doom and gloom to be realistic about stuff. It's not a good start, okay? Levi Onwuzurike actually played up to being a second-round pick. You brought him back. He's dead. He ain't playing. Aleem McNeil, the Josh Paschal news can't be overlooked. When a guy misses all of camp, you're not going to come back and play 60 snaps. So I want to talk about it and get your guys' read on the situation. First, we go to Riley, 97.1. Riles, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Riley. What's up?
So on the Scooble topic, I have been 2-3 months in of being convinced that we're never going to pay him. And I mean, $400 million is a lot to ask for, but he could be worth it. But like you said, when you're not pitching 8-9 innings, can you ask for that? I don't really think that's on him and Scott Boras, but I think AJ Hinch tries to limit him in the hope we keep him.
Well, I think limiting him is in the hope of keeping him healthy.
Right.
You've got to realize, look, he said he was hurt a lot in his career. He's been healthy for you the last 2 years. My point is, Riley, I understand what the game is, and I understand that, look, outside of a rare player or two, I don't think you're paying anybody $40 million a year. Not on the pitching side, not anymore.
No, I think it was crazy that the Dodgers were willing to pay Yamamoto $325 million out of Japan without ever seeing anything.
Yep. No,
So,
and understand the money's not real for them. So you got to take them and move them
when
to the
you
side.
push it all to paying him 10 years down the road.
Yeah. And look, I mean, the Ohtani thing, the deferred payments. Look, the Dodgers operate on a completely different scale.
Yep.
You're never going to be them. You can beat them,
right?
But you're never going to be them. But yeah, Riley,
Yeah.
You're
I've been in the boat that he's going to be a Dodger, he's going to be a Yankee, he's going to be a Met in a year and a half.
Yeah, and I think that's what it sounds like, seems like, feels like. Like Boras and him are aligned. There's 400 out there, and he's going to be able to go and get it. Now, where the plan really blows up in their face, and I don't want this to happen clearly. I want him to be healthy, and then whatever happens to him afterwards ain't my problem. Man, if he gets hurt in the space between, he's going to cost himself a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
I'd
risk
be
he's
willing.
taking.
I know you brought up trading prospects. I'd be willing to trade anybody for the next 2 years to win one, because if we don't have an ace on the mound, what are you going to win by the time that the playoffs come?
True, but
Probably
remember, we have to be fair about this, Riley. Look, by the time 2027 rolls around, your payroll commitments are zero. You will replace Scooble with people and things and stuff. Do you have the in-house solutions? No. The Tiger Farm system does not have elite pitching. Jackson Jobe is a complete unknown. You don't get to say he'll be back by then and be awesome. You have no idea. He could be a different version of Grayson Rodriguez. So it just, you're right, but I'm not even thinking about that stuff. I think their job is to get better. And look, if they get outbid for Suarez, I'm not angry. I don't want them to do something stupid for a rental.
No.
But they need to get better. And if you can't get a third baseman, then we're going to roll with what you got. But you better get a lot better in the bullpen. There are just trade-offs. Rico, I don't know if you agree with me, but in a playoff series, I feel like 5 of the 9 guys in this lineup in a playoff format are free outs. Gleyber is not. Riley Green is not. But the strikeouts scare me.
Yeah.
Okay? Like,
he's feast or famine.
Right. My point is there's a lot of freebies because in October, the pitching's better. So, like that Texas series you just enjoyed.
Yeah.
And you're lucky there's not a fourth game where they rolled DeGrom out there. Eovaldi scratched. You took on Larry Lamb or whatever the hell the guy's name was.
Right.
Like, you're going to face that type of pitching. Mm-hmm. So look at that lineup and tell me in October where the matchups are tailored to get you out. Bullpen usage goes way up. I stand by it. They need to write in a bat
in there. Yeah, where all of a sudden it's almost like, yeah, that's a guaranteed out. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, Vierling came through for you last night. God bless. You think that's happening in the ALCS? I don't.
It didn't last year.
Okay.
David wins.
David wins.
See, but let me also say this, Mike, as you just mentioned Jackson Jobe, and I got in a conversation with someone this weekend because, some of these blogs have these made up trades proposals, and Job was in one. And the guy was like, I don't know if I want to give up Job. We will need him when Skubal leaves. And I'm like, well, hold on. Getting rid of him now in a 1.5-year window with Skubal, I can get someone that can help me in that window. I'm fine with trading that. I'm not sitting here worried about 2027.
No. Here's the other thing. Look, and I'm not advocating for it. I'm trying to, in the context of your conversation with a friend, Job's not going to pitch next year.
Right.
Not in a meaningful way. And the first year you're back from Tommy John, your command is null. Yeah. Now, the velocity's there, but velocity was never his problem. Your command takes another year. Then the ramp-up period. You got to remember, Jackson Jobe only pitched a high of 90 innings. So they're going to be even more careful.
Yeah.
So it's really 2028 by the time, well, actually, 27, he'd probably be able to give you 100 innings. 28 is where he'd be full all systems go.
So he won't become the Skubal replacement if he leaves.
And he also can't help me in this window with Skubal right now.
Correct. Yeah, how often do you have a team that's at the top of baseball in the standings? How often have you built something where you get to this level of success that the Tigers have right now? You want to capitalize on this window. The window to win is right now.
Yes, the best window.
What a window.
Possibly the best window. No, I think it's your best chance. It doesn't mean it's your only. But the projecting the unknown is better is hopium. It just is. I hate to break it to you. There's a chance McGonigal and Clark stink.
Yes.
I mean, sorry, that's reality. I don't know that to be the case. They might be awesome.
Right. And I know all the minor league teams are on fire right now, but
ooh, Moon Mammoths. I got to hear about that stupid stuff again. Honest to God. All weekend, Moon Mammoth. Enough.
It's minor league.
Then I had David Cohn wearing a Moon Mammoth hat last night.
It's what they do, man.
I understand. All right, David.
It could be the Savannah Bananas.
Another thing I'm sick of.
Really?
Wish they'd go out of business.
What do you have against the Savannah Bananas?
It's just the Globetrotters of baseball. It's an annoyance.
See, that's actually a ticket I wouldn't mind going.
Good. Go. Wow. I'll pay for it.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Take a day off and leave.
You know what? That was me.
David, 3 days, Saratoga. Leave me alone. David, go ahead.
Hey, Coach.
Coach.
How fast can that horse go?
Good luck out there.
Good luck to you and the jockey.
I hate media days. David, go ahead.
All right, Mike has reached the acceptance phase, and so have I. It is what it is. I know what's going to happen at the end of this. That is Scott in Carlton.
And that's where it leads you. If you're in the acceptance phase, then you've got to want them to get aggressive at the deadline. Or get mocked by the TV broadcast. That's an option, too. The idea that wanting to get better makes us bad or stupid. What a wild deal.
Win now, do whatever it takes. Who cares about 27 and 28? I understand what our window is with Skubal. He is gone.
Yeah, especially, too, the AL's in a downturn. This is the worst American League in my memory. There's a very real chance the Yankees don't make the playoffs. How many times can you say that? You know, the best team you might face are the zombie Astros. Rest of your division's crap. Yeah, this is the time. Let's get to the World. And if you get in the World Series, it's a coin flip.
Yep.
Weird things happen.
Somebody gets injured. Yeah, you never know. Somebody just red hot. Somebody becomes Freddie Freeman.
Truth. God, he killed the Yankees. Go ahead, David, and then we'll move on.
Well, I'm actually going to summarize a lot of these because a lot of people are texting and saying, I want to pay him. I want to pay Skubal. And I think they're saying they're not in the acceptance phase. If you're still talking like that, you have not accepted that he's leaving.
Okay, and the next time I'll engage in that conversation, there are two chances. One, an article from the clouds, the Tigers have signed him. Great, and that wouldn't be anything to react to other than joy, but it'll be the offseason. If you really want to debate about signing him, see you at the winter meetings. I have zero focus on that right now. It's July 21st. I got the trade deadline on the horizon. It's all about now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so listen. Hungry Howie's Pizza. Kenny needs to listen. They have bold flavored crusts. Plus, whether it's the bold pepperoni, Hungry Howie's has the all-out classic cup pepperoni. It's the 73 Classic. Now, we're celebrating the year that Rico graduated college with the 73 Classic. Large pizza, just $9.99. You're getting a ton of the classic pepperoni, the little satellite dish deals. And again, it's going to be 73 of them because putting 72 on there would be stupid. It's Hungry Howie's, $9.99 on that 73 classic. You can go crazy with the flavored crusts. This is for pepperoni lovers only. And boy, the only thing like Kenny likes more than alcohol is pepperoni. Thank me later for solving your dinner crisis. It's hungryhowies.com. All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you aboard. Your programming, if you want to do the rewind thing, we started with Tony Petitti's, Dan Wetzel's article about Tony Petitti's letter back in June to the Committee on Infractions, what it means, what it doesn't mean. We gave you some historical context. Basically, your download is every commissioner has done this for every team who's ever been in trouble. What does it mean? I didn't take much from it, good or bad. I just think it's what you do. No clue what's going to happen to Michigan, and no faith because the NCAA is a collection of putzes. All right. We also talked Scooble. We also talked the bleep show that was the WNBA All-Star Weekend with their T-shirts. I want to get into the Lions stuff. Before I do that, I've got something for you, Mr. Rico Beard.
Okay.
Did you see the report about the Big 12 and Memphis?
No.
Oh, okay. When did you meet Will Smith? So Memphis offered to buy their way into the Big 12.
Okay.
What do you think Memphis offered as their please let us in the nightclub bribe to join the Big 12?
Did they offer money, or did they say you don't have to pay us anything off the
money?
Let's just say they offered $10 million.
A little higher.
20?
Higher.
50?
I'd keep going.
100?
Even more.
150?
Another.
$200 million.
$250 million. And here was the Big 12's response. Can you imagine? You're putting
that's an ego check right there.
Right, you're posting, man, just let me in the club. $250 million. I gotta get into the club.
At $250 million, you're already printing up Memphis gear with the Big 12 patch on it.
No.
Oh, they're not gonna turn $250 million down, are they?
Big 12's response. All right,
we good. Who this? Who this?
I'm telling you, it's college football.
What's this area code? Memphis.
No thanks.
Should meet Will Smith.
So ESPN, as we are sitting here right now, is talking Lions. They coined it major Lions defensive injury. I want to be careful, right? I mean, obviously, Onwuzurike, they brought him back for a reason. He had 13 quarterback hits last year. He actually played good football. He's out for the year now, which is, again, one of these things because now the reporting is, well, he had significant offseason knee surgery. Did he have that surgery before or after you signed him?
Great question, because we all thought he was going to be back like Thanksgiving Day game.
Thanksgiving.
And, you'd have him for that playoff push for next year.
You're right. So he's out. You get the report that Josh Paschal will not be back until the season starts. Now, why is it relevant? It's one thing if an aging vet wants to limit camp. And like Calvin Johnson, man, we talking about practice.
Right.
But
if Amon-Ra said, yeah, you know what, I know the routes, I'm good.
Right. But Paschal, injured. Onwuzurike, out for the year. Aleem McNeil is out probably until November. And you are now sitting here. I'm not going to do the rest of the pup list stuff. I think a lot of it's paperwork. Now, I do think Tyleik Williams will be ready, but here's my point. What is the concern level that you are now depending on a rookie? Because when you talk about Lopez and DJ Reader, look, Reader is a major question mark to me. Right. And I loved it when they signed him. He wasn't the player he used to be. That generally happens after you blow out both quads in 2 different years. But, Rico, they're one injury now away from, like, Cookies is always like, he always has a great phrase about minor leaguers. They're 1 year away from being a year away. You're one injury away from being right back in the street free agent Bob O'Connor sweepstakes.
Oh, you're right. Because here's the thing, you didn't bring up, Mike, and please hear this correctly, people. You still have Aiden coming off of an injury. So we have to see if he's able to hit the ground running and be as productive as he was a year ago at this time. Added to all the other people missing off that defensive line, man, it is very concerning that you are relying on, rookies to help you out and get you through the lean times until you get back some of your starters and they get into game shape. So, and here's the bad part. At least right now on paper, your opening 6 games is nothing like it was last year, where you were playing a bunch of stiffs who didn't have all their players. And you're walking into 2 divisional games, the Ravens, like you're going to be the Chiefs. You're going to be playing some real teams in those first 6 games.
And heaven help you if Davenport gets hurt, which is essentially anytime he breathes. But Rico, I want to hear from the people. It doesn't matter what we say. I'm not doing doom and gloom. The news is the news. I think the Lions are going to be good. I don't think they're going to be anywhere like last year. I don't think that would be fair to put that on them. 15 wins is never real. I don't care if you're the Chiefs, I'd say you're going to regress. No. But these defensive injuries are real.
I'm to the point, Mike, where, I look at the first 6 games. If you can come out of that 3-3, you can then go on and do some great things. But right now, if given the choice between winning a division, winning the conference, and winning the Super Bowl, I'm saying right now your struggle is just trying to win your division because you're missing a lot of people on that defense.
Rico, can I take it just a step further because you're talking about the injuries here and relying on a rookie. DJ Reader is a year older who came off an injury last year, so we don't know what he'll look like. We already know McNeil will be out until maybe Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
Marcus Davenport has dealt with injuries, never finished the season healthy except maybe his rookie year. Josh Paschal already hurt. Broderick Martin has been hurt. Wingo is also coming off an injury, just like Hutchinson from last year. So right now you're relying on Tyleik Williams and George Lopez's cousin. So again, what are we doing here? What is this? This is not a positive thing to the offseason at all.
Look, it is. I didn't understand their approach to the offseason in real time. It's not me now trying to do this unfair thing of, oh, well, guys are hurt, that's why you're... No, I didn't like it when they were healthy. I'm asking you guys. You don't need to worry about what I think. You don't care. I mean, I just feel like... And again, training camp, I'm not like manifesting bad energy here, but like Rico, you know what happens in training camp. People get hurt. They cannot afford any more injuries on this D-line or they are up against it because what the NFL has turned into, especially you have an early bye week. I think your bye week is week 6 or 7 this year.
It's
again,
week 8.
Okay. So it's a better position. Last year was what, week 5 or 6?
Yes.
But it's a war of attrition. If you are already wearing down now, what happens later?
Right. Well, when I saw like Rakestraw was out the first day of camp, I'm like, dude, you didn't play at all. Seriously? They had to take you off the field? It is concerning. It's very concerning, especially, like I said, the defensive line. It leads me. It's why I was so saying you need to go out there, be aggressive, and bring in some people. And it was like, nah, we like our own guys, and we'll be good. Yeah. Okay, well,
no, I'm interested to see where people are at with it, and it doesn't mean, oh my God, Onwuzurike's hurt, season's over. But like, you start to look at your available options. If you're pinning your hopes on the Wingos of the world, no, you need war daddies up front, and this is a part of the conversation. Look, Davenport's healthy now. But think about any injury to him. Who's starting opening week? If Paschal might not be available and Marcus Davenport is out, we're right back to street free agency theater.
It is, Mike. And another thing is for the Lions, the mobile QB has always been a problem, okay? It has. You saw that in the playoffs.
It's going to be a real problem now.
Yeah, 5 of your first 6 games, mobile QB.
But the one thing I would plead with you to change is it's not the Lions' weakness, it's the league's weakness.
It is the league's
Nobody
weakness.
can handle these guys.
Fair.
They're a nightmare.
Fair. But when you're going out there with it seems like half a defensive line,
yes, I agree.
problematic.
But what do we
Playing
say? What do we say
Whoa,
last?
whoa, take it easy.
What did we say last year though? What is every Lions fan? What was their critique last year? Whenever you said, "Oh, their defense isn't good enough," oh well, we weren't healthy. Yeah, that's going to happen. This is an NFL schedule. It's a gladiator sport. Players are going to get banged up. So what have we been begging for this offseason is to add depth there, and we did.
But I think it was add quality.
Yes,
I didn't want bodies.
No,
I wanted
yes.
quality.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the other thing is now the pressure's on John Morton, the OC. You got to go out there and outscore some teams, and we got to see how that's going to be.
This is the most underreported thing of the offseason, and I don't know why this is, but this whole pretend land where losing Ragnow and Zeitler is not a problem, and you have Tate Ratledge, who's a college guard who's never played center, repping at center. And you have to replace a Pro Bowl guard with who? Now, if you want Mahogany to start full-time, that's fine, but Glasgow's no good. Look, I don't think it's ridiculous to say the O-line takes a step back. These are all very legitimate and I think rational. They're not hyperbolic, opinions here. It's just I'm really hoping by the time I get back from Saratoga, you can't have any injuries. No. You got to bubble wrap this team because the start of the season, Kenny asked me a question, first 6 games. He goes, what's the record where you'd sign a piece of paper to say, this is the minimum, and I would take it? I said 3-3.
Yep.
Just be 3-3 because the back half, you get a lot of class relief.
Yeah, I didn't even hear the conversation. I said 3-3. If that's where you are, then take a deep breath. You've made it through the worst stretch of the season.
I'm with you. I want to talk to the people. David, ticket text, or do you want to do those on the flip side?
Let's do it on the flip side.
Okay. So bossy. All right. Summer's heating up. What are you waiting for? Wait for your complete system breakdown? Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. You'll save up to $1,000. New AC, save up to $1,000. New generator, up to $1,000. Look, call for details. Schedule your free in-home estimate. It's Mastercraft, honest work. Great same-day service. When you call before noon, it's mastercraftheating.com. 3 days. All right. We'll get to the callers in a second. David said ticket text after the break, Michael. So here we are. It's Lions, it's injuries. And look, is there a mounting concern here? I mean, every team's going to lose somebody, but there seems to be a concentration of injury for this team, and it's always up front. So, again, if you're not concerned, I'm not mad at you. I had a concern before guys got hurt. They weren't good enough up front. Well, why would my opinion change when guys start dying? David, go ahead.
We're opening 2-4 in the first 6. Brad needs to get someone on this line sick of his responses about the defensive line.
I think it's interesting that they did nothing, but yet Hutch's deal isn't done. You felt like doing nothing, a part of it was they were going to get the Hutchinson deal done because they told us about bills coming due. Well, they haven't gotten it done.
See, I still think that's going to come on Thanksgiving Day. But Thanksgiving. But here's the funny thing. We talk about the first 6 games, but the 7th game, it's a Monday night here in Detroit, but it's against a team that's giving you problems in the Bucs. So
I love how people view the Buccaneers as a walkover.
Oh my God, yes. It's almost like they did with the Commanders. The Bucs, like, it's a tough game. It's like the Seahawks. Like, I don't know why, but they gave you fits.
Now, I'll be nice. Let me be nice for a second before David does the rest of the text. Mark Ryan did a good job today. But he was a part of that problem last year.
He was.
Hey, who do you want to play in the NFC title game? Stop. You're a real problem.
Him.
And Cookies.
And Rieger.
Yeah, but Rieger's a given.
That is true.
No, but see, Rieger started off, he was like, nah, you're right. By the time he made it all the way through downtown and sat up in B-dubs with me, he was with these two. And I'm like, okay, guys,
I know.
You're a hater. Okay.
No. He influenced the jury is what you're saying.
Yeah.
David.
This team decided to count on defensive line players who have never been consistently healthy. These injuries were not only possible, they were inevitable. Shame on this organization for not prioritizing arguably the most important group on the team. Buckle up. It's about to get real bumpy.
I mean, it's going to be bumpy anyways because I think people have gotten very deluded into Lions win every week. Like, they can go 10-7, make the playoffs, and people are not going to know how to handle it. Yeah. That's how good they've been the last 2 years. But I look,
I think they have a 39% chance of winning the division.
Oh, if they win the division, you may as well build a statue at Campbell. Seriously. I mean, to go back-to-back in the NFL, really difficult. To do it with the personnel losses, from a coordinator standpoint, it would be incredible. Yeah. But, you're a hater.
But yeah, I think like a 68% chance of making the playoffs, but only a 39% chance winning the division.
I think it's going to be a dogfight. Go ahead, David.
Someone simply wants to know, are these defensive injuries due to strength and conditioning issues or just a fluke because of the game?
I don't know. What the hell am I? I have no idea.
You're a savant. You know all this.
I don't know that stuff.
I just know. Cash the ticket, isn't it?
I just know. Like, okay, if Davenport gets hurt, I'll tell you why he gets hurt. It's because he's Marcus Davenport. I don't have a physiological. I have no idea.
Now, the only one that I would watch out for is the second round pick because they just signed him, so he wasn't going through anything.
What, Tate Ratledge?
Right. My biggest worry is if you don't get into camp, that's when the soft tissue injuries happen. But he made it just in time.
Let's go to Bob in Ann Arbor, 97.1. Bobby, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, Mike?
Good, B. What's up?
Yeah, so I have 3 main points that I want to make. The first one is I have not heard anyone mention this, but I want to talk for a second about Aleem McNeil's injury. Malcolm Rodriguez got hurt 2 weeks before Aleem McNeil, and the Lions are saying he's not going to be back until November. Are people seriously thinking that a guy who got hurt 2 weeks after him and is 80 pounds heavier is also going to be back in November? That's nonsense. I have a medical background, and I'm telling you, someone who's that heavy and has that significant of an injury, there's no way that timeline is going to be the same as someone like Malcolm Rodriguez.
So let me address. I want to address your first point, and I'll let you get to the next two. I'm glad you said it, Bob. I want you to understand why I phrase it the way I phrase it. It avoids me having to get into arguments with people who think I'm being a hater or a negative Nancy. I say at best November, and I leave it alone. Mm-hmm. I'm with you. When a 300-pound plus man blows out a knee, you are not Adrian Peterson. You are not coming back in 9-10 months. So I am with you. But I just don't feel like dealing with a fan base that is off the reservation when it comes to negative news.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I think part of watching football is dealing with inconvenient truths, and oftentimes fan bases can get delusional. My second point is I'm really starting to wonder if this was that significant of a surgery, I'm wondering how long Brad Holmes knew and chose to do nothing. Like, that's very frustrating if that's what he did. That's just, in my opinion, negligence.
I'd love to know when the surgery date was. I really would, because if you signed him, how did he get hurt? Or if he was already hurt, why did you sign him?
Right. Yeah. It doesn't make much sense. It's not adding up. And really, like, when did he? I just don't know. When did he get? Was it towards the end of the season? Was it recent? Because
I want to understand when the procedure took place and what did your doctors think was happening. Now, if you already signed him and he had a setback, that's life. But it's just been very murky. I don't have the answers.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And then my final point, little bit, I'm going to switch to the offense. I'm going to plead the fifth on three things here. This is my bold prediction for this year. I'm going to plead the fifth on three things. I'm going to plead the fifth on what I think the record's going to be. I'm going to plead the fifth on what I think, how many interceptions Goff is going to throw. Okay. And I'm going to plead the fifth on how good our offense is overall. But I'm thinking, based on John Morton's history and what he's saying with Jahmyr Gibbs being out wide and, like a pass-heavy JMO involved offense, my bold prediction for this year is we're going to see a 5,000-yard, 40-touchdown season from Goff. And that's my bold prediction. I just had to throw that out there. And you know me, I'm a realistic fan.
Oh yeah,
I'm not someone who's delusional.
That's why I was surprised by it. 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns.
Yep. That's my prediction. Listen. I thought about this. We are going to have just a combination of things. Let me explain. Number one, I'm with you on the defense. It's very questionable. I think we're going to be in the bottom half to bottom third of the league. To make up for that, we're going to have a very trigger-heavy offense, throwing the ball a lot. John Morton's a pass game coordinator. That's his entire history. That, with Jahmyr Gibbs also being more involved, with Jameson Williams being more involved, just based on the verbiage he's using and based on how bad our defense is going to be, we're going to have to throw the ball a lot.
Bob, I'll give you credit. Now, Bob, here's the difference. I'm not going to do what a lot of the fans are probably doing right now. They're probably MFing you to high hell. But I'm not mad at you. Bold predictions are supposed to be a little bit on a limb. You explained it. I'm not mad about it. I just tell you, I don't think it's your best self if Jared Goff, I got Aaron Glenn on the mind. If Jared Goff's got to throw for 5,000 yards, I think you're in a world of trouble.
That means your running game ain't working.
Because
your O-line ain't working.
The running game is the engine.
Yeah.
And the play-action pass is the secret to the sauce.
If Goff has to do 7-on-7, well, we've seen that before. And normally it doesn't work out well.
It's bold, though.
It is.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, bud?
Hey, yeah, I want to chat about maybe the Lions missed their window. And I guess, this is a little bit where last season we had all our coordinators. We had everything aligned. Of course, we had Hutch's injury. But there was a moment where, the Raiders were collapsing. Crosby talk. Do you go out and get a guy that can keep your team at the top of the mountain and make a run at the Super Bowl when your window's wide open? And did we miss it? And now we're going to take a step back. And we all just have to accept that last year was our best opportunity. Now we reload, and it's an off year.
Well, your best, listen, and I mean, Mike, if you're talking about retooling, we saw San Francisco go through it last year. They want to come through the other side now and start another window. I don't think that, again, Mike, I don't think you're being negative. I don't think you're crazy. I think your best singular chance is you're up 17 in the second half at San Francisco in the NFC title game. And look, if you take a step back in record, let's think about what this means. I'm not going to let go of something that if the Lions want to go to a Super Bowl, they need to get home field advantage. Why? I still don't trust Jared Goff in the dead of January outdoors in some of the likely places.
Yeah.
Not San Francisco on an unseasonably warm day. I'm saying
Philly.
Yeah, if he's got to go, you're nailing it. Green Bay.
Yeah.
I think your best window, the last 2 years. It doesn't mean this isn't a window, but if you power rank them out, clearly last year, 15-2. I will always tell you, though, you weren't even in the game. The NFC title game and you're up 17, that'll be the best chance you have at ever getting to a Super Bowl until you actually do it. Like, I just, you'll never be up 17 in an NFC title game again. It's
And on
hard
the
to even
road.
have a lead in an NFC title game.
Right. On the road, you had to silence the crowd. Heck, half of them were Lions fans.
True.
And yeah,
Look, they've got a shot, but it's gonna. I'm just willing to be patient. Let this team reformulate who they are. I don't believe they're just going to be last year's team. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they open up 5-1 and we're having a party. But I need to see that before we start talking about
5-1, and we may break out some sequin shirts.
You know, one guy will.
Oh boy.
I mean,
you got to rush him to the hospital 4 hours after his show.
Leaving that one alone. Rico, tell them all about it.
You hear Mike and I having okay. Yeah. You hear Mike and I having fun on the radio. Yes. You want a career in radio, or maybe you want to go into television, or you're a graphic design artist. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path. Classes start all throughout the year. The fall class is starting to fill up. So what you want to do? You want to get your name on the register. Why? Because at Specs at LTU, you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the radio, TV, and graphic design business by people who actually work in the business. You're going to learn in the lab. It's very hands-on approach. So you're going to learn what it takes. You're going to find out very quickly it's a difficult thing, but you can make it through. So you want to get that degree in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics communications? Let Specs at LTU get you started. Make your appointment today with an admissions counselor so you can discuss your next steps to your future at admissions@ltu.edu. That's admissions@ltu.edu.
All right, before we get to football today, if you are driving home, we covered the college football news of the day, Tony Petitti, the letter, what it does and doesn't mean, Odyssey.com rewind. I had a blurb I mentioned to Rico, and I'm going to put a little bit of meat on the bone. I had mentioned how Memphis was so desperate to join the Big 12. News broke today. They offered $250 million. Please let us into the nightclub. But, Rico, it's so much worse.
Oh, boy.
Can I read this to you?
Yes.
All right. Memphis Tigers, desperate to get out of the All-American Happy Action Fund Conference. So much so they submitted a proposal. They would offer the $250 million. Now, remember, the Big 12, they scooped up a few American Happy Action teams, UCF and et cetera. The Big 12, this is incredible. Yahoo Sports reports the following. Here's your $250 million.
Okay.
And if you don't like what you see from Memphis, you can expel us after 2030.
So keep the money.
Here's $250. Just give us 5 years. We'll show you we're special. That was one. You could boot them out like Temple got booted out of the old Big East. The financial part. Now, it makes sense for the Big 12 because schools are looking for additional revenue, which is such a laugh factory. You're getting better TV deals than ever. Oh, wait. Minnesota's charging students an NIL fee. I digress. Even with the potential sponsorship money that would come with adding Memphis. Do you know what's in Memphis? FedEx.
Oh, that's right. I was going to say ribs, but yes.
Okay, that too. Rendezvous. When Big 12 administrators vetted the proposal, they were not satisfied with what the Tigers had to offer. The reminder, they took BYU, UCF, Houston, Cincinnati. Even the promise of bringing on corporate sponsors like FedEx and AutoZone, not enticing enough to just get a majority from the administrators. But wait, there's more. There's more. The Memphis Tigers offered to not take any TV money. None.
For how long? You know what? Doesn't matter.
Here's $250 million. We don't want no TV money. We'll bring you FedEx and AutoZone.
You can kick us out in 5 years.
This is the most help me I'm poor moment in the history of college.
And they still said no.
Bro, she's just not into you, all right? It's fine. Relax.
Kenny, you're right. At that point, no. Stop calling. Stop texting her. She doesn't want you.
The Big 12 needs a PPO on Memphis right now.
Memphis, 100 feet? 100 feet?
They put in a breakup clause into this thing.
$250 million. You don't like what we bring to the table, you boot us out after the 2030 season. We'll bring you. How pathetic is this? And we'll bring sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, no offense, you're not selling a TV show. You're a college football team. And we won't take a cut of the TV money. I don't have the time frame on that, but let's assume it's like, I think SMU did what, 10 years?
Something like that.
Let's assume Memphis, it was 5. If you're the Big 12, why say no? That's my question.
You really don't want Memphis in there. Like somebody really is campaigning. No. I had a horrible experience once 20 years ago on the campus. They are not allowed in this conference.
Here's Memphis on the other end of the phone.
Yeah, they're steps away from sitting in the corner chair in the hotel room, if you know what I mean.
Oh, this is
Kenny,
very Falwell.
Kenny, you may not get this, but Mike, they're going to be standing outside the Big 12 office with a boombox.
Yeah. Night at the Roxbury wedding scene. Also, according to reports, Memphis offered to let the Big 12 sleep with all their wives. Okay, good. Fantastic. Oh, my God.
Wrong school.
If you're Memphis, do you just pull the plug on football? We're done. They have nowhere to go now.
Oh, it's a serious ego check. At this point, yeah, you need that guy that you're good enough, you're special enough, and
that would be what was it? Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy.
Yeah, you need somebody to help you through this because wait. So we are offering you all of this, and you're saying,
mind you, not the Big Ten. Not the SEC.
Not the ACC.
If I'm Memphis, I'm going to the ACC
and I'm like, wait, you added all of these other teams, but you won't take me?
Go to the ACC. You got to go to the ACC.
Man. If
Yeah,
you're the
what
AC,
do you do?
If you're the ACC, are you like, well, what else?
I think
what else you have to? Well, no, we don't want to be your silver medal.
My God.
But if they're willing to attach that price to themselves, then yeah, you can be the silver medal.
I
That's
mean,
fine.
that's
ridiculous.
I mean, they're one step away from walking 8 Mile at this point.
I mean,
jeez.
You know what?
All right, Scott, control yourself, please. All right, David, I just wanted to add the details. I thought the money was bad enough. Oh, my.
Yeah.
David, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, regarding the Lions, someone says, these injuries were as predictable as rain in Seattle. And we haven't even talked about Hutchinson. Holmes is fully responsible for the situation we are in with the defensive line. It is amazing that someone who is so smart appears to be stubborn on that part of the team.
You have to get comfortable with something. See, it's too late in the day. I'm leaving for Saratoga soon. I shouldn't do this, but I have a commitment to you and these listeners. I'm going to say this, and it's going to get me in trouble. I don't think you guys understand the assignment. I am more convinced than ever. Brad Holmes is trying to run a program here to just be good for a long time. In fact, he's said as much. Mm-hmm. I think that is different than selling your soul to the devil to win a Super Bowl. Because when you're talking future Bills and stuff, you know who you don't hear that from? Kansas City. You know who you don't hear that from? Philadelphia. You know you don't hear that from, all jokes aside, because they've had the lead in 2 fourth quarters of Super Bowls? Rico's team. But when the Lions have never been any good, and they got a waiting list for season tickets.
Right there.
And they're on all the national TV games, this is their first time being popular. I really think part of this is he could have done more, should have done more, but that's not the assignment.
Right there. The season tickets and the waiting list. Yeah. If we're good, just good enough, we'll keep this train going. People have traveled to follow us.
And it's the perfect marketplace because this fan base has never had consistently good. Now, I am still going to argue human nature is consistently good turns to consistently angry if it doesn't net a championship.
But you are, Mike, realistically speaking, you're probably 4 or 5 years away before the people turn.
No. It's a hard disagree. But, Rico, there's no point arguing it. You're not crazy to say it. I just don't agree with it.
It's like, because all you got to do is make some minor tweaks and you're Buffalo.
I will tell you this. If this team gets out to a rough start this year, it'll happen right now.
Right, but I'm saying, I look at Buffalo. Never made the Super Bowl, but they keep making the tweaks. They keep the fan base interested.
I know.
And they love them.
Yeah, but they're idiots. They live in Buffalo. I mean, who are we kidding? All-American city? In my ass. That city sucks. You don't have anything else. You're Buffalo. You got the Sabres. That doesn't even count.
Got wings.
Overrated.
Okay.
I think Duff's is better than Anchor Bar anyways. Anchor Bar burns their wings.
Okay.
I mean, I've had them both. I think Duff's is way better.
It's called charred Cajun.
No, it's called burnt. Okay, David, go ahead.
Someone says Memphis is like the guy in Swingers leaving the voicemail.
John Favreau.
Just hang up.
That's Memphis.
And then someone else here says, it's horse racing time. Hashtag Saratoga 3 days.
And right now, I've got 6 to 5 odds the COI rules while I'm on vacation because that's the way of the world.
Think so?
It won't matter. I'll call in. I'll do whatever you need.
That happens.
Unless I'm at the
major
track.
trade.
Oh, yeah, it'll happen. Right? They're going to get Trey Hendrickson like the day I arrive in Saratoga. That's the way it always works. It's like radio law. All right. Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore, and they stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. Have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. So plan it, build it, buy it. Do it with Northville. No wait times, no lead times. Everything in stock all the time. It's Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.